Can I, an ordinary person, become truly strong? A strong hunter. Just like him. A few hours ago, the hero arrives at the guild. They have cleared out a lot of mid-level dungeons, so even some hunters can't find anything. It will be dangerous to go there alone. Approaching the screen, the young man saw that an assassin and a mage were required for the elite battle. Not far from him stood a guy who mocked the hero, saying that this healer has come again. No one wants to take him into the team. What a loser. He suggested to his comrade that they leave here as quickly as possible, since he did not want to look as pathetic as the young man. Suddenly, someone called out to the hero, saying, "I finally found you." A guy and a girl were walking towards him. The hero was familiar with them. He congratulated them on their promotion. The girl told him that they came here with only one purpose: to invite the hero into the dungeon. It wasn't supposed to be too difficult, so the guys could go together and clear it without any problems. The hero doubted himself, said that his skills as a healer were still weak, and that he would drag the guy and the girl to the bottom. Then his comrade gave him a friendly hug. Somewhere nearby there was a portal to the dungeon. The boys entered it confident of their victory. They destroyed the local inhabitants without much difficulty. The last one on the left, the main character's friend, reported. "Act now," he added. "Yes," the hero said hesitantly, simultaneously creating a spell. "Unfortunately, this didn't work. We need to strike first," the girl intervened. Then she began to create magic. After finishing, struck the monster. "Great. Time to use my new skill," the guy said. "Activate the charge. Single strike with a sword." A moment later, the monster's head flew off its shoulders. He had become noticeably stronger since the last time I saw him in battle. The young man thought, will he ever succeed? Compare their strength with their comrade. The monster's carcass began to glow. A moment later, she disappeared completely, leaving behind a reward for clearing the dungeon. The hero's comrade reached out to the gifts he had received. How terrible high-level stone. He decided to take it. And a brand new sword. This weapon was not much, but better than the previous one. Then he threw his previous blade towards the hero. The young man noticed this. The comrade said that he didn't need it, but the hero might find it useful. The young man hastened to catch him. A comrade approached his friend and said, "Come on, you need to increase your strength." Added, "Let's go, today was a hard day. And also, you should come with us again." Suddenly for everyone, the girl from the team heard something. But the guys had no time for this. The hero's friend was going to explain to the young man why he was so lucky. A huge statue appeared. The guy reported that it seemed like they had met. Hidden boss. The stone crust that covered the monster began to rapidly break and subsequently crumble. A moment later, a terrible red-black energy began to emanate from the monster. Afterwards, he looked at the boys with contempt. Then the hero asked his comrades, "Have they ever heard of hidden bosses in normal-level dungeons?" The guy with golden hair replied that never, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. By killing him, they will at least be able to get a lot of money. Then the hero objected that the hidden bosses were incredibly strong. The girl asked him not to worry, as there were a lot of them here. For safety's sake, the guy suggested that we just watch what would happen next. Suddenly a man with a huge axe appeared. He reported, apparently, that our guys were not so brave, since they did not dare to deal with the creature that appeared. What could be so scary about a hidden dungeon boss at such a low level? He offered to let them see how he could easily deal with the monster. Descendant of God. It was something like a fighting aura on the man. The guy with golden hair tried to stop him, saying that such bosses are not so simple. "Don't underestimate me," the man snapped, and he hurried to deal with the boss. He intensified his attack, and then he sped up. Then he jumped high and yelled at the monster, "Die!" He just looked at this stupid daredevil in bewilderment. Then he smiled slyly. The blade of the axe was already close. Suddenly the man's face changed and horror appeared on it. The monster took up the axe without any fear. Then a shockwave was generated from it. That cut the daredevil into pieces. Overconfidence was his undoing. The boys were overcome with panic and horror. Blood dripped from the monster's blade. He was in no hurry to continue the attack. The boy with golden hair asked his girlfriend to quickly reveal the boss's hidden characteristics using magic. Foresight skill. Finally it worked. "How is this possible?" the maiden exclaimed. The boss's stats were terrifyingly outrageous. "It can't be, it's impossible. We're all going to die," the frightened girl said. "Stop panicking, and tell me better what you saw," the guy asked. Even though the boss's health was low, his other stats were astounding. 10 times higher than any other boss they had ever encountered. "What?" the main character exclaimed in surprise. "We will all die. What should we do?" "Don't panic, besides, it's just one boss. If we work together, we will have a chance to defeat him," the boy with golden hair said. He turned to the others. "Listen, even though the hidden boss is strong, he is not invisible. As long as we can avoid his attacks, we have at least some chance of survival. And then we can get out of here together. Let's do everything we can. There's only one chance, so let's get through this. Next step, let's attack the hidden boss, forward. Beware of his attacks, At this point, the guy finished his inspiring speech. The monster easily repelled all those adventurers who wanted to test their strength in close combat. The magicians also began their attack. It seems like they even managed to reduce the monster's health a little. Seeing this, the swordsmen rejoiced, saw hope. One of them said that if they continued in the same spirit, then they would have a chance to defeat him. The secret boss's health has dropped to half. The guy started his bravado again, not to relax, to hold on, to continue attacking, to avoid attacks, and to protect the healers. Then he himself entered into battle with the monster, made a powerful lunge towards the monster. But he managed to dodge without any problems. Everyone continue. Don't stop, the maiden shouted, and with her comrades she attacked the monster even more powerfully. With such a strong attack, it doesn't matter how high his stats are. He will definitely fall. But the boss walked out of the fire without any problems. He looked with even greater contempt at the guys who dared to oppose him. It didn't work. They seemed to make him even more angry. Then the monster went on the attack. One of the swordsmen tried to encourage the others, saying that the boss didn't have much health, and they ran to attack. The boss jumped up and stood on one leg. He began to create a spell in his hand. Then he launched it towards the boys. A huge string of destructive energy flew towards them. This is the ability of rage, or the rampage of a hidden boss? The guy didn't understand. The hero asked him what riot was. Shouldn't the hidden boss just die? Rampage is a special mode that is activated when health reaches a certain limit. The maiden intervened. The stats in Rampage mode are greatly increased. Due to the fact that only a small number of bosses have such a mode, the maiden did not expect to see this. The hero did not understand what to do now, and thoughts of death began to appear in his head. No, we have a chance. Enough time passed for the boy with golden hair to use his sword and deal with the creature. Will this work? The hero asked him. We won't know until we try. Virgo said that she would provide all possible support, created a powerful spell. The guy went into a rage mode and declared that the monster would now fall. Ran to attack. The boss noticed him. The guy shouted at him, asking what right he had to resist. Looking at the creature with contempt, got as close as possible. Realizing that this position is ideal, he decided not to miss his chance and deliver the decisive blow. But the boss was on a completely different level. He extended his palm towards the hero. A large amount of magic was concentrated in this place. A moment later, he hurried to release it towards the boy. He dodged, and even managed to get even closer. Magic attack now. The girl heard him and created a red lotus flame. The monster noticed this attack too late. Fire magic hit him in the back, and he was unable to defend himself. The attack was good, but not enough. The guy asked the girl and the other mages not to stop, to continue to jointly hit the hidden boss with fireballs at his weak points. After his words, he ran towards death or victory, pushing off from the ground, flew into the air. Finding himself above the monster's head, he intended to strike with his charged blade. Just as he was about to touch the boss's head, there was an explosion. Nobody understood what happened there. The girl believed that after such an attack, the monster should have fallen. Something began to appear through the flames. A hand appeared. The swordsmen were pleased and believed that they had finally managed to win. But it only seemed so at first glance. No, they were wrong. He did not die. One of the swordsmen commanded that it was time to retreat. The monster has fully revealed itself. He let out a monstrously frightening roar, and he began to move quickly towards the guys. One of the guys noticed something. There wasn't a single scratch on the monster after such a monstrously powerful attack. The creature appeared right in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he decapitated the guy. His head quickly fell to the ground. The boys were horrified. The dead eyes of the fallen warrior made their bodies become frozen. The boy with golden hair commanded everyone to leave the dungeon immediately. Then the monster instantly moved behind the girl. The guy screamed at the top of his lungs for her to save herself. The hero was amazed by what he saw. Another hero has been defeated. The monster then ran towards the rest of the adventurers. They were frightened and did not understand what to do. The boss had already gotten very close to the guys, began to destroy them. The guy didn't understand how this could happen. Enraged, he rushed into battle. The boss sensed something. Turning around, he noticed someone. The guy with golden hair who scolded him. He created the magic that the boys were already familiar with in his hand, and he pointed it towards the guy. The shockwave threw him far away. The guy couldn't withstand this force. The main character watched this and could do nothing. Fear gripped his entire body. A blinding beam of light appeared in the air. Right in front of the hero, a huge heavy sword appeared, falling from the sky. The guy fell to his knees in despair. They are all dead. How is it possible that the monster left the hero for last because he is weak? The young man remembered how the others mocked him, calling him dead weight. And he also remembered how they wished him death, and everything in that spirit. All these thoughts were eating him up from the inside. It was unbearable. No, it's not about me, he said, in order to somehow console himself in the current situation. Is this really it? His sword, the young man wondered. You're not like that. You can beat the boss. Get up. Take this sword. He imagined his fallen friend saying something similar to him. Will I be able to do this? To tell the truth? If I have to die, then it's better this way. The shadow of the monster appeared in front of the hero. I will fight for my life, he said. A grin appeared on the monster's face. I'll die, but at least, I will not die just like that, of course. I will not die like a piece of shit. After these words, he rushed to meet death or victory, rapidly closing the distance between himself and the boss. But the monster cut the guy in half as soon as he got too close. You will die with me, bastard, the angry guy said. After his speech, he plunged the blade straight into the bastard's heart. I have avenged you, my friends. Now you can rest in peace. The monster was enveloped in an unknown mysterious energy. The dungeon was filled with a bluish glow. The boss's body began to disappear. The hero found himself in a previously unknown space. So this is what it's like to die, he thought. I wonder if he will meet his friends here who gave their lives in this senseless struggle. Opening his eyes, he thought, if he died, then why is he still dressed? Looking up, I thought what it was. A dungeon notification appeared. The dungeon was cleared. The boss was killed. The comrades were killed. All points were completed. Someone's hand was covered in blood. It was a secret boss. He fed on carrion. With people's bodies. The defeated adventurers and friends of the young man. The hero had to witness all of this. The body of his comrade, the swordsman, the boss, eating the hero's friend, noticed him. Having risen from his knees after the meal, he walked towards him with a slow, frightening step. The young man was overcome with fear, just as he had been during the battle. The boss came close to him. He smiled slyly and licked his lips. He was going to destroy the young man, when the monster's hand was right next to the protagonist's face. Then he woke up. This dream, this nightmare, again. The hero's name was Jung Ran. He was a healer, but his abilities were extremely ineffective, so most teams rejected him, making him the object of everyone's ridicule. Until a few weeks ago, his friends took him with them to a dungeon with a hidden boss, where they sacrificed themselves to protect the boy. In the end, he was the only survivor, and the guild did not investigate the case. The rumors about the cursed healer seem to tell me that I am not worthy of comrades, but rather an insignificant healer. I deserve to be alone, the guy said. Last bottle of water. Looks like I'll have to go to the store for supplies. After this, the hero greedily drank its remaining contents. Besides, it hasn't been cleaned for a month, and there's nothing left to wear. Just this, an old brown jacket with a hood. I must not be recognized on the street under any circumstances, thought the young man. Putting on a hooded jacket, he hurried to the door. The weather outside was clear, and the jacket was completely out of place for her. The hero was in a hurry about his business. During the journey, he was immersed in his thoughts. He turned his eyes straight ahead, forgetting about his thoughts. Finally, he got there. Grocery store. The young man walked inside slowly. Visitors gathered to discuss the latest news. About that mass murder in the dungeon. They said that only one healer survived. According to rumors, he killed all his comrades in order to single-handedly seize all the rewards of the dungeon. The information was reliable, according to one of the visitors, because he was told about it by a brother from the guild. In that case, this healer is just a nobody. If I meet him, I'll kill him on the spot, he said again. Then the two began to discuss which of them would be able to defeat the healer, and which would not. Meanwhile, the hero brought everything he needed to the checkout. The seller asked about the payment method, to which the young man replied that he would pay by card. The hero handed her his card. The girl took it and asked him to wait a minute. Then she looked questioningly. There weren't enough funds on the card for the entire purchase, only for one loaf of bread. After paying, the young man hurried to pick up his modest lunch and dinner. As we were leaving the store, the girl said politely, "Come see us again." The weather outside was pleasant. The hero went outside for the first time in several weeks. It seems that he won't be able to count on joining any team for money in the future if everyone is so wary of him. He had no team, no friends, and things were going from bad to worse. What should he do now, he wondered. So the only dungeon he could go to alone. That's it, the simplest thing. Dungeon for beginners. Created by humans and located in the city center. It is used by hunters and beginners to familiarize themselves with and practice their abilities. The payment after clearing will be extremely small. Nevertheless, the hero was not in a position to choose anything, and this option was the best at this stage. In the end, this will save him from starvation. The huge guy and the girl noticed the hero. The first one was perplexed as to what this worthless healer was doing there. I don't know what brought him to the beginner's dungeon. But is he even capable of fighting? The girl asked herself. Upon entering the portal, the hero was greeted by a notification. Welcome to the beginner's dungeon. What the hell is this? Evolutionary mode. The young man asked himself a similar question. And what a thick bloody fog, disgusting. The evolutionary blade began to react. It seems like all this was happening because of this sword. The healer wondered what would happen next. After some brief reflection, he turned his gaze to the information screen he needed to get rid of 100 Earth elementals. This figure excited the guy. Where did so many of them come from? The bloody fog began to clear. Something caught the hero's attention. Someone's hand appeared from the ground. It looked like it was made of stone. Then the creature began to slowly emerge from its earthen shackles. This is bad, thought the healer. The size of the elemental was astonishing. Since when did they become so big? The power of his attack also succeeded and increased. But he was still very slow. Apparently, despite its speed, the task will still not be easy. He's a big guy, but since this is a beginner dungeon, the elementals shouldn't be much of a problem. I think it's worth trying your strength first. No more weapons. I'll beat you with my bare hands, the hero said. Let's check how strong you are. The golem became angry just because of this stupid boast of the hero, and he hastened to attack him with his massive stone fist. But the hero was able to withstand this attack without any problems. Their strength was apparently equal. Then he decided to try again. The healer wasn't going to give up either. It would have been stupid to lose to him in the beginner's dungeon. They struck each other. More powerful than I thought. It seems I can't defeat him with my bare hands, thought the hero. Evolutionary Blade, your turn. The golem assumed a fighting stance, intending to attack the young man once again. He had a crazy look. It won't work against me, you stupid lump of dirt, the hero shouted. After these words, he delivered an accurate blow with his trusty weapon. The elemental shattered into many pieces. It's strange, or maybe the young man really did become stronger, or maybe it was just imagination. He got rid of one. Who will be next? Apparently, he won't have time to catch his breath. They simply didn't leave it to him. Don't underestimate a healer, he shouted encouragingly. Improvements have been made to core strength and core speed. And also, improving the basic stability. Let's go, the young man shouted, and he rushed into battle. He had to face hundreds of elementals similar to the one that had shattered into pieces just seconds ago. During the battle, the system did not have time to inform him about the number of increased levels. There were so many of them. After another murder, the young man jumped to another monster. This one will be the last one, finally. He hurried to get rid of it. The monster shattered into many stone fragments. The system informed him that the beginner-level task had been completed, and he had received a reward for his hard work. After such a fight, the young man needed rest. In order to somehow catch his breath, he leaned on his blade and caught his breath. Finally, I got rid of them. I didn't expect it to be so tiring, the healer thought. A new task was received to destroy 100 water elementals. The system also informed him that the equipped blade was received as a reward for killing a hidden boss in Chapter 4, and that the resulting earth essence could be combined with the weapon. The young man was not quite satisfied with the reward. He had never heard of it, and wondered what it was needed for. Earth essence, crystallized earth energy, emits a thick and strong aura. The effect was unknown. This is a valuable thing, but I don't know what it's needed for, he thought. There's no time at all to study it now. Moreover, the hero didn't know how difficult the next task would be if this continued. He might die here. Suddenly he was blinded by a bright flash of light. What the hell is going on here, the young man thought. To avoid damaging his retina, he covered his eyes with his hand. What he saw amazed him. This is a severe snowstorm. He wondered why it had started snowing so suddenly. That's right, water elementals. It's all they're doing. I wonder if it's because of the assignment. Oh, what the hell, he wondered. It finally dawned on the hero. This was no ordinary snow. An evil head emerged from the crystal that fell to the ground. Then he saw a massive bluish hand. Here it was, the monster that had replaced the earth monsters. Water elemental. As expected, the fight with them will be unusual. It seems that they have become an order of magnitude stronger. The giant intended to attack, but the hero dodged the attacks without any problems. After performing a pirouette in the air, he landed on his feet. The giant waited for the hero's next move. Damn, that attack didn't work, the boy thought. The monster was about to attack, still unharmed. What should I do, thought the healer. Why don't my attacks work on him? I'll try again. It's clear why I didn't guess right away. He has regenerative abilities. The ice elemental, like the earth elemental, has a high level of defense. In addition, it has the effect of restoring the water elemental, which constantly regenerates. Damn it, I can't die here, the young man shouted. No way! This ice elemental. Am I destined to die here? Fusion with the weapon now, will it work? In any case, it's worth a try. It can't possibly get any worse than it is now, the young man thought. It happened. The result saddened the hero a little. He expected something different. It received the ability of petrification, which allowed it to reduce the enemy's movement speed by 50% and block regeneration. And the enemy's defense would also be reduced by 30%. Petrification, the heavens favored him. Now he had his chance. Deal with this enemy and the subsequent ones. The young man came close to the monster, was able to inflict fatal damage on him. Damn, it definitely worked. Go to hell, you fucking ice cube. Ho ho, let's dance, bastards, the healer said enthusiastically. After his bravado, the young man turned his attention to the other elementals. Now, without any effort, destroyed them. One monster for another. I finally finished with them, he said, exhausted. The system reported that the task was 99% complete. So where was the last one hiding, since there was no one else in the young man's field of vision? Suddenly, something interesting caught his attention. What the hell? The dead ice elementals started merging together. What the hell is going on here? Is this really it? The Snow Queen. Another hidden boss. The hero was definitely lucky with them. It seems that the Snow Queen was an upgraded version of the Ice Golem. Another strong opponent. It will be difficult. Well, what can you do? You will have to try to get rid of her, because it is in his interests. The hero had no idea whether he could endure it this time. His strength may be enough, but his health and previous battles have taken a toll on him. Looks like I'll have to use my ace up my sleeve. Basic healing skill, healing. The hero took a deep breath. Well, now we'll find out whether this battle will be his last, or whether it will make him stronger. After that, he began to tease the monster. Try to kill me if you have enough strength, he said. If you and the ice golems are just varieties of ice elementals, this means that petrification will be very effective in this case. Afterwards, he made a swift dash towards the enemy. A moment later, he found himself in front of the queen. Turn to stone, he said, and he struck a powerful blow at her, or so it seemed to him. What? The hero wondered. How is that possible? He failed to deal any damage. It seemed he underestimated this opponent's defense. The situation is difficult. Petrification is not helping, and his attacks are insufficient. Perhaps it is worth using normal attacks. The queen looked at the young man with hatred. Afterwards, she began to create something unusual in her hand. The young man noticed this. Damn, the ultimate attack! Is this some kind of joke? He shouted. The preparations were almost complete. Ice spikes began to fall from the sky, capable of destroying all living things. If they managed to hit, of course. The hero, looking at all this, swore obscenely. There was nothing left, except dodging. Considering the abundance of thorns, he managed to do this with great difficulty, but there was still progress. Her ultimate attack was very powerful, but this was not enough. It was necessary to time the moment. This one has appeared. This is my chance, said the healer. Gathering all his strength into a fist, the boy ran towards the queen, simultaneously dodging her attacks. Finding himself right in front of her, he struck her, hit her, he shouted. As the young man thought, his blows not only interrupt current attacks, but also affect subsequent ones. If you only use normal ones, she won't use ultimate ones. All that remains is to strike and dodge. It won't be that difficult. During this process, she asked herself one question. I wonder if my combos are stronger than her ultimate attacks. He began to strike the queen's body with many blows. In a short time, he completed a combo of 80 hits. And he didn't even think about stopping, he just accelerated. 451. Then, 2,437. After, 6,731. 9,997. After exactly 2 hits, the maiden's armor was broken. And after another one, the system told him something interesting. For their efforts, they received the ability, a deadly attack. Normal attacks now dealt 10% more damage. This made the hero very happy, and even gave him hope. It seemed that the god himself was interested in whether he would win this battle or not. Okay, time to put your life on the line. Let's check, he shouted. How many attacks can you withstand? Deadly attack. Activate ability. Afterwards, the hero rushed towards the queen. Every hit was critical for her, for each of them deprived her of some part of her body. The first to be lost was the arm. How do you like it? You miss your little hand? The young man chuckled. But it was not to be. She grew a new one without any difficulty. Then she looked at the guy with an even bigger grin. Although he could now wound her, the queen's regeneration speed was simply astonishing. I won't get an easy victory, he thought, if this is really true. But he didn't have time to do anything. How he had to defend himself from her blow. Pulling himself together after repelling the attack, he intended to deal with her with one blow. After these words, the queen's attack sent him flying back. You won't have a chance to fight back, the healer hissed. The maiden went on the offensive, because after her blow that knocked the hero back, she instantly moved towards him. Hanging in the air, she twirled the weapon in her hands. A moment later, she struck the ground with all her might. She thought she had managed to deal with the young man. Damn, it didn't work. I had to seize the moment. Having executed a beautiful pirouette in the air, he struck straight at the queen's head. Now, he thought. Then the hero turned back. The queen jumped up to attack the hero. He dodged the first attack without any difficulty, and from the second, subsequent one. On the third, he decided to counterattack. Did she really dodge it, he wondered. The girl's face became seriously embittered. This is bad, thought the healer. A cunning plan matured in the maiden's head. The young man realized this, and intended to prevent her from using her ability. "This time I'll finish you," he blurted out. "Go to hell." After these words, their blades crossed. Finally, he succeeded in doing what he had planned. The queen's ice sword quickly cracked. The healer won. The system congratulated him and informed him that the second small test had been completed. I wonder what the reward was. It was a water essence, a shard of ice that radiated cold. Water essence, the young man thought. Another thing that drops from bosses like this. It was also used to combine with the weapon. Well, let's get started. The weapon acquired a unique ability, Ice Therapy, which would restore 1/10 of the hero's health with each attack. Not enough, the hero thought. At least it's better than nothing. Luckily, the ability could be improved. I had been here long enough. It was time to get out of here, into the city, and then hurry home as fast as I could. At the exit from the portal, someone was already waiting for the young man. "Look who's coming out. There is not a scratch on it. How is this possible?" "Is something wrong?" the healer asked them. "Who are they?" "The members of the League." "Why are they here?" "Something serious has clearly happened, because they don't just come for no reason." "Someone was injured. The difficulty of this dungeon is extremely low. How did they manage to get such injuries?" "What?" He heard something. A cry for help. The hero didn't understand at all what was happening here. It irritated him. "You need to ask them." Approaching the girl, the young man asked her what had happened here. She replied that something very, very strange had happened. "For example, what?" asked the healer. "A few hours ago, my team and I wanted to practice our skills. We learned them recently. It was so unusual. And then when we practiced, a cloud of black smoke appeared above the ground. We immediately suspected something was wrong and began to retreat. But it all happened too quickly. We didn't have time to leave. After the smoke cleared, the weak monsters suddenly became very strong. They were many times superior to us. So all we could do was run. Due to my carelessness, I was wounded in the waist area. But we were forcibly returned from the dungeon due to exceeding the time limit. If it weren't for that, I'm afraid the consequences would have been dire." The hero thought about her words. Could it have happened at the moment when he first entered it? Was it possible that his presence influenced other people, who were also exploring the dungeon at this time? If this is so, then it is worth paying more attention to this. The hero thanked the girl for her story. It seems that now he will not be able to enter the dungeons whenever he pleases. A guild was sent to deal with this situation. Huangtu, the largest in the city. There are so many of them this time. Even more than necessary. "Healing team, come here, the wounded are here. Task force, get ready. We're entering the dungeon. They have so many people. It looks like they won't need the hero's help. We need to leave, and as soon as possible." He was noticed and immediately the ridicule began. The girl, in a rude and joking manner, suggested examining the hero in case he was injured. "What? No one wanted to take you on the team," she sneered. She didn't like that the healer was ignoring her. "Are you already running away to your nanny?" she asked. "Oh my god, I'm sorry, I forgot she was already dead." After these words, the young man took his blade out of its sheath. These words threw him off balance. He waved it right in front of the maiden's face, and she was seriously scared. Then he asked her to take her words back. Or else, he will deal with her without any difficulty. "What's going on? Isn't his class a healer? Why is he so fast?" Someone's sword knocked down the hero's blade. Someone decided to stop this stupid brawl that almost escalated into something serious. The young man looked at him questioningly. The stranger advised them to tone it down. This was a beginner's area, and killing players was prohibited. "If you dare to attack, I will not turn a blind eye to it," the guy said. "You can't even imagine how much you will regret it." "I think I know him," the young man thought. "He is one of the leaders of the Huangtu Guild, the one in charge of its affairs, and has at least a diamond rank. Well, it's better not to push things, otherwise the healer will have a lot of problems. I hope we don't see each other again." "Wait a minute, bro. I'm not done yet," the leader said. "Killing players is prohibited here, but allowed elsewhere." He gave a sly smile after these words. "That's right, the arena. During the attack, the maiden was too relaxed. Some healer can't be her equal," she thought. She began to verbally mock the young man in every possible way in order to arrange a duel and provoke him. She succeeded. The hero turned around, and he gave his consent. "Okay," he said. "See you in the arena. This is a place where hunters are allowed to have duels to the death. Most hunters come here to hone their fighting skills. There are two types of battles: peaceful sparring, which is limited in time, and a fight to the death, ending only after the death of one of the fighters." The hero followed his offender and her comrade. Suddenly something caught his attention. Someone's fight, between a guy who was an excellent wielder of 2 axes and a girl mage who specialized in fire spells. "Go faster. Don't waste our precious time," the girl's friend blurted out, hurting the protagonist's feelings. "Are you so nervous because it's your first time? Just look at him. It's written all over his forehead that he's a weakling. Haha, then be more gentle with him." All this mockery is already getting on the young man's nerves. "What's wrong? Have you already crapped your pants?" asked the haughty girl. "If you get on your knees and start begging, Then perhaps I will forgive you, the maiden said. Well, what can you say? And if you refuse, then I will not guarantee that I will be gentle with you. Beg us before it is too late. Unless, of course, you want to experience torment. There is no need for that, the healer answered them. The arena manager appeared and greeted the guys before the fight could begin. They had to register. Of course, it's a peaceful sparring. We just want to show the boy how to properly lie face down in the dirt, the girl said. You will be able to improve your winning percentage in the arena, her friend told her. And she replied that she would never miss such a good opportunity. The manager approached the hero and asked if there were any objections. Yes, I want to choose a fight to the death, he said. To select this type, you need permission from the hidden boss, the manager blurted out. Are you really that eager to die, the maiden asked. If you want to join your friends as soon as possible, you probably don't even know what Abyss Resolution is, she blurted out mockingly. Are you talking about this? The healer asked them, taking out a small piece of paper with a seal. That's it, the manager said. Look, this guy has the permission of the Abyss. It will be interesting to watch the fight. Someone reported from the stands. Where did he get this from? A bronze ranker. The maiden was taken aback. Her accomplice also did not stand aside. He did not believe in the fact that the young man was capable of defeating the hidden boss and assumed that he stole this document. It was impossible. It was simply impossible. The faces of the girl and her friend changed. They were no longer laughing. Now we can fight to the death, asked the young man. Of course, if you have the permission of the Abyss, the other side has no right to refuse you. No, there was no way he could have killed the hidden boss. He must have gotten permission through some dirty trick. Don't worry, you can handle it. Some guy was already calling his friends to this spectacle. Here. I heard that here they will fight to the death. Seriously, you can't miss this under any circumstances. I've never seen a death match before. Come on, let's go see it quickly. It must be some kind of blood feud. Who knows? Maybe it's because of the loot they couldn't divide after clearing the dungeon. Songran, healer, 0 wins, the same number of losses and draws. Lomei Li, the killer, 16 wins, 0 losses, 2 draws. You saw my results, kid. Are you already regretting your choice? She asked her opponent. Don't worry, I won't tear your corpse into pieces. What, healer, is this some kind of joke? There is nothing to see here, someone from the crowd said. It's not worth our attention. They'll just kill him, the others continued. Some of the onlookers still remained. They were interested. Baby, I'm starting. The maiden took out her weapon, a curved dagger. You always talk nonsense, I'm so tired of it. Come on, attack! The hero provoked her. Trash, this is your last day. After these words, armed with 2 blades, she ran to the healer. Everyone froze in anticipation. They expected that the girl would be able to deal with the healer in a few seconds. Some people were not up to such a spectacle. The girl, buried in her phone, walked against the crowd. Someone called her and she had to choose whether to answer or hang up. Hello boss, it's me, Xiaobai. Even though it's a fight to the death, what can you expect from a bronze rank? Do what I tell you. Stop talking nonsense, the leader replied. Okay, I'll start right now. She was about to start the broadcast. He always does this. Well, nothing can be done. Hello everyone, I'm Tang Xiaobai. I'm about to broadcast a live Mortal Kombat. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. The crowd was cheering at this time. You don't know when to stop, the maiden asked her opponent. They stood opposite each other, not doing anything yet. Today I will show you what I made it from, said the young man. She jumped after these words. Behold the killer's incredible speed. What a shame. The pathetic healer dared to raise his hand against the murderer. But that was not all the young man was capable of. Haha, trash. With your level you won't even be able to see my shadow. True, the young man asked himself a question. Haha. Still so self-confident? Well, it's a shame that I have to waste my abilities on such trash. It's a pity. Backstab, an active ability, increases critical strike chance by 15%, increases attack power by the same amount, and stuns the victim for several seconds. The girl hastened to use this ability. The hero noticed her and turned around just before the blow. He managed to dodge without any problems. Wow, how did he do that? He's lucky. The killer just missed, was heard from the stands. Few believed in the abilities of the guy with a bronze rank. I wonder if he will be able to prove them wrong. What? This is some kind of joke. How did he manage to do this? The maiden thought. So this is that amazing speed you were talking about, unfortunately. For me, it's just too slow, the young man said. How did the bronze rank manage to do this? You rejoice too soon, little one, she blurted out. Although he was able to dodge my blow to the back, his rank is much lower than mine. I will crush him without even using my powers, she said. Here it is, the difference between our ranks. The healer struck with a swift blow and was able to deflect it. It's strange, but you don't look strong, he said. No, it's impossible. Just don't tell me that you're hiding your true rank. This healer seems to be strong and is clearly confident in his abilities. Okay, Since you're not as weak as everyone says, I'll take you seriously. I'll destroy you. Innate ability. Fog of deception. You turned out to be stronger than I expected, but you can't stand against my innate ability, the girl blurted out. Fog, thick as water. I don't want to upset you, but your innate ability is kind of pathetic, the young man said. He used petrification. After this, the young man swung his blade. Then another one. What the hell is he doing? It looks like the so-called legendary Fog, haha. Maybe he is swinging his sword out of desperation. The observers did not understand what was happening. They could only laugh at the hero's attempts to somehow improve his miserable situation. Wait, look. It looks like the fog is slowly clearing, someone from the crowd shouted. Are these swaying really helping? This is some kind of joke, right? The fog is slowly disappearing. How is this possible? My innate ability. Has it really been cancelled? What have you done, you freak? The maiden was angry. A moment later, she appeared behind the healer, but he was expecting something like this. Did you know? He asked her. Arrogance is a bad character trait. It could be expensive. The observers watched them with trepidation. They gasped at what they saw. The girl hosting the broadcast froze in shock at what had happened. The observers were also from the Huangtu Guild. The young man walked slowly towards the defeated body. The Virgin looked at him. She already regretted everything she had done for him. What's wrong? Don't you want to make fun of me some more? He asked her. She started coughing up blood. You're only bronze rank. How did you do that? I was just passing by. There was no need to insult me. It's all because of, before he could finish speaking, the system interrupted him. She reported that the young man had unlocked a new form of weapon, a bloody massacre. I achieved dual mastery by defeating the assassin. How ironic. The main character became the winner. Damn, I underestimated this kid. How are we going to explain this to the leader of our guild now? Thought the defeated maiden's comrade. Just now, a bronze-ranked hunter dispelled the assassin's fog of deception and killed her instantly. Is he really just a healer? Viewers wondered. On the city streets, everyone was gossiping about what had happened. All the spectators were delighted. Let's see what it is, apparently. Your life is now in my hands. Will you beg for mercy, or what the doctor gave the enemy a choice? Getting on her knees, she asked for forgiveness, and she did it sincerely. Please have mercy. Spare me. If I were in your place, you would finish me off without a second thought. I was just passing by, going about my business. Was it really so hard to leave me alone? Because all this happened because of your expressions. You need to tarnish your name, say, I'm a bitch. I'm a shameless bitch. That was harsh, one of the viewers noted. Or you prefer death. She understood him. The choice was obvious. One of the warriors hit the table with his hand, and he went somewhere, pushing everyone around him. The guild leader will be beside himself when he finds out what happened. I was wrong, it's my fault. I'm a bitch. The shameless bitch. One of the girls who watched the broadcast sighed deeply and sadly. Not bad. Lucky that Tang Xiaobai started the broadcast. Yeah, the number of viewers broke the guild record. No, that's not the point. What he wanted to achieve by challenging the silver rank. Think about it, the maiden asked her comrade. You mean he's aiming for the top spot? That's right. And this man will be the key to the revival of our guild. Outside the arena, other healers met the main character, called him an icon and other flattering words, and they also really wanted to befriend him. But it seemed that the young man didn't care about this. He was immersed in his thoughts. In the future, the Huangtu Guild will try to take revenge for this situation. That day will definitely come one day. Probably when all the fuss has died down. I need to make every effort to become stronger than I am now, thought the hero. In any case, I don't regret my choice at all in the end. What's done is done. The events moved to the Huangtu Guild. The girl, who lost the battle to the main character, was taken to the building and began to be beaten in every possible way for her misdeed. At the same time, calling him names that are far from flattering. Her friend decided to help her by trying to stop the boss, but he was defeated. The leader hit him with all his might with a whip. He asked them both how they dared to come back after what they had done, dishonoring the guild. How did some brave man with a bronze rank manage to defeat the maiden, he asked her. Then, with all his hatred, he hit her with the same instrument of torture. I asked what it was like to be what she called herself, so that the hero would spare her life. Understand that your lives are worth nothing compared to the guild's reputation, the leader told them sternly. Woof, the fighting dog said, clearly wanting to confirm the words of his master that he was in the same room with them. The maiden's comrade looked at his friend with regret. Liu Mei Li, she was already unconscious. Do you really hate her that much? The crippled girl's friend asked himself this question. All this time, there was another person in the room with them, a mysterious man in a hat. He turned to the head with a question. Why don't you sell it to me? What can you say? I see no reason to refuse. Where did you come from? Asked the crippled woman's enraged friend. Come back now, creature. The leader tried to stop him, but to no avail. The stranger only smiled at this behavior, as he knew that such a worm was no match for him. Then he crossed his fingers on one of his hands. and he shot a barely noticeable magic at the poor guy. A bright flash of lightning appeared in front of him. It was blinding, but that was only half the trouble. After all, she then took away his hand. "Mine, my hand," cried out the second cripple of this torture room. And sitting down on his feet, he tried to do something about his pain, but it was unlikely that anything could be done with a severed limb. After this, the head had to apologize to the mysterious figure. Woof woof, the head dog did the same. "Mr. Merchant, this guy is still young and stupid. He doesn't understand what he's doing, please." Oh, the stranger sighed questioningly. "What about her?" he asked, wanting to change the subject. "Of course, from this moment on, she belongs entirely to you," the head replied. He reached out to the girl with his hand. Then he said the money would be delivered within 3 days and I would go. "See you later." After he disappeared, the girl's friend immediately began asking the boss for help, and he screamed hysterically. Amid these shouts, the chief discussed why the merchant needed Liu Mei Li. The rest of the guild members arrived, and he ordered the wounded man to be taken to the hospital. Byron, an underground trader operating among the guilds. No one knows who he works for. All that is known about him is that sometimes he appears and offers people deals, often unfavorable, but hard to refuse. One day, one guild refused to make a deal with him, and as a result, the entire guild was killed. After the contract is concluded, he leaves, leaving contact details and payment. If you are not interested in the currency, you can ask for something else, whatever your heart desires. The deal wasn't such a failure, but despite that, I lost 2 guild members, the leader thought. This bronze-rank target must die, through thick and thin. The merchant teleported with the girl's body in his hand. Having thrown it onto the rain-dampened asphalt, he shook off his hands. He took the artifact out of his pocket. A legendary rank transformation stone, its use was unknown. He placed it over the girl, causing her to regain consciousness for a short time. Wow, ho-ho, it worked. He clearly did something illegal. After his action, the thunder and lightning only intensified. Meanwhile, the hero was already at home. Now I am not the same person anymore, he thought. Because this cannot go on any longer. All this time I was humiliated by those around me, by everyone and their dog. Because of my weakness, I took it for granted, put up with it. But from this day on, everything will be different. Live, become stronger. The hero imagined how his late friend told him this, handing him his sword during the battle with that fateful hidden boss. No one will dare call me weak anymore. No one. Under such an inspiring speech, he changed his image, his hairstyle. What is this happening? The hero suddenly felt ill. His hands began to tremble. Why is it so lousy? The petrification effect has been removed. I was so tired, I didn't think the side effects would be so strong. Ah, that's it. The bluish stone, what is it, and how did it end up here? I haven't encountered it before. Meanwhile, the merchant was walking down the city street under an umbrella. He adjusted his glasses with a sly smile. 2 days later, the main hall of the Hunters Association. I'm so bad at healing, most people awaken their innate abilities. But mine doesn't even think about activating. Since awakening is unlikely to happen on its own, one must rely on stones that can facilitate this process. However, the prices, to put it mildly, were exorbitant. Such stones were the most expensive of the entire range of goods. It looks like you'll have to go into the troll mine, but you'll need to be in a group to get those stones. But if I enter a dungeon, the system will change its configuration. Recruiting people into the team is the same as killing them. He immediately imagined how they would meet the queen, the earth and water elementals, which for unknown reasons had mutated. Songran, someone called out to the boy. Nice to meet you. Join my group. Let's go to the troll mine together, suggested the girl who was filming the broadcast. Ah, you're that girl. Tang Xiaobai. It's strange, how do you know me? The girl asked. It would be better if I didn't know, the young man told her. I don't think at all that I could offend or hurt her in this way. I became an internet star, thanks to your broadcast, so it would be hard not to know who you are. Hey, that's great. I've been streaming for years, but no one has ever gained this much popularity in just one fight. Hey, isn't this? The bronze-ranked healer who challenged the silver-ranked one, his name was Song Ran. So it was no wonder that Tang Xiaobai was hanging around him, and the crowd of onlookers noticed the hero. The girls immediately ran up to him. Some noticed his new hairstyle, some wanted to take a photo with the internet star, and some even became interested in the young man's personal life. Ah, it seems that such fame only plays into your hands, Xiaobai remarked with a smile. Come with me. And what are you doing? The healer asked her. Hey, what are you trying to achieve? Where are you taking me? Let's go to the toilet. We have something to talk about. The guys went there. Listen carefully. I tried to remain unnoticed. But because of you, I am in a very dangerous position, the healer told her. You see, the Huangtu Guild was greatly disgraced after I humiliated their representative, and most likely, they will now hunt me down. Of course I understand, the girl answered. Then she took the hero by the hand. About the team. He reluctantly turned his head, asked if she really wanted this. If so, then you must accept my conditions. Firstly, all the awakening stones that drop will be mine, all of them, without exception. I don't care about the rest of the loot, take it for yourself, the guy sternly stated. To which the maiden replied in amazement, so you really haven't awakened your innate ability, which means you really are a bronze rank. The young man looked at the girl with bewilderment. This offended him a little. Secondly, he continued, we will clear the dungeon only together. It is strictly forbidden to take anyone else with you to the team. What? The maiden asked in surprise. These are dungeons for a group of 5 people. You want them to finish us off there right away. As I said, I have only 2 requirements for you if you have objections, and this does not suit you. You can forget about it. What nonsense. If the leader of our guild hadn't insisted on finding out everything about him, I would have left this freak alone a long time ago. Songran, wait. Well, there's nothing else to do, I agree, Tang Xiaobai said. The entrance to the troll mine, a dungeon that, according to rumors, has existed for a very, very long time. Let's not waste precious time. Put on the armor and enter it right away. I have neither weapons nor armor, the healer stated, to which the maiden was surprised, asking how they would even clean this place in that case, especially with just the 2 of them. What's wrong with that? We can die in any battle. I'm not forcing you to come with me, the guy answered. These are just awakening stones. Our lives are at stake. That's my concern, the healer replied, taking the girl by the shoulder. You just need to protect yourself. Know how to do it. Then you will cope without any armor or similar support. And he moved towards the portal. If you get scared, then go out alone. Don't worry about me, he said. This guy is an absolute schizoid. But what should I tell the leader if I suddenly don't go with him? What should I do if I can't explain myself to the leader and have to do these boring, stupid broadcasts again? Where did he go? Just don't tell me that he went in there without me. With her head in the clouds, she completely lost sight of such a valuable specimen for her guild. Damn, he looks down on me. I'm a fighter who can summon gold-ranked creatures. She exhaled slowly. She moved towards the portal saying, I don't care, it will get really bad. I'll just go out. Hey Songran, you can't find the boss without me. What is this? No wonder the boss told me to find out about him. This guy fought his way through an entire dungeon alone, without anyone's help. The head of a frightening orc appeared. But the hero didn't care. This type of opponent didn't frighten him at all. He dealt with them all, without any problems. It looks fun, Tang Xiaobai noted. Darky, it's your turn. We must prove it. Show this guy what you are capable of, the maiden said. Don't underestimate us. Countless goblins and orcs were defeated by the hero. Great. After promoting, those silver-ranked monsters are no longer a problem for me. That annoying evolution mode hasn't activated yet, so there shouldn't be any problems. Darky, a battle-summoned dog, was asked by the maiden to join the fight. No need. All the monsters have already been destroyed, the healer declared, at which the girl's head began to sweat. I came across a huge pile of corpses on the way. I agree, you really are capable of clearing the dungeon alone. The young man thanked her for such flattering words addressed to him. But you can't defeat the boss alone, she said. Look, there are 2 elite warriors ahead. The hero distracted her. If I'm not mistaken, the boss room should be right after the gate. These 2 are guarding it. Although the previous warriors were not particularly strong, the gate guards are an enemy of a completely different level. Hey, the room with the boss you need is right behind these 2. Are you ready? The young man asked her. And then, the maiden answered. Then I'll leave one of these to you. If you can't handle it, then. That's enough, the girl interrupted him. Stop looking down on me, Darky. Let's get started. Let's show this arrogant young man what we're capable of. The dog barked approvingly. Go ahead, good luck to you. Attack head on, tear into pieces, the girl commanded. Activate shape-shifting, werewolf. The dog landed. He became much more dangerous and bigger. He waved his huge paw. The warrior put out his shield, hoping that it would save him. But this did not happen. Activate attack boost. The werewolf developed long, sharp claws. He himself became even more terrible. He hurried to attack the warrior. He again put the shield in front of him. But the pet got through it without any problems. Well done, the girl noted. Then the dog barked approvingly, began to take its original form. Meanwhile, the hero was walking in search of the boss. He had long since dealt with the second guardian, similar to the one Tang Xiaobai was currently still fighting. I'm in a hurry. You're so slow. I can see I'll have to get my hands dirty. Isn't it too long? With your abilities, this place is just an amusement park, the young man reproached the girl. When did you manage to kill the second one? And how did you turn out to be faster than me? You are only a bronze rank, she was surprised. This is true. Even though my level is comparable to gold rank, I just haven't been promoted yet. What? Why is that? The maiden was surprised. It doesn't matter what's more important. Now you can easily protect yourself. Now we have a serious fight ahead of us, a battle with the boss. However, Think again carefully whether you need it. If you go in, there will be no turning back. You know what? We haven't been through this long to just give up now. I'm stronger than you think, she screamed. This magical wolf is a very powerful summoned beast. It can easily tear apart opponents of its level. Okay, if that's the case, then I open the gate. The hero touched the door with his hand. It creaked and slowly opened. I hope everything goes smoothly. Just spare me these annoying sounds. Darky, follow me. Let's show him what we're capable of. The girl didn't calm down. She wanted to prove to the young man that he was wrong and that he shouldn't look down on her. The dog barked approvingly. What a blinding light, the girl noted. A notification about the evolution mode has appeared. Well, of course, everything happened exactly as the young man expected. Generation is complete. We hope you enjoy the game, the system reported, after which a huge monster appeared. Why is he this size? He used to be smaller, the dog's owner asked herself. And so ugly too. They shouldn't be here, not at all, she declared. It doesn't matter, the hero interrupted her. Since we are here, we must deal with him. It seems like his main attribute is strength, so he must be extremely clumsy. The monster screamed hysterically. Looks like he noticed them. It's strange. I have a bad feeling about this, the young man said. Just don't tell me you were scared of him, the girl said. Darky, go ahead. A werewolf entered the arena, and he quickly galloped towards the monster. Then he jumped up nimbly, and in a moment he was within the boss's line of sight. He raised his axe, hoping to deal with the summoned creature in no time. But before he could do anything, the fighting dog hit him in the chest. The monster screamed hysterically in pain. The dog smiled slyly. He was pleased both that he had managed to inflict such a percentage of damage on the boss, and that his owner would be pleased with him. Afterwards, he began to swing the blade wherever he could, hoping to hit the offender at least once. The dog swung, taking careful aim, and he struck again, namely at the monster's neck. Then, grabbing his soft tissues, he lifted him up, and he threw it on the ground with all his strength. Darky, well done. This boss looked incredibly strong. I didn't think it would be so easy. The werewolf stood in a proud pose. Well, little one, you didn't even have to do anything, the maiden said. You think that's all? You're rejoicing too early, naive, he asked. The monster waved his hand. Then I changed the rack. What the hell? Darky finished him off, as expected. I officially welcome you to my dungeon, the healer declared. What are you talking about? Asked the girl. I'll explain later, the guy answered her. There's no time for that now. We need to get rid of this freak as soon as possible. This is the second stage. Try to defend yourself. If you have any strength left, help me. Song ran. The boss was burning with rage and wanted to get rid of our heroes as quickly as possible. He struck at the boy, but he managed to dodge. With a deft jump, he moved into the air and appeared directly above the creature's head, and he made a powerful swing. Then he hastened to strike. Then another one, a second one, and the final one, the third. Then he landed spectacularly on his feet. It was strange. The hero's attacks didn't really do any damage. Why is that? He thought. The monster covered his body with his huge muscles. He looked like he knew it was going to happen from the start. How many more secrets does he have? But from what I saw, he really is a bronze rank. Because he doesn't know that swords are far from effective against this kind of enemy. Only assassins or magicians are capable of dealing with him. So I don't know if we'll succeed, the maiden thought. Now she was no longer as confident in their victory as when they had just entered this dungeon. Darky, while she was in the clouds, didn't notice. How the hell did I not lose my dog? The monster hit the werewolf with all his might. He started bleeding from the blow from the axe. The summoned pet fell to the ground. Darky! His mistress shouted. The monster became even more furious, having defeated one. He believed that he was able to cope with the rest. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Then, swinging his huge axe, aimed at the heroes. It's all over. I didn't expect to die here, the maiden declared. Assassins or magicians? Well, I'll have to use something, the young man said, because he hadn't lost hope yet, unlike his girlfriend. 3 days ago, the healer picked up a mysterious crystal. The name was unknown, but it could be absorbed by the Sword of Evolution. Why refuse such an offer, he thought. I have to try. I hope this thing didn't have any negative effects. What is this? You have studied the killer's form, the program reported. The Sword of Evolution is transforming into 2 blades. The form grants assassin abilities and increases critical attack chance. The maiden was horrified at what was happening to the sword. The hero made several swings. It actually worked. Paired sharp blades. A hunter with 2 classes, she suddenly asked herself. Are you okay? The young man asked her. You are a healer. How did you get the 2nd class? She asked. It doesn't matter now. First we need to deal with the monster. All the questions later. The boss rushed to attack, but the young man dodged it without any problems. He took a swing with his newly acquired weapons, and dealt damage to the boss. He became even more embittered, and he growled wildly. Oh no, he used the tyrant ability, it's very dangerous. The hero performed a pirouette in the air. The boss noticed him, but the guy didn't have time to do anything. How the monster grabbed him and squeezed him in his hand. And he hit the ground with all his might. Yes, stronger. So that he definitely won't be able to survive. It cannot be, said the maiden. No, you can't die like this. Fight to the end. She already thought that she was alone. The hero suddenly came to life. His girlfriend noticed this, and immediately getting his bearings, he began to furiously wield his new blades. If you can't defend yourself, then retreat to a more suitable place, the young man told her. Don't talk nonsense, the maiden shouted. I can't put Tang Xiaobai in danger. We need to end this stupid fight now. The monster looked at the hero with hatred, because this chatter was stressing him out, and the fact that he hadn't managed to get rid of the healer last time, having stuck him into the ground. Then he thought that crushing the guy with his foot was a good idea. But the young man understood what his opponent was trying to achieve and quickly jumped up. And then he aimed at the bastard's face. He covered the vulnerable spot with his muscles, hoping that this would save his worthless life. And through them he continued to burn the healer with his gaze. Then he tried to grab it with his massive hand. Damn, it didn't work. A battle of gazes ensued. They did not take their eyes off each other. After this short pause, the youth plunged his blades into the bastard's head. He screamed from the pain he received. Afterwards, the young man landed spectacularly on his feet. A system notification has arrived. The Troll Lord has been defeated. A critical hit has been achieved, generating the maximum reward. You have gained the Precise Strikes ability, which increases your critical strike chance by 2.5 times when hitting weak spots. And another reward is awarded after killing another boss. The monster, he's already killed. The maiden asked herself this question. 2 classes and abilities that are comparable to gold rank? Where did you get such strength, by the way? I have never seen you use healer skills, she said. As agreed, the awakening stone is mine. Right, I forgot something. The young man came close to the maiden. Used entry-level healing. Now, after my help. It shouldn't hurt. Thank you, Songran. Oh, and one more thing. The young man took the dagger in his hands, and he put it to the girl's face. I want to know something from you. The dog barked. I wanted to help the owner. I heard that magical dogs are loyal creatures. They are ready to protect their owner at any cost. It looks like you have an excellent partner, but you know what will happen if he attacks me. Stop, Darky. Don't attack. We are no match for him. It's good that you understood your current situation. You've only seen me fight once in the arena, so I'm curious why you followed such a talentless healer into such a dangerous dungeon, what your true goals and intentions are, and who you're working for. She replied, I must know whether you are worthy of joining our guild or not. I have seen enough that you are more than worthy to join us. Clover, the one that circulates in the media sphere. This is our special development plan, so that we are always on everyone's lips. A few years ago, we were the best guild in the city, even in the entire region. Back then, our leader was an alpha rank hunter. We had many elite warriors, until a powerful boss appeared in our area. His power exceeded all our expectations. We could not resist him. We had to flee from there in horror. Many elite hunters. It was killed then. Seeing the growing number of dead, our leader bravely stepped to the front lines to protect his people. Thanks to her, the boss was defeated, and in doing so she saved the guild from collapse. Of the elite hunters, only one survived, and that was the leader himself. As a result, the guild fell into disrepair, and now everyone in the association has completely forgotten about us. In order to keep the guild alive, we had to resort to things that seriously damaged our reputation. The leader doesn't want to deal with this. All this time she was looking for a hunter who could lead them back to glory. He must have the potential of an alpha rank hunter. This is the only way out. Hunters of this class are like monsters. There are only 9 of them in the area. Finding such people is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But our leader has not yet lost faith. She saw incredible potential in you after the battle in the arena. And after what I saw, I completely agree with her choice. A bronze-ranked hunter clearing a gold-ranked dungeon and killing the boss alone sounds like something out of a fantasy. Even if you fail to reach the alpha rank, you will definitely reach the royal rank, so I invite you. Tang Xiaobai. He handed her a ticket to the abyss, and he said something before leaving. Don't ever look for me again, he said. I appreciate your offer. I'm afraid I'm not what you need. I'm not an alpha hunter. I'm so simple, an ordinary person, just like everyone else. Only the one who brings it with him. Failure and various disasters. I don't agree with your words. In that case, where do you get such strength? Just a few days ago, you were considered weak scum. Well, it is indeed true. Well, that's it, I have to go. On this note, I'm leaving. Smug asshole, said the maiden. You will definitely join us, you'll see. I will never leave you alone. Hello, leader. The troll mine was cleared. It was a group of 2 people. Interestingly, one of them is the one we were looking for all this time. Oh, I understand you're talking about Song Ran. According to the association's data, He became very active after the test. And then again, he alone cleared 11 dungeons in 3 days, and except for sleep, he doesn't rest at all. Everyone in the past called him trash, which explains where he gets his persistence from. But looking at how hard he tries, I remember someone. Liu, he can develop things that are beyond our control. It seems like it's time to meet him in person. Floor it. It's time to visit the awakened one. Night fell. The hero was resting on the sofa after the events that had taken place. 3 whole days have already passed. All this time, I worked so hard. My strength, it has increased dramatically. But that time, after clearing the troll mine, my level has only gone up by 1. It seems like the further I go, the slower I grow. That's not good. At least I collected enough hunter points. With my current abilities, I should at least be at the top stage of gold rank. I'll spend the next couple of days resting and planning my next steps. I have no idea what kind of innate ability I'm coming across. It's usually related to class. Not sure if I'm really a healer. Okay, I won't bother my head with this. I'll find out then. When I activate it, why guess? Breaking the stone. The young man was enveloped in a strange green energy. It shone so brightly that it could be seen even from the street. After that, opening my eyes. Pumping treatment. Costs 15 mana and restores a percentage of lost health every second after activation. During this time, resistance to negative effects is reduced by as much as 2 times. The acquired ability did not satisfy the hero. He thought that it seemed like he really was a lousy healer. Suddenly someone rang the doorbell. It's too late. Who could it be? He opened the door. A man in an expensive suit greeted him, accompanied by security. Yes, the young man answered. And you? We come from the Hunting Association. Here is the ID. Take a look. Liu Xiaodong, leader of the investigation team in China. Since you are a hunter, you can assist in the investigation. I hope we haven't disturbed you too much. I would be happy to help, but what did I do that made you burst into my house in the middle of the night? The young man decided to clarify. There's no need to make a comedy. You should know what happened. A group of 2 people cleared out the troll mine. What do you think this situation is? It seems that you are aware of me, what you really want from me. Even though I swallowed this useless stone, I only gained another useless ability. Still a mediocre healer. Nothing has changed. Apparently you're not going to help the investigation. The man in the suit began to get nervous. Liu, what are you saying? He didn't have time to finish. A maiden appeared and reported that the man was aggressive towards the healer. Song Ran was not some stranger. You have changed. You do business differently than before. Will you let me in? She asked. Head of the investigation department of the Sea District Hunters Association, Zhao Jingyan. Why are they looking for me? Asked the healer. Because I cleared out the troll mine. There's nothing wrong with me getting stronger. Or it's all because of the mutation of the newbie dungeons that started a couple of days ago. First of all, you have no need to worry. You have absolutely nothing to do with mutations. And regarding that incident with your team that was killed, it is not your fault. Answer. You want to know the truth. What is connected with the strange death of your mother? The hero was taken aback by what he heard. The investigation into this case has not moved forward, which is why I became a hunter to find out the truth. What do you know? He asked, to which he received the answer that he could not yet obtain this information due to such a small number of hunter points. They determine what data you can access. His mother's death is strictly confidential information. A seasonal dungeon will open soon. If you agree to this event, you can earn a considerable amount of points. In view of your recent achievements, I think you agree. If so, then I will cooperate, the young man declared. Madam, that's how it was. I believe Songran's abilities have improved greatly since then. Tang Xiaobai, you did a great job this time. The girl hastened to thank the boss for such flattering words addressed to her. He should have a red interface. It's exclusive to Alpha League members. The dungeon system is different for them. From now on, we will closely monitor him and all his subsequent actions. It's a pity, of course, that he doesn't want to join. He would be a great addition to us, our guild. When it comes to joining, you never know. Although, there are more important things to do now. We have sunk to the level of a small media guild. We will hold on to it at any cost. That's right. I'm talking about the seasonal dungeon. Understood, leader, the girl replied. The next day arrived. Events began to unfold in the lobby of the Hunters Association. In this outfit, I must not be recognized. Just like some kind of celebrity, the young man thought. Last night, the healer asked me what I should do. We are unable to update and evaluate hunter ranks, so given your situation, I can only make a reservation. When the time comes, we will find someone to contact. Entrance to the office. Hunters Associations. Room 2026, it's here. The hero knocked, and the door quietly opened. Hello, it's me. But before he could finish speaking, someone greeted him. It was a man similar to the one who had bought the wounded maiden. The hatter did not hesitate, getting rid of the cigarette in his teeth. Then he abruptly removed his feet from the table, and standing on them, and deftly jumping over the table, This scared the young man to no end. "Show me what you can do." The hero tensed. He hastened to dodge the stranger's blow. The Hatter managed to break through the wall without much difficulty. Passers-by noticed this. "Who are you?" asked the healer. "And what do you want from me?" "What do I want?" the stranger asked. "Rate you. This woman, Jing Yana, is getting me into some stupid things. But it's okay. Still, this is a rare awakening. I just don't know. Do you deserve such a title?" "Levitation. Is it the power of the air element?" the hero asked himself. "If this is a so-called test, it looks strange." "I don't want to hurt you. Better explain what the hell is going on here," the guy said. "Cripple me, haha." The hero used a balanced sword, and he hastened to strike the Hatter. "How self-confident you are. Damn, the sword effect didn't work." "Do you think you can harm me?" asked the stranger. "This world is cruel. The slightest indecision can lead to defeat or bad consequences. You prefer not to kill. It seems arrogant to you. For the enemy, though, this is an insult." "How infuriating," the young man said, wincing in pain. "You keep talking and you just can't shut up. How annoying you are." What the main character didn't understand. "How I ended up on the roof. You know, the difference between us is actually very big, because I haven't even strained myself yet," the Hatter said. "This guy, it actually flies. It seems you are not able to defeat me. Then I will simplify the test. If you can withstand one of my blows, consider yourself a winner." "Agreed," asked the stranger. "Damn, he doesn't respect me at all," the healer thought. Killer's uniform. Switching to the main class. Pumping treatment. Is there really something in you? Then I won't feel sorry for you. The fate of a man is like a stone carried by the flow of time. Having finished his bravado, the Hatter created a powerful tornado. With the words, "Don't let me down, little one." It doesn't look like that explosion was entirely this guy's ability. It looks like we can't continue the test. If so, consider yourself passed. "How so?" the young man asked himself. "The point was to understand whether you were worthy of a new rank. And now I have no time for games anymore." "Look there," the Hatter pointed. "Portal," the young man wondered. The Grey Gate appeared 50 years ago. The headquarters of the G-Team. Everyone was agitated due to the alarm. Siege mode. It was just announced in the City X. Impossible. He was supposed to appear in a month. Stop panicking. It is necessary to collect information from the scene of the incident. Liaison team, contact nearby hunters. "Chief Zhao, you're back." "What's going on here?" the maiden asked discontentedly. "The city is under siege. It started prematurely." The maiden asked her assistant to tell the commander-in-chief that she was coming to him. "Damn, could it be again?" "We're late again." The hero decided to check if this was the one where monsters came out of portals and destroyed everything around them. Why did it start earlier? Perhaps there was a calculation error or unforeseen circumstances. Then the Hatter himself wondered why the Alpha League should now, in theory, come to the rescue. But they are busy with the Grey Gates now. They have no time for that. "Hey kid," said the Hatter, giving the hero a friendly hug. "I admit, you've been through a lot and achieved a lot, but your current strength is too little for the Sea of Forgetfulness. So go through the rank assessment right away. On the 3rd floor of the Association headquarters, there is a portal that leads to the Heavenly Tower. Your rank will be determined depending on the floor you can reach. After the assessment, you can return there to gain experience. I will give you unlimited access. Go there and stay there until the beginning of the Sea of Forgetfulness." The system reacted strangely at that moment, and both of them noticed it. Tang Xiaobai was already at the scene of the siege monster's appearance, as the hero had seen the broadcast of the event. The monster had already managed to destroy everything here, and as a responsible hunter, she had already managed to join the fight. Since the Alpha League can't react quickly, all we can hope for is the number of fighters. But that's how they organized it. About rank. Before the Hatter could finish speaking, the young man apologized to him. "I still don't know who you are, but thank you for access to the tower. However, I will enter the portal." The Hatter asked a question. "Are you worried about that girl? You cleared the dungeon together, right?" "It's not that, I just need a reward." Events moved to the garden. Someone was watering their favorite flowers. "Master Du, you are here," the head of the department of the Hunters Association asked. "Little Zhao, it's you. Came to see me. It's about the siege mode in the city, right?" asked the commander-in-chief of the Grey Gate District Plan with Dooney and He. "Master, what do you think about what happened?" The old man immediately realized that the girl wanted to get him to talk. There was no point in hiding it. This premature appearance of the siege was simply a system error. Following the plan, we'll rely on a generous reward for now if that doesn't work. Then we'll send an expedition to quickly set up a defensive line 3 kilometers from the portal that should be enough until the main offensive begins. Mobilize an expedition team based on previous experience. Once the siege begins, monsters will begin to appear, emerging from the portal. Their numbers will increase, and after 6 months, the main offensive will begin, even if we hold out for a couple of weeks once that moment begins. The old man replied that if nothing was done, then in 2 weeks, City X would have to take into account City C, so this was apparently the best option at the moment. The Alpha League is busy right now. All that's left is to try our best, by the way, about your assignment. How's the progress? Asked the old man, sitting down in a chair. That's right, the maiden remembered. I have plans for the Sea of Forgetfulness. However, there are no guarantees that everything will go smoothly. Song Ran, in recent years, only a couple of awakened ones have appeared. Although we hid some facts from him, on his part, clearing the Sea of Forgetfulness would allow him to advance further. If that's all, then I'll return to the city, the maiden said. What's the point? Byron is there. Hand over all powers to him, the old man suggested. Virgo said that she just received a request from him for unlimited access to the tower for Song Ran. I think he understands that if they screw up in the sea dungeon, they will have to send Byron. The old man thought to himself, on a suicide mission. Then, having cleared his throat, he offered the girl some tea. Now is the time when he has started to have a lot of things to do. Events move to the city center. People are in a panic. Monsters are destroying everything around. Small guilds took part in the battle. Meanwhile, a car was driving there. The taxi driver took the young man as far as he could, and when asked about money, he replied, "Once upon a time, I too was led down a road of adventure, and then I was shot in the knee. If it weren't for that, I would have become a hunter myself. It looks like it's much more serious than I thought. So this is a siege monster. Damn, he's huge. Killer's uniform. Switching the main class. A small child. He was left alone at home in such a difficult time. He needed help. Things are bad for us." The giant destroyed the house where the child was. The baby began to fall, and he needed to be rescued immediately. The young man didn't know what to do. Use pet ability, incredible speed, werewolf form. Perform a transformation. The girl was already in the dog's field of vision. He grabbed her. "I knew it was you. These 2 unique blades stand out," Tang Xiaobai said. "You've finally come, Song Ran. I think Darky is worth your donation," the girl told her viewers. "What are you doing here?" the young man asked her, and whether she was hurt. "Helping in the battle. A couple of minor scratches. See for yourself." The hero, taking his girlfriend by the sore spot, began to treat her. At the same time, I decided to find out how the battle with the siege monster was going. "Everything is bad," she answered. After the announcement, 30 people came to organize a defense, but it soon became clear that their attacks were far from effective. The giant has some kind of defensive ability that significantly weakens physical and magical attacks. They simply don't pass through him. And he is also invulnerable to negative effects. We are still racking our brains on how to break through his defense. Shield. It looks like the hero has come up with a plan. He asked Darky for help. "Now you and the girl need to throw me into the sky above the siege monster." "Well, since you insist," Tang Xiaobai said. Dear friends, this is where the broadcast ended. The viewers began to get indignant and thought that this was all because of Song Ran. Like her boyfriend came to her and now she has no time for us. "Okay, time to have fun. Get out of the way," someone on the motorcycle shouted. "Don't bother me. The siege monster is mine." The guy quickly drove past the heroes. "You won't get anything just by standing here, suckers," said the guy with red hair. The hero sighed heavily. "Darky, come on, Xiaobai, help us," the young man commanded. All attacks were useless. The shield still held. It's all because they didn't understand how it worked. Meanwhile, the red-haired braggart's bike took off on a free flight. Blade handling technique. Double strike. After completing the task, the red-haired guy jumped back. Others attacked too. He forgot about his bike and it was destroyed. "Damn, my motorcycle," the guy shouted. "And this monster took no damage at all. You'll pay for this, you freak. Even if you hit me 100 times, there will be no sense in it," they shouted at him. "Stop chatting," he replied. It was so noisy that it really bothered the healer. The hero was about to perform a jump. "Darky, come on," he shouted. "The ability has been activated. Werewolf form, transformation." Heroes, both the healer and the wolf, both froze in the air. The dog helped the hero take an even higher position. Although I don't understand how his shield works. Damn, how could I let him go ahead? The biker without a bike was indignant. Blade handling technique. "I can only attack," the young man finished. As expected. Absolutely no effect. Wait, the guy has an idea. Ability activated, precise strikes. This meant only one thing. It seems to have worked. The monster squealed in pain. The shield was broken. "Damn!" the young man shouted and began to fall. "Darky, catch Song Ran," the girl commanded. He hastened to carry out his mistress's order. He managed to do it without any problems. A moment later, both were on the ground, safe and sound. "Great, the shield is finished." The crowd was shocked. "Great," they rejoiced. The biker wondered how the shield had been broken. Turning to the crowd, he declared that his powers were incredible. "I'll strike again while the iron is still hot." "Let's go," he shouted. "Attack with all our might," shouted the remaining adventurers. Explosion, icy wind, gust of blade, blade handling technique. The red-haired man tried his best, but he was not doing well. And the others weren't doing so well either. A fang cutting through the void. Did I miss? He wondered. The monster fell on its back. How so? The boss is dead. Afterwards, the biker put on a whole show for the hero because he killed the monster. Someone from the crowd reproached the red-haired man that it was not he who broke the shield. And that guy, hidden behind an abundance of clothes. Pfft, the red-haired man began to get indignant. Remember me? Someday I will kill you, the biker said. You're annoying, he added. Instead of getting angry, I advise you to run away from here, said the mysterious woman. Switch to attack mode, Bixie. She commanded her robot, Quantum Form, a huge cannon. She was armed to the teeth. She's a cheeky girl, the biker thought. Su-Kei, the new technician of the Huangtu Guild, an architect. My palms are sweaty and my hands are shaking a little. Because of stress, my heart is beating so fast it feels like it's about to jump out of my chest. There was no turning back. She took a deep breath. A couple of days ago, she was looking for her brother in the room. How so? It's just a simple dungeon. He should be home by now. Taking out the phone. I called him. The subscriber is unavailable. Please call back later. Did he really have any difficulties during the cleanup? No, I have to do something. Even if there is a delay in announcing the dungeon clearing result. If I break the Hunters Association system, I'll definitely find what I'm looking for. Jerusalem. Initialize the hacking program. Voice successfully identified. Launching the hacking program. Connect to the Hunters Association system and find information about Su Yuhi's dungeon raids. Deep analysis begins. Reverse decoding launched. 55%. 93. Decoding stopped. Attention. You do not have access rights. The system is activating the third security protocol. How is this true? It's a regular raid. Why is access limited? Disconnect immediately and start the self-formatting process. Why is there no access right? What's wrong with this damn dungeon? Wait, I can find the people who took part in the raid, so I can track the cleanup process, which means I can understand what happened. Su-Kei, believe in yourself, you are an architect. It was approaching 7 o'clock. Again, no access rights. Information about the participants is classified. What should I do? I need to control myself. You need to believe in yourself. You can't panic. There has to be a way. My stomach was growling. The maiden stopped. 2 hours have already passed. She burst into tears of despair. I'm really too nervous, and besides, I haven't eaten for a long time. My brother always cooks for two, okay? I'll order delivery. All you have to do is enter your address. Address, my address, no need to rush. Just open the map and your location. Enter the street and house number. It was ready, but she didn't like something. No, that's not how it's done. Your home address. Afterwards, she dropped her phone. It shattered into pieces on the floor. Beep beep, her robot said. He repeated it, but this time questioningly. Bixie, the maiden began to cry to her pet. I relied on my brother all the time. Without him, I can't even order food delivery. I received a notification that streamer Tang Xiaobai has started broadcasting. You have to dishonor your name, so viciously wait, Songran. Or you choose death. As expected, Songran, right? Why is this damn data classified? Only one survivor. Did he survive at the expense of others? Now everything is clear. It's all my fault, my stupidity and naivety. Forgive me, Bixie. From now on, from this day on, you will exist for revenge. 2 days later, Huangtu Guild. Boss, there's a woman who wants to meet you and says she's desperate to join the guild. Oh, so she's an architect. That's very interesting. And there are some problems with this, the head's protege clarified. No, I just thought it was funny. Architects are merely assistants in our difficult task. They use silver association cards, which are obtained for assistance points, as currency, rather than ability points. Because they can't use the U system, they can only analyze monsters and their abilities using scientific methods and other methods. Basically, they are ordinary people who felt like hunters. Normal people don't need to deal with anything related to monsters, so there are very few architects, about 5%. Isn't it interesting that such a person came to us, the boss asked. Since she's here, let her come in. So you want to join our guild? Architect, I'm right, I say. Yes, the girl answered. And what is the reason why you are here? This is Song Ran. He is related to my brother. They were on the same team. That's when the incident happened. As far as I know, only one got out, and I suspect him of the disappearance of my family member. And that broadcast where he defeated Liu Mei Li and publicly humiliated her damaged the reputation of the Huangtu Guild. So if Song Ran is responsible for my brother's disappearance, then you and I now have a common enemy. Song Ran, haha, that's true. There are a few things that need to be clarified first, the leader said. First, we investigated that incident with the dungeon, and we can say for sure that due to certain circumstances, everyone present at that time, except Song Ran, died. So your brother didn't disappear? He's dead. The girl felt sick when she heard this. She burst into tears and asked what the hell had happened. Sorry, we don't know the details, but we know that the same circumstances led to Liu Mei Li's defeat. Secondly, Song Ran is not exactly an enemy for us, but rather an obstacle. Punishing those who went against us and protecting our own at any cost is the motto of our guild. That is, the murder of Song Ran is not revenge, but a matter of principle. If after hearing this you still want to join, then you are welcome. Clenching her fist tightly, the girl declared what she wanted. If this is really related to Song Ran, then I will kill him with my own hands, she declared at last. Wait, I respect your zeal, but there's one more thing. Our guild is the biggest in City X. I want you to reach rank within a month in order to get enough association assistance points. I advise you to join our guild's group raids. What do you say? You can handle it. The chapter ended with a question. Don't worry, you don't have to explain everything to me. I'm no longer the girl who could only do research. The head's assistant approached him with a question. It seemed to him that he had gotten carried away with the girl. The boss asked him, "You don't think she really wants to join us? Punish those who went against us and protect her own at any cost." "I couldn't let such a stupid girl become one of us," he added. "We'll just make good use of it." Meanwhile, the heroes had already dealt with the villain's shield. The magicians intended to kill him with their spells. "Fire! Fire!" they shouted. "We need to do everything quickly while the monster is unconscious." Someone from the crowd wanted to use a grenade launcher. He used the quantum projection ability. "Wow, this is diamond rank equipment," the biker was surprised. Something strange happened to the boss from this attack. Quantum projection projects an interface that shows the monster's health, armor, magic power, and other parameters. In addition, it was possible to see the enemy's weak points. A girl came up to him and asked how things were going. She was the leader of his guild. The creature began to slowly rise from its knees. Realizing what this could lead to, she ordered her subjects to continue the attack. "Yes," they shouted in chorus. "From now on, the Huangtu Guild is my home, so I need to get more association points. The extraordinary reward will grow like that." The maiden architect thought to herself. "It was time to do it," she shouted. Then she used an ability called superconductivity. "Yes," she said as soon as she got closer. Then she got into a comfortable position to load her weapon. And with all her might, she shot at the huge creature. 2,000 damage seems to work. Wait, why did his armor bar start flashing, she thought. The boss ordered one of her subordinates to immediately enter the U system and broadcast it to everyone through the battle channel. Yes, the monster has the ability to restore the shield when it is active. The monster is invulnerable to negative effects and blocks all damage. If we want to break its shield, then there are two ways. The first is to rely on high damage abilities to get rid of his shield. The second is to use weakness effects to break through his weak points. But the monster only has 4 of these: the shoulders, lower abdomen, and back. As long as they are not affected, its shield will recharge from time to time. In other words, we'll have to break his shield at least 4 times. "Boss, what should we do?" the guy asked, but he himself didn't know. "Ah," the biker exclaimed, smiling. "Since this kid has already gotten rid of the shield, what to do is already obvious. Let him do it one more time." The young man apologized, saying that he wouldn't do it again. The other adventurers began to be indignant about how this should be understood. "My weakening effect, a passive ability, only works after the explosion. I don't have any active abilities, so at best I'll only deal about 2,000 damage." And everyone immediately started criticizing the hero for being weak. "He probably broke the shield only by chance. We simply exhausted him." "Everyone, be quiet," shouted the head of one of the guilds. "Now is not the time for this. The weakening effect is a fairly rare ability. We need to help him destroy the shield." The modest maiden mage joined the dialogue. "If this is a simple attack, then I can impose an explosive status." "Yes, boy, I will add strength to your attack," said the boy with the huge sword. "I will also help," and other people began to join in. Damn, he took all the glory for himself, the biker thought. Then it was decided that we needed to gather all our strength in order to help the guy. Let's give it our all and break the monster's shield. Taking off his glasses, the hero realized that he was not so useless and that he had allies. "Darky, bye," he shouted to his friends. "Come on, it's time to show this monster what we're made of." Bafaya, the swordsman, joined them. The seal of fate, the sparkling power, the power of the archangel, the activation of the reboot. Those who promised to help began to create spells. At this time, the hero and the dog were already halfway to the monster's carcass. So much power, the protagonist thought to himself. With this power, they almost jumped onto the roof of a nearby building without any problem. The wolf noticed that the hero couldn't cope alone and took him by the hand. "I put all my effort into this capture, in order to throw the young man even higher. I will definitely succeed," thought the healer, being at a height. The one-eyed monster noticed the young man and hastened to swing. "I will break your shield with one blow," the hero shouted for inspiration, and he hastened to plunge both his blades into the enemy's weak spot. The system congratulated him on achieving the achievement, Incredible Blitz. They also received another ability, Phantom Shadow. The assassin temporarily hides in the shadows. spending 35 mana per second in them. It cannot be activated, is invulnerable to all effects, and can move freely around the location, but cannot pass through obstacles. Haha, now I have an active ability, what a surprise. However, my mana reserve is only 100. I won't be able to use it for long. The shield started to explode just in time. As soon as the young man realized it was time to leave, he jumped up and used Shadow, the ability he had just acquired. This dark aura spread throughout the body. The people were amazed at how the hero managed to do this. Break shield without active ability. The monster was completely contorted. Fragments of its defenses flew away from it at incredible speed. One of these flew through the young man. It was as if gravity had disappeared. This is what free movement around the location is, he wondered. And then, another 100 of the same fragments flew through him. In that case, since the enhancements are still working, he pushed off from the space beneath his feet. I made the jump, only alone, without anyone's help, and he found himself at the lower part of the creature's belly with the words, "Now I'm going to have a blast." Taking a more comfortable grip on their combat blades, he first stabbed the monster in the neck. The biker was envious, and thought that with all these enhancements, the young man would take the entire reward for himself. "I'm not going to wait on the sidelines. The target is this monster's weak spot," he added. Suddenly, one of the girls started running. She caught up with the biker. It was the architect. She also wants to snatch the reward, he thought. Okay, it was time to use the electric shock. "Annihilator cannon!" the maiden screamed and fired. The hero's blades, the maiden's shot, and the biker's ability all hit the same spot, into the fat bastard's lower belly. Great, we attacked 2 weak points at once. The monster's shield is completely disabled. "People forward!" shouted the guild boss. "We attack, we kill him." The crowd ran towards the monster. He was beside himself with pain. Oh no, the monster activated its rage for the second time. Then turning, he swung, tracking down a suitable target. Help, help, the architect's maiden felt an anxious feeling. God, he just finished them off, the biker thought. "You're finished," said the young man clad in shadow armor. "The form of a killer," he said. "Activate this ability." A sword appeared in his hand, which he took more comfortably and squeezed tightly in his hands. Pushing off from some part of the monster's body, he ran along it with all his might. A moment later, he found himself in front of the bastard's face, and he delivered one precise blow. 2 swords, the form of a killer. Who is he anyway? The people gossiped that he did not dare to fight. The monster appears to be slowed by his attacks. A weapon with a petrification effect. How many passive abilities does he have in total? The architect wondered. Several powerful swings of the weapon, and part of the boss's body disappeared, after which the young man landed spectacularly in front of the girl who had lost her brother. "Go away, it's dangerous here," he told her. Wait a second. But he didn't hear her anymore. The anger seemed to have passed, the biker noted. "Everyone listen to my order," the guild leader intervened. "All-out assault forward, lads." One of the warriors deftly wielded his short sword. The other had a huge sword, which he hastened to plunge into the monster's body. The magicians also joined the battle. Thus, with their combined efforts, they inflicted some damage on the boss. Everyone received a notification that the siege monster had been defeated. The reward distribution process had begun, and Hunter Song Ran received 164 association points according to the damage inflicted. "Excellent. The reward for this mission will last for half a year," one of the adventurers boasted. The main character smiled a little. Then he took out his glasses and was about to put them on. How the biker distracted him with the words, "Hey dude, wait." The hero turned around and looked at him with displeasure. "Since we fought together, maybe we should go get something to eat." The red-haired man invited the other boys to join the feast. Everyone started arguing about who could and who couldn't, for one reason or another. Suke approached the hero and thanked him for saving her life. "So, nervously clenching your fists, please accept my gratitude." The hero was shocked by this gesture. "Nice to meet you, Suke, I'm Song Ran." Hearing this guy's name, the maiden was already shocked. Then she abruptly pulled his hand away, and she asked a question. "Are you the one who survived the massacre in the dungeon and challenged the Huang Tu Guild?" Song Ran, a familiar name, is the one who fought in the arena recently. The other adventurers picked up. "So here you are," Tang Xiaobai suddenly said. It seems like fans have recognized him again. Bixie switched to attack form. The robot hastened to carry out the order. He instantly began to transform. From a robot to the form of a revolver of revenge. "Take off your glasses and cap, quickly," the girl commanded. Afterwards, she pointed the weapon at the hero. He was amazed by this, but did not show it. "Are you crazy?" Tang Xiaobai asked. "Shut up, one more step and I'll finish him off." "Hey, someone's waving a gun. They probably had a fight. Stop. It's the guy who saved everyone. There seems to be something wrong with this girl. We need to sort it out." "Stop," shouted the architect. "I'll cut off his head if any of you move." "Okay, I'm taking it off," the young man said. Then, with a slow movement, he took off his glasses. Song Ran, the maiden's face was completely distraught. So it was you, she grumbled. My brother Su Yu, he died when he went into the dungeon with you. Now you will answer my question. On that day, in that dungeon. What the hell happened there? Su Yu He, that name sounds familiar? That's right. That gold rank guy said he was getting materials for his sister. If she shoots from such a distance, I won't be able to dodge. Even the phantom shadow won't help. I don't know when she'll pull the trigger and how the hell I'm supposed to answer her question. The fact that a high-level boss suddenly appeared there and killed everyone. It's not my fault. I'm just as much a victim of circumstances. To simply say how it all happened, no. If I were stronger, we would have managed. Everyone would have finished their business and returned to their loved ones. We would have lived on as if nothing had happened. I feel a lot of guilt for what happened. I am the one who killed them. If I do not take responsibility for their deaths, I will not be able to forgive myself. Suke, I'm sorry, there was that secret boss, he was too strong. The maiden looked at him in bewilderment. It's my fault, the young man added. She looked at him with wild eyes and said, Songran, give it back. Then the girl architect began to cry, and she cocked the hammer on her revolver of revenge. Give me back my brother. After that she did it. She shot. The people were stunned by what they saw. I can't believe my eyes, the guild leader said. Impossible, Tang Xiaobai shouted. The biker helped the hero by cutting the bullet with his blade. All those who fought with me, my comrades, I will not allow you to kill Song Ran. I'm ready to fight for him. You're a simple architect. Know your place? The guy doesn't deserve to die. Killing players outside the arena is a crime. Guys, you, the young man began. Someone was driving towards the guys at high speed. It was a huge jeep. The six-wheeled vehicle braked sharply and stopped in front of the adventurers. It looks like this is a car from the Hunters Association. This is the association's rapid response team. The authorities have finally responded. The car door opened slightly. Someone's leg appeared. It was the guy who had visited the main character not long ago. Quick, give me the megaphone, he said. What's going on is like some kind of emergency. I want to talk to them so that they intervene in our situation. Quiet. It looks like that guy is trying to announce something. Attention. Please evacuate immediately. For unknown reasons, an anomalous deviation has been detected. Expected very soon. An anomalous portal will appear here. In other words, a sea of oblivion. So what? Does it really matter? The crowd was indignant. You are idiots, the guy shouted. Run and save yourself if it opens. Someone's hand suddenly began to shake violently. It was a defeated monster. He plunged his fingers into his chest, and red energy began to ooze from that place. The events moved to the throne room, the doors of which are guarded by several soldiers. A huge horned monster sat behind the throne. It rose slowly from its throne. The energy that flowed from the Cyclops began to take on a black hue. Oh no, the monster began to use up the rest of its energy in order to open the portal. A bright flash blinded the boys. It's too late to escape. When it opens, it sucks in everything around it. Such trivial things have become forgotten due to monitoring systems and the systematic routine of dungeons. Oh well, the biker said happily. I'll just deal with it. The portal has started operating. The guys started getting sucked right in. Xiaobai, give me your hand, the young man shouted. Oh no, we're getting sucked in too, said the man from the association. Everything around, both people and debris from buildings, began to rapidly fall into this funnel. The gates began to increase in size. The head of the throne room struck the ground with his staff. The keeper standing at the door noticed this. Slowly descending the stairs, the horned monster smiled slyly. Meanwhile, the guys found themselves in a location that looked like a desert. Tang Xiaobai tried to get to her feet. What she saw in front of her amazed her. That was it. Sea of Oblivion. The system reported that the copy is being processed. I'm inside the portal, the hero asked himself. The dungeon has been successfully processed and will be launched soon. Bro, I'm sorry, but I can only take you so far. I hope you're not angry. He saw a child in front of him. I'm Doris, she said, your personal guide. The place where we are is the Heavenly Tower. When asked about the others, she said that they should be in the Sea of Forgetfulness. Then he asked why the only one got here. Because Big Brother is special. Normal people would be happy to hear something like this. Doris knows that Big Brother wants to know the truth about his mother more than anyone else. Suddenly, the young man stopped. How do you know this? He asked. Doris just knows everything about Big Brother, for example, that everyone in that dungeon died except you, or that you were threatened with violence because you were innocent. Even though Big Brother looks calm on the outside, he feels guilty on the inside for what happened. So you do everything to atone for your sins. You challenge the Huang Tu Guild. Shut up, the young man shouted at her. I want to know why you dragged only me here. Isn't it obvious that you are awakened? She asked. That means you are more than just a hunter. However, you are too fixated on emotions, a sense of duty and regret. Because after getting here you will become the next god of the world. You need to find your own path. Even though the Heavenly Tower is already open, I will do this for you. Then the maiden put her hand forward. Evolutionary mode, she said. The sky near the tower took on a red tint. My head hurts, complained one of the adventurers. Songran, where are you? Xiaobai approached the warrior with the huge sword, asking about the whereabouts of her comrade. I haven't seen him since we got here. He noticed the architect's girlfriend and asked her, Are you still alive? Enough, guys. An association member stopped them. We need to get our act together. The first wave of bosses is about to start. What should I understand by this? Asked the biker. I'm not a hunter, but I'm still a member of the association. I've studied all the previous strategies and reports about the Sea of Oblivion. The first boss will appear soon. Be prepared. Sand rose from the surface of the earth. Oh no, a sandstorm stopping travelers. And the god of the Sea of Sand will appear before the lost people. Here he is, Tout, the god of wisdom of ancient Egypt, who created the Book of Death, placing his heart on the scales in order to separate good from evil. In other words, it is the guardian of the Sea of Sands. The detached god appeared with the light of the world, and on the same day shed a tear from which the human race emerged. And his tear partially melted in the darkness and became a human scourge. What the hell is he talking about? The storm is getting worse, the guys complained. Things are bad. I still haven't recovered from the siege. Regroup and move forward, the guild leader shouted. Damn it, then I'll start, the biker declared. He put his foot forward and prepared to lunge. And he who holds evil will not be able to withstand the weight of the balance. I will take it, God said. The book, which had been in the air all this time, closed. After these words, a fiery tornado appeared in front of the boss. Meanwhile, the hero dealt with another enemy. Congratulations, the 9th floor is cleared. Congratulations on the victory of the Fire Lord. Luckily, everything turned out to be much simpler than I imagined, the young man said. According to Doris, the Sky Tower is a unique dungeon divided into an infinite number of floors, with gradually increasing monsters. There is a boss on every 10th floor. If you survive, you will be credited with clearing the dungeon. The reward is calculated based on the number of floors cleared. The next floor will be the 10th. I wonder what kind of boss I'll face. The first boss of the tower is the Red Soul Defender. Well, finally, at least someone turned on this mode, the monster muttered. What? Have you never met monsters that can communicate in your language? Wow. This is only the 10th floor, and there is already a monster with advanced artificial intelligence. It looks like the tower is not so simple. This damn opening condition has kept me locked in here for as long as I can remember. Finally, I can fight again. Not everyone is capable of this if you want to get to the next floor. You will have to defeat me like the previous people. Don't worry, I won't stay here long. For me, this floor is just the beginning, the young man said. Oh, it seems you underestimate me. I'm not just a boss. I don't think you're much different from the others, except that you know a few words. I'm in a hurry to the next floor, so don't waste my time. What vanity, then? The boss swung his sword sharply at the young man. You'll just stay here. The healer used his active ability and became a shadow. Oh, here it is. Realizing that the monster had not destroyed the young man, he was puzzled. You can't even catch my shadow. I thought you would be a bigger problem, the young man yelled. Go to hell. And he stabbed him with his daggers. Stealth skills, cunning little man. Don't get excited too soon. This is just the beginning. Then the monster plunged his huge sword into the ground. The hero was suddenly thrown into the air. Is this the energy of a sword, with the properties of fire magic and berserker? Boss Berserker, that's what they called him. Events moved to the Clover Guild. According to our sources, due to certain circumstances, the seasonal dungeon in City X, the Sea of Oblivion, opened ahead of schedule. We are currently in contact with our correspondent. A notice from the Hunters Association appeared in front of the girl. Judging by the evidence from the scene, it can be said that almost everything around the resulting portal was sucked inside, including a large number of hunters who participated in the battle. Sir, we received a message from the Hunters Association. Tang Xiaobai was sucked in. She has abilities, so she will be able to get out. But we will not leave her there alone, because this Sea of Oblivion is a unique opportunity for our guild to regain its glory. Do everything necessary to ensure that all forces are ready for battle tomorrow morning, the chief asked her assistant. Boss, take a look. The ward addressed the leader of the guild, Huang Tu. Su Kei, she's worthless, but she seemed to have shown a good result in the battle with the siege monster. As the best guild, we can't miss the Sea of Oblivion. Gather all the guys and go. Don't forget our credo, always grow and expand. Grow at any cost. If that's all, then you're not worthy of being here, the boss of the 10th floor shouted at the main character, and he hit him with his fist as hard as he could. Damn, he's not to be underestimated. Even though he's the first boss, using the shadow now will come in very handy. After these words, he went into free flight from such a blow. Without this ability, you are absolutely worthless. I am disappointed. You underestimate me, the young man told him. Spitting out his blood, he began to try to touch the boss again. The only disappointment here is you. I realized this from the very beginning of the battle. You have no demonic aura at all. I have already killed more than one boss stronger than you. I tested your strength. Your strength is only at the level of a guardian. Your fire energy is unnatural, and also very weak. The demonic aura of your sword is higher than your own, by the way. How did it happen that you were imprisoned here? My memories are very vague, the monster stated. I only remember fighting those who came here. The young man then used the treatment, and he said that since you can't tell me anything useful, it's time to finish with you, because the fight has already dragged on for quite a while. I'll tear you to pieces, you arrogant bastard. The boss suddenly got angry. He assumed a fighting stance. Oh, how much rage is in you, you want to fight? Fine, I won't dodge. I'll show you something. It will be absolute superiority. After these words, the hero was enveloped in an orange aura. Healing abilities? I'm amazed at your potential, kid. But you deserve to die for this attitude. The young man touched the monster's sword, and it began to crumble. As I understand it, without a sword you are not capable of anything. Now I can beat you to death. I can't believe you managed to break my blade. This is fucking unforgivable. The monster began to swing, but the hero parried his attack without any problems. So much so that the boss's arm began to fall apart. He wondered how such a young hunter could be so strong. It seemed like only the guys at the top could match him. This is determination. The battle is more important to you than life. You are respected for this, the young man said. You're finished. The boss was dealt another critical hit. Then he took the horned one by the head. He tore it away with the words, "Maybe you have a demonic obsession with battles in your blood. You are strong. You can go further. Why do I feel such relief?" the head answered. "I feel a similarity between us. In this world there is no concept of time. My armor and weapon kept telling me that I am a monster capable only of fighting. As you said, this is not the end for me. I'm going to the next floor, and you wait for the other fighters. Maybe we'll see each other again," the young man said. "I had a vision," the severed head continued. "Someone came to see me one day, as determined as you. His eyes were the same as yours, looking only forward. He put on a mask, and then he donned the armor." The young man noticed that the head reasoned not like a demon, but like a human. "What kind of creatures live here? They are not ordinary at all." For defeating the warrior, the young man received a unique item, fragments of a bloody sword that could be combined. The Hunters Association Hall, where people were discussing the early opening of the portal. The man looked at his watch and saw that it was already almost 9 o'clock in the evening. "Vice President of the Dragon Guild, Sun Hao. The events are transferred to the Sea of Oblivion." The guys attacked the tornado that was approaching them. "Chief, I can't do this anymore," one of the guys said. "We just can't get through this whirlwind. This is his ability, the Blessing of Sand. If this continues, I'm afraid we will enter the curse phase." "What is this?" asked the biker. After the words, approaching, he turned pale. He grabbed his head and started screaming about how much it hurt. "This is the beginning of the test, the scales of accusation." "So that's how it is," Tang Xiaobai reported. "He protects himself with a wall of sand and prepares to attack. But here's the thing. Why doesn't it work for everyone? Because it works on the principle of roll call. This is the magic of one of the 3 great mysteries, known as the balance of sin. The curse is randomly cast on half of the players as they die, and then bounces around to the rest until everyone is dead, at which point the raid ends. To cope with this, healing abilities are needed when the healing outweighs the damage. The squad will be found innocent, and the curse will be lifted." "Do we have enough strength to take him down?" asked the guild leader. "It's going to be tough. We just fought a siege monster. We have little mana left. We won't be able to handle powerful healing spells. There is another way to deal with the Sand Sea cover, a protective barrier. The best strategy in this situation is to suppress the power of the gods. That is, a strong hunter with advanced skills needs to continuously attack him. Under strong pressure, the ability's progress will stop. Then we can kill the boss and remove the curse. Then we come across the third riddle, the real illusion." Before he could finish speaking, the same fate befell him. "Mr. Lee," the boys shouted. "Mr. Lee, what's wrong with you?" "There are strong hunters among us," the leader asked. "Who else can fight or will go further? Death in the dungeon is real death. We can't fight. At this rate, we'll die here. The curse is spreading. We will all die here. I'll get you out of here no matter what it costs me," the leader shouted. "Damn Sandwall, get ready for battle." He came very close to the tornado. What ignorance! After these words of the boss, the storm threw him back. He saw something behind him. What the hell is this? A jeep appeared, the same one in which the association member arrived at the portal. The boss also noticed the new additions. He decided to do something immediately, and the car was sucked into the portal. Then she hurried to land. "It's a car. It drove into a sand wall," the guild leader said. "This is our last hope, for my brothers and sisters." The guy made a serious face, and he stood in a fighting stance. He used advanced demonic strikes, and he pierced the monster with his blade. "Without a wall of sand, you're just a vegetable." That's the end of it. Afterwards, he returned the weapon to its sheath. Advanced demonic strike execution. It interrupts the boss's spells and kills him at the same time. That's powerful. The sand wall has disappeared. What the hell is going on? Is this an illusion in real time? The wounded boss started Mortal's You. Die, he screamed, creating a magical black hand that wanted to hook the guild leader, who had caused him such damage. While running away, he noticed it. Black magic, damn it. This is definitely still a sea of oblivion. I'm finished. Darky the wolf noticed the leader was in danger. He was already in the boss's line of sight. The dog knocked the staff out of the god's hands. He hurried to fall into the nearest accumulation of sand. What? The use of the ability stopped. The head of the guild was surprised. That's it. I get it. Even if you tear apart the Book of Death, it's just a shadow. But Xiaobai's pet managed to stop its abilities. So, the only ability of the real illusion is the staff. Xiaobai, he shouted. Tell the pet not to give the boss the staff. It is his weakness. Without it, the real illusion will be removed. Darky, throw me the staff. The werewolf hastened to carry out his mistress's order. With all his might, he threw it to Xiaobai. She managed to catch him. When she touched it, she saw something. That was the past. The way this god had his subjects. Then she saw some artifact. I know what needs to be done. How to defeat this boss once and for all. God screamed in anger. Souls of the departed, follow the guidance of the great tout. Come from the other side of the river. Crows began to emerge from the slain warriors. Xiaobai, what are you doing? The guild boss asked her. A dark magic spell. Vengeance of the underworld. After casting it, collects the lives of all the damned and deals a fatal blow across the entire field, applying an instant death effect to all enemies affected by it. The sky became filled with an abundance of blackbirds. Guardian Toot, is this your last trump card? The maiden asked him. Shall retreat, the boss is attacking. Toot, this is the end of false gods. The guild leader looked at the girl with puzzlement. The boss's face changed dramatically. A dungeon with a unique story mode. The Sea of Oblivion has been improved. The boss was defeated. Xiao received the Tuta Staff, an epic weapon that reduces magic costs by 30% and increases the effects of abilities by 50%. One of the warriors asked if the curse had disappeared. Yes, it looks like the guild leader and Tang Xiaobai have succeeded. Guardian Tout is slain. The leader was tired and thrust his sword into the sand to lean on it and rest. This is it at last, he wondered. I didn't think I'd get equipment here, the girl thought. This dungeon is very exciting. The association member clutched his head, unable to believe that he was still alive. You both did a great job, but next we'll get to another location, the Farnado Oasis. The association will immediately mobilize the guilds to officially launch the attack, so we need to rebuild our forces here until reinforcements arrive. Our target is that pyramid. Meanwhile, the main character has already cleared the 50th level of the tower. After so many floors here, he understood what and how everything works here. In simple terms, starting from the 10th floor, every time I defeat a boss, floors ending in 9 give certain rewards that either boost stats or provide resources. However, on this floor everything looks like the real world. Was there a fight with a monster here, he wondered? I think I'll choose recovery. The further I go, the more difficult it is. Even the passage floor with ordinary monsters is difficult to pass. Even if I add armor, I don't think I'll last for many more levels. So I'd better restore my mana points. Since the 10th floor, I haven't met a single talking boss, only trolls and undead. That berserker warrior impressed me. What a strange creature. Maybe it's because of the evolutionary mode. There seems to be some kind of secret hidden in this tower. Well, here is the boss of the 50th floor. There is something strange in the air. It seems to be something like his power. I believe that dealing with him will not be easy. Listen to the call of the void, and I, Azura, will fight it, the monster said. It seems that he can talk too, the young man thought. Tell me, asked the healer. Are you a human or a demon, and what kind of emptiness are you talking about? He replied, How should I know who I am? I just am. Fight me. For I have not tasted the sweet battle for a very long time. I thirst for it with all my being. As expected, the same obsession with battles. It's as if your brain was washed, or rather rewritten. Something makes you forget about your past and just fight. Fight, fight, shouted the monster. Well then, in that case, let's fight, the young man said. Hee hee, the floor boss laughed loudly. Then raising his head to the sky, repeat your laugh, only much louder. Afterwards, he immediately launched an attack towards the hero. And he is strong, thought the young man. I'm afraid that I can't handle him. And what should I do? Just give up. The monster continued to play with his blade. Suddenly he launched a red shockwave towards the young man. At that moment, the young man had only one thought in his head, is this really my limit? He fought off the enemy's attacks as best he could. And now my favorite, the monster said. Decapitation. After these words, he made a swift dash towards the hero and pierced him. This is the end. With your abilities you can't go any further, he added. The healer lay on the ground, covered in blood, defeated. Unlike that trash below, I'm in a completely different category. After these words, he laughed hysterically. It seems you think too highly of yourself. I almost decided to give up and go back, but your arrogant behavior, it really pissed me off. That's it. Then I'll cut you until you fall over. I will trample your pathetic corpse. Bloody prison! The boss shouted. Even if you want to give up now, it's too late. It's really such a pity, the hero objected. Weakling, you will beg for mercy. Hundreds of different blades flew towards the hero. It seems I am underestimated, thought the young man. Phantom ghost mode. All forms of released blades began to pass through it. Don't stand in my way, the hero shouted. You may be stronger, but I believe that I can defeat you. What a disgusting skill, my attacks don't work. Then the healer appeared behind the boss. He struck him with a swift blow with his sword. If I refuse to fight you just because of your level, then I don't deserve to win. Out of the way, the healer shouted. The monster was dealt critical damage. They stood motionless for a moment. Show me what you can do, the boss said. As you say, snapped the disgruntled hero. I will fight to the last. For a moment, the monster's aura turned red. Damn, Phantom Shadow didn't work. Well, he is strong, but the monster began his speech. You are not my enemy at all. The Arbiter's Eye removes the seal, reducing health, reveals invisibility, removes negative effects, and prevents the enemy from using their abilities while the technique is in effect. Damn it, I can't use my abilities, the healer thought. Not bad, made me remove the seal. But you will still drown in your own blood. Several huge swords were about to fly towards the young man. Do you really think that without abilities, I am not capable of anything? An eye for an eye, the young man shouted, getting ready to pounce on his opponent. He never expected to see a healer in front of him. A huge white dome appeared above them, from which water began to drip. The young man managed to pierce him with his daggers. You, unlike me, can be reborn infinitely. But I, every time, risk losing everything. Hunter, people are afraid of death. The memories that have arisen now will not leave me. I only want to protect this rotten world, in which life is worth nothing, the monster said. I will be reborn only because non-existence gives me magical power. How many bosses will I still have to face here, the young man thought. How many mysteries are still unsolved here? Byron gave me access to it so I could fight the monsters that are storming the city. The longer I am here, the more questions I have. Okay, time to go. I can't handle a level 60 boss anymore. He opened the menu and selected the option to leave this place. Next time I will definitely find out the secrets of this place, he vowed. A blue pillar of light appeared, allowing him to leave the tower. You are simply amazing. On the first try they reached level 60, the maiden reported that she met him here. My wounds are healed. Thanks to victories in several difficult battles, your level has increased greatly, she said. When you leave the tower, you immediately receive experience points. Based on the number of floors you've completed, you've earned a total of 350,000 points and 1,300,000 bonus points. And you've also received 4 items. Doris, I want to ask, the young man interrupted her. The special feature of my evolutionary blade is the ability to merge with objects and in evolution mode. But what secrets does the Heavenly Tower hold within itself? Discussing this with artificial intelligence is too much, she said. Now regarding the tower, suddenly a notification appeared that the young man had achieved the platinum rank. This dungeon was created by one person. Song ran, you will leave the dungeon in 3 seconds. Experience points calculation completed, the girl added in that case. See you later, Doris will miss you. He moved into a building he had never been to before. I wondered if this was a hunter's association. He walked to the elevator and hurried down from this floor. The Sky Tower is such a strange place. It has monsters that look like humans, and also an artificial intelligence that doesn't tell me something. I think it's all connected to my evolutionary sword and my mother's death. After all this work, I received some interesting items. When I get home, I will definitely look at them. The young man had meanwhile already reached the first floor. Someone greeted him on the way out. The hero looked questioningly at the mysterious figure. I am the vice chairman of the Sion Guild. I have been waiting for you here for a long time. The man added that he was a technician. Meanwhile, events moved to the Farnado Oasis. At this time, the biker was talking with one of the warriors. I didn't think there were supply points in the dungeons, he said. Everything is so authentic. That's the whole difference between a regular dungeon and a seasonal one. This approach isn't serious, but it can't be explained otherwise. After midnight, the offensive can begin. The dungeon appeared at a difficult time. To overcome it, it is necessary to develop a strategy and deal with the main problem, the assault on the city. Based on information from the association's leadership, the mechanism for this dungeon's operation should be as follows. Firstly, there are 8 pyramids here. The mode of passage is called the Decisive Battle of the Gods. The passage is counted when all 8 are passed. Previously, we defeated the god Tout, thereby opening the outpost. When Xiaobai defeated him, She received the right to participate in the decisive battle of the gods, the precious stone that is in the staff, the fragment of the chosen one, symbolizing Tout. One of the listeners interrupted him, addressing all the soldiers. The village elder wants to talk to you and reveal the secret of the desert. In the previous battle, our heroine defeated the great god. Now a new challenge awaits you all. In order to save people from unbearable suffering, you need to destroy 7 more monsters according to the association's instructions. You need to collect the same number of fragments of the chosen one. Namely, Geb, the god of the earth, Osiris, the god of rebirth. The association member began repeating their names, to which the headman called him a puppy, adding that he was the one speaking here. I don't understand at all what you're talking about, the biker said. I repeat once again. Defeat 1 more god. Go through the pyramid. Only after all the small pyramids have been passed will you be able to reach the last one and take part in the decisive battle. Regarding information about her, it was a long time ago. At the beginning of time, the Sahara was under the control of the god Ra. During his time, people enjoyed peaceful work and tranquility. But all good things come to an end sooner or later. After the appearance of the other 8 gods, Ra fell into a slumber. In the struggle for his place, they unleashed a war, and the world was plunged into chaos. To decide who was the best, they started a decisive battle. Only the winner would become the master of the desert, the god of peace. As the years go by, the god of the world, the ruler, must change. Even mere mortals began to challenge the gods. Those who defeat the old gods receive the chosen shards as proof of their newfound divinity. And then the battle of the gods will begin again, and then the sugar will find a new owner. But we still believe that in time he will awaken, who will settle the eternal conflict. The boys listened to the old man's story with amazement. Are you saying that I am a god now? Tang Xiaobai asked. This is just game lore. Tomorrow the guilds will gather and we will go to fight the 6 remaining gods. The girl architect suddenly turned around sharply. A member of the association asked her what she had in mind. I will go to the pyramid alone, she said. If I stay here, it will only irritate you, she clarified. She is undermining the spirit of our team, the association member said. When asked whether it was possible to climb the pyramid alone, the man replied that it was theoretically possible. The mechanism can be adjusted, depending on the number of people it affects the level of difficulty. But if you are alone, the risk of dying is higher. If so, the biker said, I'm also heading to the nearest pyramid. It is unlikely that any of the participants will agree to support me. This is how much they trust me. Technician, how did you know I would be here? The young man asked him. After all, no one knew that I would be in the tower. I used a backdoor to the system, he replied. Using a person's physical parameters, you can find out which dungeon he is in. But what's surprising is that you ended up in a completely different dungeon than the others. Taking advantage of the opportunity, I wanted to ask something. Right, we need to have breakfast. Let's go. Find a place where we can have a snack and talk. I'm not in the best shape right now. I'd prefer to go home first and change my clothes, the hero said. Yes, it's easy. Yesterday, while I was waiting for you, I accidentally went to the shopping center and bought some clothes. He was holding a bag of clothes in his hands. Here, try it on, said the technician. Okay, since you insist. The hero hurried to get dressed after that. He put on a t-shirt and a jacket. How beautiful, I heard from nearby. A beautiful body, noted the second of the girls who were looking at the young man. Let's go for a walk, said the hero. Baker, meanwhile, had reached the right place. This is the nearest pyramid. As the elder said, the fragments are the weapon that will start the final war. Only the one who is called a god can obtain the weapon. It turns out that only I have the right to take possession of the fragments. I have to take my guild to the top. I can't afford to disappoint my colleagues. Afterwards, the biker hurried inside. Inside, he looked around frantically. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly. He saw fire in front of him. Then there were many of them. It didn't immediately dawn on him where he had ended up. It was a fighting arena. Brave warrior, you are in good shape. I am the son of Geb, the protector of the great Ra, the god of strength and war. My name is Seth, the boss said. I am the guild master of the Blazing Dragon, the future greatest guild. Warrior of light, Xian. What a shame. Why should I play along with this monster? Excellent. We met at the right time. It's time to begin the battle. If you defeat me, you can move on. Don't think you're worth anything, the young man said. The ultimate barrage of light. The boss realized from which side his guy wanted to attack. He hastened to use his shield. Well, how about repeating it? Asked the biker. Insolent little bug, the monster said indignantly. He defended himself from another attack without any problems. Then he hastened to strike his own blow. Things are bad. The boss is too strong, the biker realized. But he managed to dodge it by jumping high into the air. The only thought in his head was that he wouldn't be able to cope with this battle. This power is at least diamond level, and this was the difficulty of the Sea of Oblivion. Powerless creature, how dare you challenge the god of war to battle? You will not survive this fight. Hey, don't underestimate me. While in the air, he was about to strike. The boss noticed this. He not only managed to fend off this attack with his fist, but he also managed to hit the guy in the jaw. After this, the young man flew away. He almost fell to the ground. Taste it properly, the boss said. Then he dealt the poor guy another blow. He started bleeding from his mouth. The last seconds of your life, the boss said. After that, the biker finally fell. Damn, he's a lot stronger than I thought. Without a healer on your team, it's hard to beat him. I can't believe I went into a one-on-one fight with you. It's time to drink the potion. After these words, he hastened to empty the flask. The boss of the Sea of Oblivion is incredibly strong. I wonder what's wrong with that girl now. What's going on here, she wondered. Bix changed the battle mode. It can't be that there isn't a single living creature in the entire pyramid. The scan didn't yield any results, so I'll have to go out. This is the only right choice. I hope they won't find me here. As soon as she stepped onto the stairs, I wondered why, really. Why did it all happen this way? Even though I suspected Songran of killing my brother, he still saved me. If he's not a villain, then why does he tell everyone the opposite? But I shot him. I owe it to my guild. Revenge. Don't forget about it yet. I don't want to be hated. You are mistaken, someone's voice answered. If you forget about revenge, you will have to say goodbye to the others. I hate my father's friend. That bastard killed my mother too. Just like Song Ran killed your brother. At the very moment my revenge was accomplished, I gained unimaginable power. I became a god. The thought of forgiveness lurked in your head only because you were saved by him. But in fact, the maiden screamed loudly to silence the voice. You can't escape from yourself. By the way, a member of the association stated. Do you know what gods are inside the pyramids? He asked the village chief. Yes, let me take a look, said the old man. So, Anubis sits in the big pyramid. The red-haired guy went to Seth. According to the association, Seth's quest is divided into 2 stages, killing mobs, whose strength increases with each corridor. Only one participant makes it to the 2nd stage, and that's when the boss battle begins. The guy was very unlucky. He went alone, which means he misses the 1st stage. What about the girl? She is in the Pyramid of Horus. What did you say? Shouted the association member. Damn, this couldn't be allowed. So that's how it is. Now I understand why you grimaced when I introduced myself as a technician. A sudden acquaintance with a crazy girl leaves a bad taste in your mouth. By the way, have you ever heard the saying, 9 out of 10 technicians are crazy? When the hero asked which one of them you are, he replied, at first glance, I look adequate. Well, Suke is definitely a talented girl. Hunters often use the ring-shaped system of Wu. This girl created it when she was still a teenager. So, have you met the young man? Asked her. Not exactly. About 7 or 8 years ago, the government of the cities A, B, and C created the Prometheus Plan, gathered all the talented technicians under their wing in order to develop a strong base of specialists. At that time, I was a good friend of Si Yan, and for the sake of his stupid dream of the best guild, I signed up to participate. When I was assigned to the organization, I realized that I was in the 2nd stream. Suke was the very first in the selection, and that was when she created her system. She had no equal among the other participants, and she had a charming character. Then, when 5 technicians were assigned to experiments, she changed a lot. Later, we were all returned home. The Prometheus project was closed. Only now I realized that all this was started only for experiments. As you probably understood, they failed. Then the young man asked if perhaps the technician knew who the awakened ones were. What? He was horrified. Is it really you? I saw an underground city. Mr. Liu, if everything is as you said, what does this mean? Asked his association member. We have big problems. Boss Gore has no physical body. His pyramid is a continuous labyrinth. As for his method of dealing with violators, his attack is called a sweet dream. By influencing the subconscious of his opponent, Horus immerses him in an illusion, and he also carries out his dirty rituals. Drives them crazy, forcing them to commit suicide. Suke didn't understand where she ended up. Wait, it's him, the killer. Song Ran, the only one who got out of that dungeon. Only together can we. After these words, she was going to pursue him. But the traffic light turned red. She ran as fast as she could. All the cars stopped abruptly in front of the pedestrian crossing. A member of the association appeared in her dream and shouted from his car, asking if she really wanted to die. She almost caught up with the main character. Moreover, the man noted, her emotional state was unstable. I'm afraid she's a tasty morsel for Gore. The cars still didn't move. She has already come very close to the hero. As soon as I grabbed him by the shoulder, it seemed like a car was flying into the guys at full speed. She rushed to knock down the girl. The blow was so strong that the maiden flew into the air. Songran stood over her corpse. His gaze expressed hatred towards the girl technician. Songran, why are you looking at me like that? He was about to tell her something. You are a strong girl. You recovered so quickly. after his brother's death. Haha, how pathetic you are, Suke. Meanwhile, the biker continued to fight with the boss in the arena. The monster struck the red-haired man with such force that he started bleeding and it flew in all directions. Exhausted, he thrust his blade into the ground. Then he began to breathe heavily. I'm strong, even though I lasted a long time. But the battle with the unfair boss is a waste of time. Reckless brave man, you spoke so confidently at the beginning of the battle. Even that blow, I clearly overestimated you. Shut up. This isn't the first time I've been on the brink of death. I can dance with you all day long. I need to finish this. One more potion, and I'll definitely find his weak point. Damn, we're out of potions too. Ha ha ha, that's all, I won't forget you. And I will remember until the dungeon is updated. The biker said quietly. Die, Hunter, the boss blurted out. I haven't given up yet, the red-haired one responded. The monster swung at the boy. Is this really the end? What will happen to my guild? Blood flew in all directions. Someone else has appeared on the battlefield. This was the main character. He protected his comrade. Song ran, the biker said quietly. The boss appeared before the hero in all his glory. Xian, I owe you for that bullet, remember? Healing technique, wound healing. When I asked where the hero came from, he replied that Song Hao sent me here. I had plans to go through the Sea of Oblivion, but I expected to get here a little later. When I spoke with Song Hao, he told me that you like to go through everything alone, so he asked me to help you. Incredible technique. Your deputy is an incredible master. Song Hao, it's good that you helped me. I already thought I was going to die here. Okay, enough talk. We need to deal with this monster. To achieve my goal of becoming the best guild leader, I completed all the quests alone. I haven't teamed up with anyone for a long time. And I feel like it will be fun. Another small one. What kind of lawlessness is this? The monster was indignant. Violating the order of battle and the queue. For this I will punish you both, he shouted. Don't forget who I am, the god of war and power. No matter how many weaklings you gather into your team, it will not give you anything. Spear of Elemental Discord. He created such a powerful spell with one hand. The discovery of the underworld, he added. Mortals today, the boss shouted. You will know what a real battle is. It seems that due to my intervention, this monster has become stronger. This boss is too strong. What a furious ability. A huge number of living skeletons appeared. The bosses of the Sea of Oblivion are many times stronger than usual. Don't be afraid. No matter how strong the Horned One is, there is only one of him. Together we will overcome him in a moment. What the biker saw shocked him. Motherfucker, this is inhumane. Seth, you really know how to piss people off. The creatures that appeared were countless. What a huge army of the dead. Will we be able to rest today? Buddy, we're going to have to cover each other in this fight. I don't think I can do it, the biker said. If you want to give up, now is not the time. One of the monsters exhaled heavily. They were already very close to the heroes. I don't care. Up until this point I was only thinking about how to quickly escape from here. Now all we can do is fight them. It's not over yet, the hero declared. Blade of Balance activation. Don't give up so quickly, attack buddy. These skeletons are very weak. The only problem is their numbers. True, I'm sure Seth's army is endless at this rate. We will die here sooner or later. Hey, Sun Yan, have you ever been to the Sky Tower? Well, how can I tell you? The biker replied. After the tower, I'm ready to beat up this crowd of skeletons all day long. But this won't solve our problem. Sooner or later, we'll run out of steam, and we need to think about escape options. Haha, the words of cowardly rats. You know nothing about war, the boss said. As long as their lord lives, they will fight until only one remains. The events moved to the Finado Oasis, outside the pyramids. The warriors who had just arrived were walking towards the boys. Mr. Lewis, we have a problem, the guild leader reported. We have received orders from the association to come to your aid, stated the three fighters who arrived. The head of the Clover Association, Lu Jiao, and also the Zhangcheng Guild. The head of this association is Ji Xuan. Excellent. With your help, we will end the Sea of Oblivion much faster. Hey, don't gather so many cockroaches together. They'll still remain the same cockroaches. The Huangtu Guild, its leader Xing Jieyu, for the sake of association. I found strong allies from abroad, he said. Guildmaster Lu, it's been a while. Who knew that a simple presenter like you would become such a cold-blooded woman after rising? Where is your respect? I still have videos of you broadcasting live. Now I would like to introduce you to my friends from the echelon. First, Wang Fen, 9th in line. Second in line, Luo Wenhei. What, the first echelon? These are the guys from the department, the 9 strongest. The head of the guild, a girl, looked with hatred at the representatives who were being elevated. Did you really know that this was the first echelon? Hello, I am Xiao Lu. I work under Minister Zhao Jin. I didn't hear what you said, the representative said. It doesn't matter. I want to finish here as soon as possible and go to the bar to have fun with the girls. I'm sorry, but we need to do some preparatory work, the association member replied. God, these idiots are everywhere, pretending to be God knows what. the guy shouted. Mr. Liu, hello, I'm Luo Wenhe. We usually don't help guilds like Huang Tu. Hello, Mr. Luo, I heard it's no fun here. Guildmaster Xing told Wang Feng what was happening in the Sea of Oblivion. But no one talked about helping this small Huang Tu guild. We came here because of the order from above. 2 fighters from the echelon above are already exceeding standard tasks. What happened in this underground city? Meanwhile, the heroes continue to destroy the weakest monsters. Xian, did you hear what the boss said? Yeah. It's not that cool? No, that's not it. Breaking the order of battle in queue and the last phrase, until there is only one left. I think he is talking about the system of this dungeon. The system, the biker asked in surprise. After this, the hero suddenly ran, giving a final sign of agreement. I think the sea of skeletons around is one of the stages of building the dungeon system. So it turns out that when he said, until there is only one left, that only one fighter should remain to fight him. It turns out that when I entered the dungeon, I immediately went to the battle with the boss. Before entering the pyramid, Mr. Liu told us that the monster itself can change the difficulty based on the number of participants entering. The skeletons keep respawning and nothing will change until we fix it. Now it's clear why these devils are so weak. There is only one way to change the system of this dungeon. We must kill Seth, only then will everything be over. This is some kind of joke. If more people came here, then everyone except one would have died. But there are only 2 of us here, and in order to get to the boss, it's best for me to kill myself, the biker said. Not a bad idea, the hero shouted at him. But now the biggest problem is clearing out the weak mobs. I want to try something. The young man continued to exterminate mobs, while listening to what his red-haired comrade was telling him. Then he asked him if Xian could hold them off for about 20 seconds. Then he opened his inventory, where the items he had recently received from the tower were displayed. Sword evolution, begin fusion. What the hell is a merger, the biker asked him. Awakened, I also heard this for the first time from Song Hao. The unification has begun. The Spider Fang is in the process. Awakened. Then you should know that in the first echelon everyone is like that, the biker reported. I dreamed of getting there all my life, and you, how dare you become awakened? This is how you repaid me for everything. Calm down, we have more serious problems. The monsters had meanwhile closed the distance. I don't have much mana left, only enough for one use of this ability. Even though I don't know the form of your awakening, you should try. Sword art, the red-haired man shouted. Burgundy barrier. At this time the merger was completed. He received 1 attribute and a new level for his sword. Judging by the current indicators, this sword wasn't particularly suitable for the young man, and in this situation, it was of no use. Okay, let's try the next one. I knocked this out of the giant knight. Damn it, what's taking so long? This ability requires too much mana, the biker complained. You'll be there soon, I can't do this anymore. Shut up, better take advantage of this. The hero threw a bottle of mana to his comrade. You've prepared well for this dungeon. What the young man saw amazed him. He received the form of a giant sword. Why does it indicate which level? It is because I have improved the sword of evolution. How much my blade contains. I can't stop thinking about how to become stronger. Asura's hilt, let's see what you can do. The young man then performed another merger. A new ability was acquired. Dance of Bloody Fury, which, when activated, imbues the blade with the owner's bloodlust. How much longer do I have to wait for you, my friend? I can't take it anymore. I'm ready, let me show you my ability. Activation. The hero's sword took on a completely different appearance. Giant sword form. Now it's your turn to fight the mobs, and I'll take a rest for now. A crowd of monsters was advancing towards the boys. I will test the sword on these dead souls. The first one was destroyed without any problems. Then the blow was dealt by those who were nearby. The hero found it much easier to exterminate them. Fuck, what the hell? The biker said in surprise. Clearing mobs is no longer a problem for us. We need to deal with Seth. The number of weak monsters has been significantly reduced. They were overcome with fear before the hero. Dude, you're too strong, the biker said. Listen, what were you doing there when we were passing the Sea of Oblivion? To which the young man replied, the system sent me to the Heavenly Tower. The new abilities have a good effect, but the Dance of Blood Frenzy requires a lot of health. If you combine it with the draining healing, you can achieve a good synergy of abilities. The dance takes away 2% of your total health, and since the recovery has been raised to level 2 with the sword upgrade, it also restores 2%. In other words, although at the beginning of the fight I lose some health when activating the dance, later I will restore the lost health. The only problem is the lost mana, so it is necessary to finish the fight as quickly as possible. Attack! The young man shouted, approaching Seth. Afterwards he wished him death and pierced him with his sword. Nameless boy, do you really think you've gotten closer to me? You think you could kill Seth himself? At this time, while the boss was aiming at the young man, the biker pierced him with his blade, saying that he didn't expect this. I was really looking forward to this moment. You hit from behind, the monster said. But now you can't escape from me. Redhead, I can repeat the ability you showed us. The death blow, said the boss. Feel death creeping into your muscles and bones. Siyan, the protagonist shouted. Damn, his attack is 1,000 times stronger than mine. But I won't let go of the blade. Song ran. You have to do something for me. You're strong enough. But leave the boss to me. Okay, friend, said the main character. I believe you, he added. Believe it or not, something like that can only be heard from a human being, the boss said. You no longer have any other choice. As long as you hold your blade, you will die slowly and painfully. But if you let go, you will miss your only chance to win. Or do you think that that boy is capable of saving you while you are next to me? The difference in our strength will not change just because you are angry. Test my strength. After this, both were enveloped in powerful electrical energy. Siyan, said the hero, the army of the dead is getting closer. I repeat once again, I will not let go of the blade that I plunged into my chest. It's all because you still haven't understood. That's the whole point, the biker shouted. Here the events are transferred to the past. Someone noticed a little boy, the stranger asked. Your name is Song Hao. I heard that a new boy moved in with us. His parents are always at work. They don't spend any time with their son. They say that you are often bothered by bullies, but you can't even give them change. You have a lot of pocket money, but they take it from you. You know who I am. I am the most ferocious fighter and bully. Call me Bro Siyan. Today it is my turn to deal with you. It is true that you cannot fight back against the offenders. The poor fellow said quietly. Hey, what kind of mine is this? Asked the red-haired man. You think I'm weak? You underestimate me? He shouted. Yes, people like you and me. Who do you think you are? He shouted after hitting the poor guy. Why are you so insolent? Yes, rich son. I don't care that they take your money. You have no desire to give me change. This is how you respond to someone else's help. Well, okay, you really are stubborn. Give me the money and I'll go. You are a bunch of scum, the poor guy said. Boy, after these words, the biker clenched his fist tighter. What? He suddenly said. The boy bit his attacker with all his might. Then, realizing what could happen now, I tried to let the guy go. But it was too late. The poor guy hit the biker in the face with his head. I'll finish you, he shouted. Oh, what a freak, small but impudent, damn it, you'll pay. After that they fought and the red-haired man acknowledged his strength. Then the biker picked up a wooden sword from the floor and handed it to the boy. I made it myself. It's called Crimson. They say you don't know a person until you fight them. Now we're friends. Now I will teach you how to use it. First you need to apply force in the pelvic area. Bend the blade with the blade upward and swing. At this moment you should shout, Sword Art, Shining Fang. What a stupid name, the poor fellow laughed. Haha, it doesn't matter, remember? If someone else bothers you, while you are ready to fight the enemies, like me, like this blade, I will come to your aid. Suddenly, someone grabbed the wooden sword with his massive hand. Hey little one, you don't think you're a hero with this piece of wood, but this is probably your girlfriend. I'm short on money here. I'd like to borrow some from your girlfriend, but after meeting you he's so cheeky. Give me the money, and don't worry. Take the money but don't touch him, the poor guy shouted. Motherfucker, why the hell have you become so insolent? The wooden sword broke in half. You were also shouting something about sword art. You think you're a hunter with a toothpick like that. You can be dealt with in one blow. Let's go, said the big guy. This shorty even decided to become a hunter. That's hilarious. Haha, what idiots. Sorry, the biker said quietly. Then he set out to pick up the broken sword. Siyan, the poor fellow, addressed him. Are you okay? He asked. I couldn't protect you. Siyan, wait, the boy shouted after the red-haired man. It was I who imagined myself as a star and thought that I didn't fit into this world. After that, he raised his leg to catch up with the biker, but he had already gone far ahead. The events moved to the school building. Look, that guy from the next class challenged the older student to a fight. Oh well, he's the guy with glasses who always got beat up. The red-haired man listened silently to what they were talking about. Look what he has in his hands, a wooden sword. He put it together from the pieces and glued it with tape. Haha, really? Where did he even get this trash? The biker looked at them with hatred. Hey, idiot, are you tired of living? The opponent asked the poor guy. I see you've gained some nerve. Your red-haired friend trained you to do all this. Scum, I'll show you your place. Your legs are shaking. I have no desire to damage our ATM. Don't talk too much. Today I will take revenge on you for Siyan, the art of the sword. Shining Tooth. After these words, the boy rushed into battle. Ha! This idiot actually went into battle? Yeah. Looks like someone's going to get it today. A fight broke out in the street. Some of the boys left the class to watch the fight. The art of the sword, they heard. The guy had already significantly reduced the distance to his opponent. If I don't fight back, I'll live my worthless life, but now I'll fight. For my friend, I will stand to the end. Little bastard, said the brute, taking the sword in his hands. Don't show off, then he kicked the boy. This is your awakening, weakling. This piece of lousy wood again. Stop embarrassing yourself in front of everyone. No, wait, don't break it. There you go. Now you won't be able to glue it back together. How you irritate me, puppy. The only weaklings here are you. Only scum like you can assert yourself at the expense of people weaker than you. Your place is in the cesspool. You've played yourself out, the thug shouted. Well said, someone said during the jump. It was the red-haired one. Don't you dare defame my friend's awakening. After these words, he kicked the offender. Si Yan, the poor fellow said. He was definitely glad to see him. What were you thinking, you bastard? Don't think you can defeat my friend so easily. That red-haired runt again. Mind your own business. After this, the future biker received a strong punch to the face. Even fell to the ground after him. Try kicking me again, said the angry thug. Two brainless brats. Today I will show you. After these words, the red-haired man was stuck into the ground. Admit that you are a weakling. I'll tell your mommy this. Don't push it, upstart. The poor fellow ran to help his comrade. Then he hit the offender between the legs. The brute almost lost consciousness from such a blow. The future biker began to slowly rise from the floor. He aimed his fist at the bastard's face. Die, he shouted, hitting with all his might. He flew into the air. You're just a terrible fighter, the red-haired man stated. The bully lay unconscious. Siyan, I'm sorry. Your wooden sword is broken again, but I'll fix it. I should be the one apologizing, the biker said. Songhao, I promise I will never let go of the blade again. I will become a hunter. I will have my own guild. If so, then I will become the best technician. And if your weapon and armor are damaged, I will definitely repair them. We agreed, my friend, and the guys bumped fists. Yes, your presence is just a small hindrance. Now I am not the same as before. Stop my blade at least 100 times. I will never back down again. That is my main principle. Divine gift, the biker shouted. Treaty of the Crimson Gap. The boss received a serious blow from the red-haired man. His ability is to use the blade's strength to turn it into an explosive projectile. Haha. So that's it. And this is what you call the path of the hunter. For the first time they appeared. They were able to defeat me in the team. But what's the point? I will appear here again, fully restored. I have experienced everything. I have seen an incredible amount. New times will come soon. For you, the boss said. It will come. After these words, the skeletons began to disappear. It was pure hell. The boss was defeated. You're fighting well, friend. Stop it. It's all thanks to your mana. With your help, I was able to activate my last ability. But I missed something. I'm very stupid. I once saw Xiaobai drop all his equipment and defeat a boss. So I wasn't afraid to break my blade because I was going to pick up the one the boss dropped. But who knew what that thing would drop? Ha! Better than nothing. You killed the boss. She's yours. Song ran. I can't fight anymore. And the rest of the dungeons can only be opened with this thing. So please complete them for me and save the chosen fragment. Take it and open the gate when you pass the dungeons. Then return it to me. Then Song Hao will make me a new sword. Fight for me, Songran. A fragment of the chosen Seth. A special artifact of the Sea of Oblivion. It contains the power of a god. Fusion is possible. If so, then I'll take him with me. He said, new times are coming soon, and for you it's hell. Do you think such speeches are said in his dialogues? Yes, very strange words, the biker answered. But now it doesn't matter. We'll go through this dungeon the old-fashioned way. Warning, anomalous dimension detected. Underground city will be updated soon. There have never been any anomalies in my system. Could this all be because of my appearance in the dungeon? The countdown has begun. 6 seconds, Mr. Liu. Have you heard that voice? There have never been such cases in the history of the association. Damn, so many problems. Apparently that's why they sent us here. First of all, this damn door. Wang Fen, shut your mouth. You know what such chatter leads to. Before the trio left, I was assigned to look after 2 people, Song Ran and Suke. They are our target. Meanwhile, there are 3 seconds left. Then the gates opened. A new boss has appeared, more terrifying. The countdown has ended. The raid is being updated. Please wait. The young man has entered the white space again. It appeared every time he moved from one dungeon to another. And recently he also thought that this system was too real. The system notified that the raid had been updated. It started snowing in the desert. So this raid has been updated? What about those bosses we defeated? Will they count towards our score? It defies common sense to know where snow came from in the tropics. There is snowfall in the desert. The atmosphere is oppressive. Song Ran, where have you been, Mr. Liu? So much has happened. It's impossible to tell in a few words. In short, Song Yan and I dealt with Seth. I heard the system notification. Great job, Song Ran. You showed up. I was so worried. Oh, just look who's come. It seems like there's something we haven't agreed on, right? Huangtu Guild, I have nothing to talk to you about. You think no one knows anything? You're lucky to be awakened. But how many people died in that dungeon because of this? Don't you think the strange raid update is related to this scum? Wang Fen, no, don't get me wrong. I didn't tell him anything about the awakened ones. The guild leader grabbed the hero by the clothes. "I'm sure you still remember how you disgraced my guild," he asked, to which the guy replied, "Then you should remember what happened to Li Jiao for her nasty tongue." After this, the young man pulled his hand back. "Or you want to fight with me, then you won't even have time to say a word." The main character was serious. "Gentlemen, I can guarantee you that the system update has nothing to do with Songran. Like Awakenings, I can feel the activation of the test mode. I tell you, this is on behalf of the first echelon. While the situation is not under our control, you both need to calm down. Since we cannot understand what the reason is, there's only one thing left to do: find out everything from the NPCs." Chapter: What's going on here? Where does the snowfall in the desert come from? "It's all because of good deeds," the elder replied. "The great god Horus sent us this miracle. What you see, blessed snow in the deadly desert. The great time is coming, adventurers. We no longer need your help." "If you don't need help, then what should we do with our task, Mr. Liu? It seems to have glitched. Until we complete the raid, we can't leave him. I've never been in a situation like this before. We'll have to." He didn't have time to finish. As the old man began to turn into a demon, he said, "You have come to ruin our great hour. Since you do not want to accept the great benefit, then it would be better for you to stay here." The old man has taken on a completely different appearance. Forever, after these words, he turned into a dragon. He hurried to fly above the heroes. "What's going on? How did he turn into this? A giant dragon-class monster. Things are bad." The strongest of the fighters began to discuss this situation. The monster hovered above them, clearly having an idea of how to deal with them. "Mr. Liu, what should we do? Attack, everyone to the battle." Huge dragons have very precise directional attacks, and low-level hunters are better off hiding from their breath and aerial attacks. The monster began to create a fireball from its mouth. After he released it into the heroes, he began to create the next one. "The situation has gotten out of control. We urgently need to find out what happened in the Pyramid of Horus. Who is ready to go there to check? I'm afraid that everything didn't go according to plan because of me. Since I'm involved in this, then I have to go too," Songran said. "Oh, so it has to do with you. That stupid girl did something again. I should go with you too," the guild leader declared. "After all, she is a member of my association." "I'm against it. This guy has problems with Songran. I don't trust him," said one of the strong fighters. "I suggest that the young man and I go there, no matter what happens in the Horus Pyramid. As one of the first echelon members, I will be able to stabilize the situation. Wang Fen will take command here." "You don't need me here. Lao Lo, don't be afraid. This creature doesn't even come close to being compared to dragons. Even if there are 100 of them. For me, it's nonsense." "Okay, let's do as Mr. Luo said." The snowstorm began to intensify. The first echelon member and the hero went to the pyramid. The man turned his gaze to the young man. "Songran, it's true that all the hunters in that raid died back then." "That's right," then he continued. "Upon first awakening, the raid mode switches to trial. Due to the sudden increase in the difficulty of the dungeon, such unfortunate events occur. A common occurrence. Yes, Si Yan's deputy told me about the awakening. But I'm not here because of guilt, Mr. Luo. You are in the first echelon, which means you are also awakened. When this happened to you, there was a similar situation." "With me?" he asked in surprise. "I went on a raid as part of a young guild with other newbies. Even though the raid was low level, I suffered quite a few newbie deaths. Songran, when you became awakened, no other changes happened to you. The thirst for murder, for example." Then the man asked another question. "Have you ever been to the Heavenly Tower of Trials?" Having imagined her in his head, the young man wondered if this was the same one he had been in not long ago. "This is the grave for all losers." But before he could finish speaking, what he saw struck him. The horde of mobs, apparently after the update to the Sea of Oblivion, changed a lot when I went through this raid. There have never been so many flying mobs here. "Evolutionary sword," the hero shouted. "Wait," the man interrupted him. "Let me show you the power of the first echelon. Feel the circulation." After these words, he began to charge with energy. He put his hands forward to get rid of the flying reptiles with his own hands. Everything in the world is like a river, but even a small pebble can disturb its calm. Meanwhile, the monsters were rapidly approaching. Hundreds of forms of incorporeal existence. "With one blow I am able to destroy." Then the man screamed furiously, and he launched a column of bright light at the monsters. Those were burned without any problems. Incredible power, a nightmarish strength in his hands. It can replace several guilds, so this is what the first echelon representatives are capable of. Even more monsters were destroyed during the time it took the hero to deal with the monsters. "There is so much I still have to learn," the young man thought. "It's just a pity I have no idea in which direction I should move." "Hey man, why are you standing there? We have more important things to do." "Oh, I'm coming," said the hero. "The first echelon is listed. I will catch up with you soon." The Pyramid of Horus was just a little way off. "Here we are." There is nothing suspicious visible from the outside. But even so, we shouldn't relax. Suke, what's going on here? Common sense, logic, information, observations, conclusions, analysis. Great, now I get it. The truth of this world, she said. Suke, no, the hero said. Or maybe it's not her at all, Song Ran. No hasty actions. She's under the influence of the monster. Her condition, she is simple. But he didn't have time to finish. After all, it seems to have gotten through to him. That's why the trio contacted him personally before leaving. In this mission, you must ensure the safety of Song Ran and Suke. Song Ran, wait, I will take this battle upon myself. Suke, no, that creature is the same. Must be destroyed. She turned to the hero asking, are you Song Ran? I knew you would come to see me. Then the distraught girl said his name many times. You finally came, she cried out. You know what an eye for an eye means. In this dark pyramid, in this unfading tomb, the situation is getting out of control. The speed of this creature is too high. I am unable to keep track of its movements. I cannot waste time. In this sea of hatred, the only thing I was waiting for was revenge. The only time I waited. Imaginary ghost, the girl screamed. The hero used his shadow ability. I've been waiting for you, Song Ran. The hero's equipment stopped working. Then the hero deftly dodged the blow. Suke, I know you are angry and hate me. I am ready to ask for forgiveness, because this happened because of my fault. But, the hero suddenly added, I don't want you to accept my apology. In your current state, something human awakened in her again. Song Ran, she suddenly burst into tears. It slowed down, the man noticed. Here it is, my chance to win. The shape of a mountain river, a cutting blow. She was thrown into the wall by such a powerful blow. Suke, is she dead? The young man asked the man. No, but I'm afraid everything is not as simple as it seems. A notification has arrived. The first stage of the fight against Gore is complete. Activation of the anomalous level. Haha, human tenacity can surprise you at the most inopportune moment. Even having accumulated such enormous rage and hatred within themselves, the weak will never escape the fate of the weak. Then the mysterious voice repeated its words. Dark magic, this hatred began to appear from the girl's mouth. It would be better if I take control of it myself. How can this be? Even though the situation got out of control, I would never have been able to predict such a turn of events. The boss's spirit, in the form of a girl, looked at the guys with crazy eyes. I, Horus, have never been to the world of the living. But now I understand that it is not so bad here. People's blind prejudices give them strength. But if you channel these beliefs, you can turn it into their greatest weakness. Fall into the very depths of nightmares, become food for oblivion. A magical dream, the spirit finished. What just happened? The man asked. A magical dream. It is an illusory attack of Horus. But I do not feel that my body is in the dream world. He then turned to Song Ran, but it was too late. He has already ended up in prison, and is now wandering in the darkest and most terrifying world. Mountain, the man hissed quietly. Your enemy is me, so stop trying. Haha, you are so funny. How did you manage to sense the origins of my power? Besides, you should have realized right away that you were not interesting. There is nothing special about you, but Song Ran is different. His potential is limitless. Of course I don't mind playing a game with you. A tentacle broke through the ground. The man started to fight with him, but it wasn't going very well. Art of the Sphere, Dark Wild Forest. Horus's ability in the world of the living. The pyramid is the residence of the god in the world of the living. With the help of it, Horus can summon tentacles in his pyramid. If so, the maiden said sadly, let me explain the rules of the game to you. They are very simple. I won't touch you. I'll only attack Song Ran. His consciousness is in a magical sleep, which means that he is not in a position to protect his body. And if you don't attack me, then you'll have to fight back from the wild forest. The most interesting thing here is that Song Ran only has two options: die in the world of the living from the tentacles, or perish in a magical sleep. It would be best for you to abandon Song and kill me. That's how simple it was. That was your cunning plan, but you were overthinking it. After all, you gave me two options. I will protect him until he leaves his sleep, the man shouted. He did everything possible to save his friend's life. Heh, you'll have to constantly fight off my wild forest sphere art. But the man didn't care. It will be an endless game. There is no need to rejoice too early, even though I am not the strongest in the first echelon. But before you, stronger opponents have tried to destroy my team more than once, and no one has ever succeeded. Because as soon as I draw this sword, he hastened to stick it into the ground. My combat sphere will become impenetrable. You can't get rid of false hopes, his boss asked him. You people are really very strange. No, the man who was preparing for a serious battle answered her. One day I lost a loved one. Then I just woke up. The raid immediately switched to test mode. Then I thought that I could quickly complete it with renewed strength. It was only when I went ahead that I caused too much damage to my comrades. Many newcomers died in that battle. If this is the fate of the awakened, then what is the point of the existence of such a power? I thought about that day more than once, because I am a tank. And if I had given all my strength to protect my comrades, I could have saved them all. Protection, right? Since then, this blade has existed for the sake of preservation and protection. Mountain defense technique that destroys mountains. There it is, my Path of the Hunter, a high-level sphere technique. Its peculiarity is that, while in another high-level sphere technique, it neutralizes all enemy attacks. Mountain Destroyer, a sphere technique, is activated by the pulsations of a giant sword. No matter how strong you are, within the boundaries of my sphere, your tentacles cannot harm anyone. This is absolute suppression of the first echelon. The power of the first echelon, haha. I am sure that the power of your sphere is capable of destroying me in an instant. But it seems like you yourself don't notice that your defense limits your combat technique. No, Songran is under my protection now. I am not limited by anything here. Mountain River technique, destructive waves. Think carefully, you definitely want to kill me. Wait, really, said the man. After that, he launched a long-range attack on the enemy. Haha. I see your brain is still intact. The effect of magical sleep locks a person's consciousness in a dream. This world is in my power. If you kill me, Songran will lose his mind. And even if you return from the dream world, his soul will be consumed by chaos and despair. After that, there were more tentacles. Well, since you have no way back, and I have you pinned from the other side, show me what the first echelon is capable of. How long can you survive my attacks? Songran, I'm waiting for you. After these words, the guy opened his eyes. What just happened, he asked. I have good news for you, my friend, just now your stupid comrade, the maiden began. I fell under the power of my ability, a magical dream. What? The guy asked her, puzzled. The so-called magic sleep sends the enemy into an illusory world. Now Luo is in a world of nightmares. What is it like to be left alone without a strong ally? Let's play a game together. A tentacle emerged from the portal that appeared. It flew straight towards the hero's comrade. Yes, that's right. I see right through you, Songran. You seem so cold-blooded. But in reality, you're too kind. So I'm sure you'll take the brunt of this. Die and become food for nothingness. The hero used the imaginary ghost ability. What? The girl said in surprise. The tentacles stopped right in front of the man. Dance of Bloody Fury. Activate this ability. Why did you stop? I thought you wanted to kill Mr. Luo, the hero said. I don't know what you found in my subconscious, but in a magical dream. I am now, after these words, he intended to hit the girl. Damn you, the girl shouted aggressively. I am often underestimated and seen as a weakling, but I am sure that not all people are as insidious as you. I am familiar with Mr. Luo's strength, and, as one of the first echelon members, he has gone through many raids, and even if he fell under your technique, it will either destroy you or crush your magical dream into dust. That's the only reason you didn't kill him. That it was just an illusion. You didn't even think about killing him. The hero's sword was coated with energy. What will happen if I kill you in your sleep? But for now, I still have questions for you. Suke, what happened to her during this time? She suddenly laughed hysterically. She too fell into a magical dream. What is happening now then? Her subconscious has completely merged with mine, the boss declared, and it became the power of this dungeon. This Suke made me so strong. Why do I live in this world? Fragments of the maiden's dream began to appear. How she ran across the road. Looking back, my life seems like a distant dream, in which I walked from side to side across a snowy bridge at night. And if life is a dream, who I really am. Mad War Blood of the Celestials, activation. In her dream, she saw her brother, alive. There were columns in the place where she landed, and a bunch of defeated monsters. Inside a magical dream 2 hours ago. Let's go on the attack. Destroy this boss and get a lot of artifacts. Little K is waiting for me at home. Brother, that's his voice. He was going to fight that terrible creature, the hidden boss. Made a powerful leap over the monster's face. Brother, wait! Cried the maiden, hurrying towards him. I'm coming to you, she said with tears in her eyes. But the door to the dungeon was closed. She tried to open it and succeeded. What she saw there amazed her. Haha, easy as pie, great raid. Turning around, he saw Suke standing in front of him. What are you doing here? He asked in surprise. And it doesn't matter, the boss is killed. You want something for dinner, or we can have dinner at a cafe. Then, seeing his sister in front of him in tears, he stroked her head. Okay, enough crying, he said. You kept asking to join us on the raid. Look how much the boss dropped. Your job is to collect it as quickly as possible. Sorry, someone's voice interrupted. Suki recognized him immediately. Artifacts, the hero began, smiling sarcastically. Then he performed a deft blow with his daggers. I take with me after that, I beheaded the girl's brother. She was speechless at what she saw. The guy just chuckled at them. The severed head, expressionless, lay on the ground. It wasn't easy to get the artifacts. Why should only your sister get them for sure? Haha. A huge sack of shit. and he still calls himself gold rank. We'll sell everything and get a ton of gold. Song Ran, the girl hissed. Then she took out her firearm. Ah, the hero asked her in surprise. Not bad. Hate me. Kill me. Because it was I who killed your brother. All responsibility is on me. You're already so big, and you're still hiding behind his back. Your brother is just a fool, in other words. Pointing her weapon at the hero, she began to load it. With trembling hands, she reached for the trigger. Damn, something's wrong here. Then taking a deep breath of fresh air. No, you are definitely not Songran. Shh, the location boss said quietly. It's all simple, Suke continued. Gore's abilities, nothing else. Your dream is very realistic, but it has a few flaws. Firstly, he saved me that day. He is not crazy. Secondly, I tried to kill him, but he used an imaginary ghost to let me hit him. Maybe he felt guilty that because of him, everyone died in that dungeon. Thirdly, Songran is a dual-class hunter. He received this gift on the day he wiped out the entire team. Horus, if you want to deceive me, cast aside your hatred. Weak and helpless, you are just a nobody. If you wanted to deceive me, you should have created a more sophisticated illusion. No, I am quite capable of creating a complex dream, the invisible monster replied. These are just simple and cruel shocks. Have greater success in inciting blind rage and anger in the target. But I didn't expect that because of this dream you wouldn't fall into a rage, but would become even calmer. Shut up, the maiden shouted, firing her cannon. The creature dodged the attack without any problem. The girl was furious. Haha, Suke. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. The Huangtu Guild, your new home, is the reason you've strayed from your path to becoming strong for the sake of revenge. No, Bix, activate the hacker model, the girl ordered her assistant. This is a dungeon, which means the system controls the entire area. It is enough to get into the system's area, and the creator of the system is its owner. The deeper we are in the world of illusions created by you, the closer we are to the system itself. Connecting to the loophole, entering the program. Now I am, the girl said. We are in the system. Low-level mode activation, gotcha. Excellent work, the essence said with a smile. You were able to enter the very depths of sleep through a half-open door. This is the best option to see my true face. It tied your hands and feet. For example, the entity shouted joyfully. After these words, a huge number of tentacles appeared. It's no use, the girl thought. When I was 13, I could easily erase the entire system. I managed to erase some parameters. Deep sleep is the weakest point of the system. In other words, here both you and I are powerless. Bix, activate fantastic form. The girl got pistols. She took on a completely different appearance. Codename Spirit Key Boundaries. Then she appeared before the spirit in her new form, making an angry face. Screamed Daiboskor. The bullets from her pistol pierced the monster's skin. They flew out at incredible speed. In a moment, the goal was achieved. The dust began to clear. Instead of the boss, there was a crystal. After the work was done, the maiden wondered if Horus was dead. Then she moved closer to the crystal. This is a divine fragment of Horus. She grabbed him tightly in her arms. A moment later, a dark aura began to envelop her. Haha, girl, you are so naive. Do you really think that you can defeat me so easily? Your anger, your feelings, everything now belongs to Horus. This is most likely your destiny. If you want to ask why this is so, probably because you and I have the same reason. Knowledge flows into our brains non-stop. Monsters, people, hunters. So this is the true face of our world. But I don't want to die at all. Inside the magical dream, the Pyramid of Horus. What are you doing? Asked the hero's creature. Completely silent. I know what you're thinking. It's easy to kill me, but the dungeon will reborn me. But Suke will disappear forever. You will kill a person. But whether your girlfriend is one is up to you to decide. Now, beyond the bounds of magical sleep, your friend is protecting you, but he can't kill me for the same reason. Not being able to bear the burden of murder is the strongest and most false weakness. Your time for reflection is running out. The tentacles wrap themselves tighter and tighter around the hero. In the end, everything will come to one thing. I never thought that I had no shortcomings and weaknesses, the young man said. She looked at him questioningly. Yes. At my first hunter certification, I received the lowest rank, and once I became a hunter, I was pushed out from everywhere. I have already accepted the fact that there is no place for me in this world. But the evolutionary sword, the death of comrades, is inevitable. I kept thinking, the problem is not in me, it is in the world. The death of people is natural. It's my fault and mine alone. If it weren't for me, 10 of my friends would still be alive. Gore, you love to poke your nose into people's hearts, then I'll tell you what I feel. Incredible guilt for their death. But the path I walked, I saw Sion's insight. The power of the first echelon. Found new friends. I also thought about how I could use my power. Songran, answer the question, said the comrade from the first echelon. Which one? Why did you become a hunter? Out of despair, because the world was so cruel. I had to find the meaning of my existence. but I am so weak and cowardly. Am I ready to accept such an epiphany? I'll tell you right away. You're not ready, the entity replied. Your destiny is to be a weakling. No, Gore. You cannot understand the feeling of losing loved ones and friends. You cannot answer this question. A notification has been received about the activation of the petrification ability. You asked me if Suke is a human, and it is up to me to decide. Yes, he is. What a pity. Because nothingness expected so much from you, so what? After these words, a portal appeared behind her. It was a nightmare. The seeds of resentment and hatred growing out of blind prejudice and difficulties. Farewell, Songran, the entity said. But something was clearly wrong. The monster drew attention to this and said why it doesn't work. The face became distorted, and the entity began to speak nonsense. Shut up, she was trying to shut someone up. A girl, Suke, appeared. She immediately noticed the hero and said his name. This voice, he recognized her. Taking her by the shoulders, he said, Suke, it's you. Wake up. We're in a magical dream. We need to get out. There is no turning back for me, she said. I understood everything, being the creator and knowing the truth of all that exists. You can die now. It's not your fault, Songran. You don't need to apologize. There were a bunch of system notifications, new rules were introduced, and dungeon changes. Songran, this is the last thing I can do. I have one request. Kill the mountain. You will hear my answer after this. I don't blame you anymore. Low levels of the system. This mad woman sent me here, spending the last of her strength on this. Apparently, she doesn't know that the closer the awakened one is to the system, the weaker his powers become. While I, on the contrary, become stronger. Songran, just look at yourself. There is no power of awakening. You are just as weak here. Horus, you are mistaken, declared the hero. Then he unbuttoned his jacket, and he declared that he was not who he was at the very beginning. Then the boss rushed to use his ability, Wild Forest. But everything didn't go according to plan. The girl technician managed to block the creature's ability. Horus, I hate you. All your power is built on lies, playing with other people's emotions and cunning. While the guy was saying this, the monster was trying to use his other abilities. I still can't bring myself to forget what happened because of me. If that's weakness for you, then I will remain one. But I'm not confused anymore. Look at yourself, said Gore. You don't have the sword of evolution. You're holding some battered little knife in your hands. Coming closer, the hero grabbed the monster by the head and aimed his sword at it. Then he delivered the long-awaited blow. Afterwards, his comrade from the first echelon arrived here. Where the boss had been, there was now a huge sword. The comrade asked the young man if Horus was dead, but the guy didn't answer him anything. Then Mr. Liu called the warrior to find out how things were going. Once Songran defeated Gore, the other hunters dealt with the village chief and went to destroy the remaining bosses. The Genshin Guild fought against the god of Samsara, Osiris. The Three-Leaf Guild versus the goddess of life and magic, Isis. Tang Xiaobai also took part in the battle, using her new staff. Another unknown guild fought against the earth god Geb. At the same time, the Huantu Guild, together with Wang Feng, dealt with the god of the pharaohs, Sebek, and then went to the palace of Anubis. But, because Xian and Songran defeated Seth and Suke was absorbed by Horus, changes occurred in the pyramid. Heh, the gate opened so easily, I see the last boss will be weak, the guild leader said. Songran and the other weaklings don't even realize how much the rules of this dungeon have changed. God was already waiting for them with an angry face. Ignorant fools, I am the god of death, Anubis. I am the final boss of the Sea of Oblivion. As the holder of a chosen shard, you are allowed to open a passage for your team for 3 minutes. Hurry up, appreciate every chance you have. The rewritten Battle of the Chosen has changed. It was built so that all owners of shards could open the entrance to the final boss and fight 7 against 1. But now whoever owns one can allow everyone to take part in the battle for a short time. Wang Fen, hurry up in the battle. All hope lies with you, the leader said. To which he replied that he first needed to report this to the council. So even if they opened the passage, they will not be punished without orders from above. The leader thought that it was him today. Wang Fen was not himself. He received a notification asking him to choose whether to delete the contact or not. He did it, got rid of it. I'm definitely not going to fight that damn Anubis. This time, the council has clear intentions, due to the fact that the dungeon was activated in siege mode, which brought a hidden danger to the city. This mode has brought about dangerous changes. It is capable of releasing monsters. In order to seal it, it is necessary to obtain funds. The heart of the seal can only be obtained in the awakened mode. For situations like this, the council sends several frontline fighters to retrieve the heart. But with its hands tied, it was necessary to find a new awakened one to activate the mode. This man was Song Ran, so the council sent Zhao Jinyan to contact the youth and take him to the Sea of Oblivion. But this time it opened earlier, so the first echelon's task had to be completed in a timely manner. Initially, the completion stage required the arrival of Song Ran and the first echelon. But now, due to the untimely fulfillment of the conditions and the early opening of the Sea of Oblivion, the ability to choose modes depends only on the level of the awakened. There are now 2 modes to choose from: normal and awakened. The difficulty of the latter depends on the strength and level of the hunter who chose the mode. Therefore, the task of the first echelon in this mission is simple. Do not activate the awakened mode themselves. But they didn't expect me. I will betray them, the arrogant Wang Fen said proudly. This hypocritical age will finally end, he wondered. There are many paths for hunters in this world. Mine is to kill. Everything is for me, and everything is for me. If it makes me stronger and gives me everything I want, then I will do it. I will kill, destroy everything that stands in my way. This is my path of the hunter. Old man Luo, you were my biggest obstacle in the first echelon. But if you succeeded, then I too will be able to reach the entrance to the pyramid. Stop, I changed my mind, the bastard said. I don't think the awakening mode boss will be stronger than me. Headmaster, I'm sure we can handle this boss ourselves, the guild boss's assistant said. At the moment when the entrance to the pyramid closed, Wang Feng went to the center of the desert to use his Punisher path. What did you say? Huantu defeated Sebek and went to Anubis. Something's wrong here. If Huantu is given Anubis in the normal mode, then we won't be able to get the seal's heart, Wang Fen. What were you thinking? Mr. Luo, can you hear me? Song Ran, he is still in a magical dream. He has not woken up yet. The system congratulated the hero on his victory over Horus, and for this, he received a hidden achievement. It was a title, Devourer of Gods. A reward was also received, Vira's earring, a decoration that increased the effect of the treatment. They all have some bonuses, but it is almost impossible to get them. Therefore, even ordinary jewelry can be sold for good money at auction. He hastened to use the treatment on himself. The effect amazed him. With his current strength, he would be able to continue to go through everything alone. Then the young man heard something. He was given a choice of fragments, either mountain or suke. Why could he choose only one and not both at once? The girl said that she left him an answer at the very end. Songran, this is the last information I wanted to share with you. All the truth of this world is hidden in it. It all started with participation in the Prometheus plan training. My childhood was normal. My parents were hunters. We lived in abundance. But all good things come to an end sooner or later. My parents died in a dungeon during a raid. And since then, my brother and I have been left alone. As for my parents, I thought that this was inevitable in our world, and that it happened to everyone. I believed that the world would become a better place, and that my expectations would one day find their way out. But then I was very stupid. Having become such, I did not awaken talent. Only my brother supported me, until the Prometheus plan to gather the best architects was launched. I didn't even hope that I would become one of the chosen ones. The Flame Thief project took place on a huge research base. Daily lessons from architects and timely analysis were all I did in my first year of study. But contrary to my expectations, over time I developed a strong desire to develop my skills as an architect. Until 2 years later, the Prometheus plan was suddenly shut down. My last memory of this was of long-term treatment. I was diagnosed with an unusual disease and sent to a research center. When I woke up and returned to the academy, everything had changed. Since then I couldn't fit into any team, even though my skills as an architect were excellent, and no organization would accept me. And then one day during a swimming lesson, I went to the locker room and realized that someone had broken into my locker. All my only clothes. It was torn and covered in an unknown liquid. But I didn't do anything wrong. Why does everyone treat me like this? Then I took an academic leave and returned home with my brother, where I devoted myself entirely to my work as an architect. Since then, my desire to save humanity and change the world lost its power. The only thing I wanted was not to become a burden to my brother. That's why after his death, a terrible hatred for you settled in my heart, and then I had no desire to continue living. Just as a man in a raging river tries to cling to a blade of grass, so I held on to my hatred for you. But it was all a lie. They injected the monster factor into me. That's why I became so different from others. The Prometheus plan was to create awakened ones, and then use them as... The next thing she said was vague. Interference in memories, the hero asked. Then the girl's hologram disappeared. Test mode has been activated. Meanwhile, someone was running with important news. It was a girl magician. She was shouting at the head. Suddenly, all the warriors in the room had their throats slit. Our comrades, at this very moment, she shouted. Then someone cut off the boss's hand with incredible speed. Later, with a deft movement, he pushed off from the floor. He also beheaded the girl who wanted to say something. One of the warriors who remained alive noticed this. Who is it? He asked timidly. Someone's shadow appeared above him. He felt the presence of an enemy behind him and managed to defend himself from the blow. Hey, the awakened psycho shouted at him. Mad Butcher transforms into an illusion and moves at high speed, dealing damage over a large area. Then he began to dance in the air. "No, it's not necessary," the desperate warrior shouted. But it was too late. The madman pierced his assistant with a blade. "My comrades," the poor fellow cried. Then another of the warriors was killed. "My guild, they're all dead." "For what?" The head was indignant. When the madman came closer, the warrior asked him why. He just grinned and began his speech. "You know that your idea of the world is wrong. In our world, the real hunters are the villains. Since we are the villains, then why shouldn't we? Don't enjoy it, it's nice." Suddenly, the madman's test mode was activated. Notification for awake mode, but why? Apparently, Luo sensed that something was wrong with me and activated the awakened mode to ensure he got the seal heart to clear the dungeon. Only after experiencing that problem did I realize how much my strength surpassed the first echelon. Only in this way everyone inside will die. Why is there no reaction? Ah, this is Song Ran's awakened mode. Now I understand why the council is so worried about him. His mode can't be blocked. Has he really surpassed me? After that, he laughed hysterically. "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in you anymore. Now I need to kill Song Ran." Then the madman wandered away from there. Wang Fen, the head of the murdered guild, called out to him. Then he repeated his name. This situation had a strong impact on him. He went crazy. The gates to the pyramid were open. Someone approached them. It was a comrade of the hero from the first echelon. "The only thing I can do for society. First, I received a request for help from Mr. Li. Then the awakened mode was activated. I don't know the reason for Wang Feng's betrayal. But since he destroyed the River City Guild, it means he didn't even plan to activate the awakened mode, meaning Song Ran activated it." The madman understood this exactly. Knowing his character, he went to the Pyramid of Anubis in order to destroy the young man. "Therefore, I have a duty to protect this raid. Wang Fen, who tries to ruin the mission, or Song Ran, who wants to complete the dungeon. We will all meet at the entrance to the pyramid. I was right here." Both of them from the first echelon detachment reported. This is where it all ends. A new boss appeared before the hero. The power of his sword was still suppressed, but he had to fight. I remember how we stood shoulder to shoulder with our comrades and defended the city, and how people mocked me and went against me. What would have happened if I hadn't saved everyone and destroyed the monster? Did all the guys support me? If you think about it, they were right. The only ones who were wrong were me and Suke. We chose the wrong path. We were simply too weak, but was it only our fault? Do the dreams and tenacity of weak people deserve such ridicule? No, now I have become more confident. If there is no one to say a word for the weak, then I, a weakling, will speak for them. If there is no one to speak up for them, then I will become a defender of the weak. My sword, my strength, all this so that others like me can continue to fight. Haha, such is your way as a hunter, the monster asked him. Answer me, Song Ran. I am the god Ra, the hidden boss of this desert. Then the monster reached out his hand to the young man, and he began to create something in it. I am not your enemy at all. He created the Shard of Ra, a legendary desert artifact hidden in the sands that can be absorbed. Meanwhile, Wang Fen ran towards his comrade. Their blades clashed with each other. The impact sent energy in different directions. The shockwave was getting bigger and bigger. Lao Wen, where is your kindness? Aren't you curious why I betrayed everyone? Don't be stupid, Wang Fen, they answered him. Then the warrior took and stuck his former comrade into the ground. I still know what you are. You can't tell me anything. After that, he continued beating him. Mad butcher, he cried. He got very carried away by beating up his comrade. He didn't notice how he himself had injured him. What's going on? How did Wang Fen become stronger? Things are bad. I can't cope with him in this state. River City and the other guilds are in great trouble. Even Huan Tu will have a hard time fighting Anubis. Failure if we want to get out of here. Suddenly someone distracted him from his speech. Both froze at the sight of the figure. Mr. Luo, Wang Fen. Did something happen to you? Their hero asked. The second one looked at him with angry eyes. You were just in time and rushed towards the hero. Songran boy, Luo shouted. Something had to be done to protect my comrade. Sphere technique strengthening, Luo shouted. After this, the ground around him began to crack. A shield formed around the guy. At that very moment, the madman struck the young man. But he didn't take any damage at all. Luo, your sphere technique annoys me so much. Songran, Wang Fen is a traitor. Run quickly to the pyramid and I will deal with him. Kill Anubis and complete the raid. You are the only hope. After his words, he lost his arm. Wang Feng took advantage of the opportunity to cripple his comrade. But the hero did not interfere. He obeyed Luo's order. All hope lies with him. Anubis, meanwhile, easily destroyed the weak adventurers. They were enveloped in fear and hopelessness. Why did his strength increase so suddenly, they cried. Fools, said Anubis. Foolish souls in mortal shells. Chief, the situation is dire. We need to call everyone back and regroup. There are no such words in the Huantu Guild dictionary. Stop at nothing. Grow at any cost. Seize and rule. These are our principles. The boss, the ward said hopelessly. Hunter's mark is one of Anubis's mechanics. From the very beginning of the battle, it marks a target in a specific area of effect, increasing pressure on the entire team. Everyone to the battle, keep your distance. It is enough to distribute the group rationally, and we can avoid losses. Chief, the guild boss's comrade shouted again. Then he turned his gaze to the floor. Did you really want this from the very beginning? He remembered their first forays into the dungeons. Easy victories, like some kind of holiday. Division of the spoils. Did you really want to become an ordinary tyrant from the very beginning? Suddenly a notification of victory arrived. Did we really manage to complete the first stage? The location boss gained wings. He hurried to fly up. Then, using his staff, he began to create magic, and he hastened to envelop the adventurers in it. A scorching light, Anubis proves his power with a great weapon that incinerates any living being. At that very moment, red lightning began to strike one warrior after another in a chain. How is this possible? Let's leave, someone of them shouted. Boss Huantu tried to resist this force somehow, but to no avail. No, we have no chance of escape now, he shouted. Suddenly someone's foot appeared on the battlefield. He was the main character. He came to their aid. What? Does anyone have the right to come here during a battle? Thought the head of the guild. This is Songran, haha, he yelled. And then he added enthusiastically, you're just in time. Listen to me, leave the range of the dead man's mark now. The young man continued. Long-range mages, prepare to attack on my command. Gather all your strength. I can't kill you now because you're on a raid with us, the leader thought. Songran's target, the monster, was about to attack the hero. Great. It has the boss's mark on it since you're here. Anubis looked at the young man with all his hatred. Then don't even dream of coming back from here alive. With his staff, he began to create even more powerful magic. But Songran was calm, he was unwavering. They want to take revenge on me, he thought. This is in the style of the Huantu Guild. The system reported that your target is the boss of the Sea of Oblivion. Even if you wouldn't act so meanly. The hero meanwhile received the rank of Devourer. Deftly dodging the enemy's attack, he found himself behind him. I continue to raise my level. The rank had already been changed to God Eater, and I was doing it alone from the very beginning. Superman, Anubis hissed discontentedly. During his speech, the hero dealt his opponent many powerful blows. You will pay a high price for this, the boss said. An imaginary ghost, the young man thought. You will pay for your crime, the monster added. His rage was so strong that the nearest columns began to collapse. Chief, the whole pyramid is shaking, shouted one of the assistants. I just used the imaginary ghost. I still have enough stamina. The hero noticed that the battlefield was rapidly deteriorating. He bounced nimbly off the ground, and he began to jump from one column to another. Once he reached the level he needed, he clenched his evolutionary blade in his hand. Using the last of my stamina, he attacked the enemy again. Attacking weak points, precision strikes were activated. After this, Anubis switched to his ground form. The monster's wings were damaged. He was forced to return to his first stage. The guild leader thought the monster was dead, but no, the beast was still moving. He looked like he was able to continue fighting, and the mark was still active. If the battle drags on, the bastard will have a hard time. Someone's hand appeared from among the collapsed columns. The hero noticed this, and hastened to restore his health with the help of magic. What, it's the same ability? How he was able to compensate for the effects of the dead man's mark? No, even more, by his behavior in battle. I can definitely say that his level is above Diamond. Superman, you infuriate me, said the monster. The desert's punishment will put you in your place. Even superhumans have no right to kill gods. Die now, fool, cried Anubis. Then, in his fighting form, he jumped up, and he headed towards the young man. Attack now, the healer said. The monster was already very close. Their war blades crossed. With difficulty, the young man held back the onslaught. A moment later, they jumped away from each other. After we had caught our breath a little, they clashed in battle again. What kind of power is this? He fights with the boss on equal terms. Such a destructive power is damn scary. After some time, the boss left the place where he was standing. Then the young man turned his gaze upward. Anubis has regained his ability to fly. Once again, he switched to this form. Then I have no choice but to bring him down to earth. A warrior from the first echelon, who had lost his arm, looked with hatred at his former comrade. Old man Luo, you lost. I don't understand why you are fighting at the cost of your life. Songran didn't even blink an eye when he passed by us, so you have no one to protect. Shut up, replied the wounded man. There is no doubt about the trust between warriors. Even if the defender has no one left to defend, he will fight with dignity. Old man Luo, what is this boiling blood? Didn't expect you to choose this path. In order to become stronger, you chose such a fate, to give in to madness. Boiling blood, high-level awakened ones stop holding the monster seed in their body in order to gain more power. In exchange, they lose their minds. How could you dare to take such a step? Well, if that's the case, the young guy, a representative of the first echelon, clenched his fingers. "Mad Butcher," he cried, "let us test your strength." "It's no use, Wang Fen," Luo declared. Then he hit the ground with all his might. "Now I have finally come to my senses." Fen didn't notice how something sharp pierced his body. "And now, Luo, by making such a choice, you have turned yourself into scum in the eyes of other hunters. What do you think the association will say about you if they find out you activated the monster seed? Now you are worthy of fighting me. Show me all your strength. Stealth kill. You disappear from sight for a certain time. During the attack, the chance of a critical hit increases." "Enjoy death," Wang Fen shouted. "So you won't stop until you die," Luo said. The young fighter disappeared from the sight of the wounded warrior. A moment later, he was on Luo's right, intending to finish off his comrade in one blow. "Mercury Cup, farewell," Fen shouted. Meanwhile, events moved to the battlefield with the boss. The hero breathed heavily, leaning on his blade. Then, gathering his remaining strength, he was about to repeat it. During his attack, he activated the petrification ability. The guys from the guild were shocked that the main character had such abilities. This guy doesn't lose any stamina in a drawn-out fight. He maintains his power. Not only did he not lose his strength, but he was also able to crush Anubis. "Wait, how is that possible?" said one of the fighters. The hero meanwhile broke his opponent's shield. "This is an execution. The guy was able to drive the boss to this. Execution. Finishing blow or the final blow. At this moment the boss cannot counterattack. As soon as the blow is delivered, the raid will be over." The guild leader said that he didn't think Song Ran could grow to such a level, but he won't let him complete this dungeon. "I just need to finish off the boss, and the victory will be counted as my victory, right? The Huantu Guild completed this dungeon," he said. "The dominance of our union, we will achieve it soon." Then he ran up to the young man and pushed him away. He swung at the boss with the words, "Die Anubis." But after the impact, nothing happened. The monster rose from his knees, which really scared the guild leader. Anubis began to speak, man. And after that, he inflicted serious damage on the guild leader. He pushed him very far away. The headman crashed into the stone wall with all his might. "The fate of people," Anubis continued. "It is certain death," he concluded. And after his fiery speech, he pierced the head with a spear. His subjects immediately began to worry about their arrogant boss, Huantu. Why, he was on the verge of death. The flourishing of the king, the joy of the people, multiply, dance, sing. The death of the king, the fall of the people into savagery. The country is covered in ice, ash, and snow. The rise of the king, the price of heaven. One of the girls wondered why the boss stopped attacking. Celebration with the people, cleansing from sorrows. The death of the king, after which Anubis coughed. The death of the king, the rise of the kingdom, he concluded. After that, it burst into flames. After all, even death can shine brighter than the sun. The hero was watching the boss all this time. The second stage of Anubis was completed. "This is bad. Something is coming. It's a very strong attack. The boss wants to perform a special attack," the guys whispered. "Magic barrier mages, activate the defense." "Expansion," the desperate wizard cried. Rays were flying towards them. Some were defending themselves. Some were running away from them. These rays were not only inside, but also outside. The pyramid began to shine. The boss continued and continued to attack everything in sight. The main character also tried to defend himself. These rays also reached two comrades from the first echelon. Song Ran adjusted his legs to a more comfortable position. He was clearly about to do something. "Bad, look over there," one of the boys shouted. "This is the final form of Anubis." The monster growled at all those weak people. "Let's run faster," shouted one of the warriors. "I have one last trick," the hero declared. But he didn't plan to resort to it initially. He remembered the instructions from another god, Song Ran. "You should go to the Sea of Oblivion. Become close to God in the desert. In its current state, if the sea is cleaned, it will close forever." "Tell me why," Song Ran asked him. "You were able to see the hidden part of the iceberg of our world. And if everything goes according to plan, this world will be affected by changes. Song Ran, you have found your own way as a hunter. It is right to fight for the protection of the weak, so go your own way. This ability activates your hidden powers. Could this really be the seed of a monster?" he thought. "I can tell you that you will pay a high price, and I will disappear along with this dungeon. But we will meet again. Remember my name?" He said goodbye. "Call me Mercury and hasten to evaporate." The ability of Ragnarok was activated. The power of the sunlight of the ancient gods, hidden in the body, calls upon the power of the gods of the old world to be reborn in the new. So this is what their ability is, unlimited power. No, something else, thought the hero. This force can become even more powerful. The boss meanwhile created sharp spikes, which flew at the boys at breakneck speed. But someone moved towards them with the same speed. He was a hero. He was able to slow down time in order to save the guys from death. He managed to destroy the thorns one by one. This is impossible. The power of the gods of the old world is not available to ordinary people. No, the last and only god of the desert had to be Anubis. No one but me. The boss was angry. Then he flew even higher and began to attack more vigorously. The warriors didn't understand what happened to that guy. No, the main question is not how strong Songran is, but how long he can hold out. After all, Anubis fell into madness. If such a protracted battle breaks out again, I'm afraid that in the end, the desert will become our tomb. The hero, meanwhile, pushed off from the ground. He is obliged very quickly. Destroy this damn boss. In a moment, he had covered a great distance to the monster. Pushing off once again, he made a jump, and found himself right in front of the monster's face. Watching all his attacks carefully, dodged them without any problems. Then, using the dance of bloody fury, dealt a crushing blow to the boss. After that, he landed spectacularly. Meanwhile, the two comrades had not yet finished their fight. Old man Luo, you can hear what's going on there. Don't you want to take a look in person? Even though you've activated your trump card, all this blood and anger, you like it. You like killing. Songran and I are on the same path, the old man declared. No matter how weak a person is, if he has the will and the path, he will reach unprecedented heights. The boss was finally destroyed. The boys were taken aback by what they saw. The system congratulated absolutely everyone on the victory. The head of the association was also very surprised. It was all finally over. The system then calculated the number of points and experience. Could this really be the work of the Huantu Guild? Tang Xiaobai wondered. No. From the information I received, they were trying to escape from there. Anubis was defeated by Song Ran, for which he single-handedly received all the awards. Everything was dark before his eyes. He felt sick. Most likely this was a consequence of the ability. It was necessary to distribute all the experience as quickly as possible. The evolutionary sword has reached the 3rd level, and a new appearance and form has been revealed. He then acquired a 4th, which increased critical damage by 5%. Now the 5th one, the dagger ability, has been opened, and the armor penetration characteristic has also been added. The system informed everyone in the pyramid that the dungeon was complete. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, dungeon successfully closed. Then the boys returned to the city. It was important for them to contact the Hunter Alliance as soon as possible. Songran was lost among this crowd. He was trying to spot someone with his tired eyes. Tang Xiaobai, that's who he was looking for. Then he took out a glowing artifact. Hugging the girl, he asked her to hand over the heart to the seal. She was taken aback by his actions and became embarrassed. Thus, thanks to Song Ran, the Sea of Oblivion was closed forever, and Wang Fen escaped, causing him to be declared an international criminal. Having obtained the seal's heart, the Alliance sent the first echelon on a punitive expedition to the dungeons. But the expedition was unsuccessful, as more traitors appeared in the first echelon. The monsters left the city's dungeons and destroyed it. Later, one of the hunters went straight to the gate and ended this disaster by closing the gate. 3 months later, the new city S. The events moved to the central clinic of this locality. Songren was bedridden. Suddenly he opened his eyes and came out of his coma. His friends, Xiaobai and the biker, stood over him, glad that he opened his eyes. They informed him that he had been here for 3 months. The biker immediately began to tell him what had happened here during this time. The hero was overcome with evil when he learned that the city had been destroyed. It was some kind of joke. He never even had a home. The rented apartment was destroyed. Where should I go now? He asked himself, looking out the window. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. This is a representative of the Hunters Alliance. He was eager to meet the hero. I came to give you a message. The head of the research department, Zhao Jin, ordered to contact you as soon as you come to your senses. She wants to personally offer you something, the man said. He also asked the hero's friends not to disturb him until he came to his senses. The girl began to get indignant, but then the biker suddenly intervened, saying that they were leaving. Xiao added that they planned to throw a celebratory dinner for the hero at a hotel in the city. Suddenly the red-haired friend added, room 317. The hero was taken aback by what he heard. As soon as the hero recovered, he immediately went to the meeting. The guards parted for him when they saw him. Songran, long time no see, you are a great hero who cleared the Sea of Oblivion. Hello, Chief Zhao. They greeted each other and immediately decided to get down to business. You performed brilliantly in the sea battle. The Alliance wants to take you into a special department. After you fully recover, you will start working. When asked what the job entails, the girl replied, support and monitoring of hunters' safety, meaning working in the zeroing department. We will provide you with all the information and the best working conditions. After the battle, the association decided to grant you high-level access rights to data. After joining, you will get what you are looking for. So you find out more detailed information about your mother. The Alliance wants to work with you. The so-called zeroing organization, a special squad of hunters that tracks down violators and hunters who have broken the law. In other words, the reset is the police. It looks like the Alliance trusts me. But if they really trusted me, They would have told me everything straight out from the very beginning. They helped me get the heart of the seal. In other words, high-level access rights to information for me are like, we'll show you what you need to know. The Alliance won't tell me anything. Your alliance is not worth an ounce of trust. Sorry, Chief Zhao. I've already decided. I want to be a hunter. Well, that's well said the unknown person. Chief Zhao, it's time for us to switch. They stood right in front of the door where the conversation was taking place. Take Chief Zhao out for some fresh air, their leader said. Yes, his charges reported. So, let me introduce myself. I am He Tianzi, head of the Hunter Security Department. A former member of the First Echelon. I won't waste any time. Let's get to the questions. What did Suke say when you were at the bottom of the system? The seed of the beast. That's why the Hunter Alliance needs me. They want to send me to the nullification to control and monitor my every step. Perhaps they realized that the former participant of the Prometheus plan, Suke, could give me important information that poses a danger to the Alliance. Nothing special. She was just talking about revenge, the hero said. Then he thought, I won't tell you anything. I think I understand why Xian named those numbers. If you turn it over, it's 317. It turns out to be lie, which in translation from English means lie. Well, let's talk about something else, judging by the report. The members of the Huantu Guild saw you use a special ability. What is it? Nothing special, the young man replied. The Alliance is familiar with the power of the evolutionary sword. At a low level, the god Ra gave me his fragment of the Chosen One. Oh shit, stop lying. You think you're so smart? I'll tell you this. I have 100 ways to get the truth out of you. The ability description says release. You really don't know what that means. Since you all know, then what is the point of this show? Asked the hero. Sorry, there was no need to get angry, the leader said. Well, the report is over. I hope you'll be just as bold when we meet. The camera was filming them all this time. The overseer said, pass on Song Ran. He added, Department G. The girl was taken aback when she heard this. Chief Zhao, nothing can be changed now. But let me at least go with him. Hunter Security Department. It's 9 o'clock in the evening. General Staff. I report that the road is clear and we do not expect any incidents. Accepted. Continue to remain vigilant. I'm sorry, Song Ran, but believe me, I'm on your side, the girl said. He didn't say anything. He just looked out the window with a smart look. Song Ran, seriously, the Hunter Alliance is nothing. Before she could finish speaking, a rocket flew towards them. Air attack. We are under attack. Requesting assistance. It's good that the car is armored and equipped. Damn, we need to change route. New Huangpu Highway, 8:30 in the evening. Live, run, dance, be crazy under this gray light, the stranger said. For the night on Earth is as short as your life. Pacify all that exists. Starve. Go deaf. Become a fool. Throw everything away in the end, said the poet. My soul, my flesh, all of it screams in a blazing fire. The heart sings, filled with dreams. Today you will rest with me, face to the ground, curled up into a ball. After his tirade, the stranger personally flipped the car over. In this cool, dark night, his weapon was a skillfully crafted spear. He walked slowly towards the overturned vehicle. Someone's leg appeared from the car. As I thought, a true hunter would never listen to the idiotic alliance rule when in danger. Using your abilities in the outside world. This ability is called Imaginary Ghost, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be so cheerful. Even if you find out who I am, what's the point today I saved you? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether the people in the car survived. The important thing is that we freed you. Whether you want to return to Department G, continue to be under the control of the Alliance, or you have other plans, it's up to you. But if you're interested, remember the name of our organization, the Mercury Cup. The girl looked at the hero pitifully, waiting for him to finally make a choice. I have to tell you something. Wait, I can't take it anymore. I'll tell you the truth about your mother's death, the maiden said. She was killed by your father. It's true, I was his assistant, always admired his work. But he went crazy and was sent to the Heavenly Tower. The hero's eyes changed. Damn, this freak. He spent my entire childhood in the dungeons, completely forgetting about us, and eventually disappeared forever. As a child, I didn't have any feelings for him. I thought he was dead. Song Guchen, you're just a bastard. Meanwhile, the boys went to the grocery store. The hero bought himself some groceries and paid with a card. Sorry, Mr. Hunter, your card is not suitable. Come see us next time. The girl's screen showed information that Song Ran was a criminal. I wish you good night, she said. 3 days later, city police were already tracking someone. Reporters were informed that there was an accident on the highway last night involving members of the Hunter Alliance. The department head Zhao and several of her assistants were killed. The suspect is former hunter Song Ran. This man was one of those who visited the sea dungeon. The other members saw the attitude he showed towards the Alliance. The hunters suspect that he is in collusion with Wang Feng. Next, we will hear from one of the representatives of the police and the security department of the Alliance. Officer Zhao, could you describe this situation to us? What nonsense. They threw mud at me and considered me to be in cahoots with a criminal, thought the hero, turning off the TV. So this is how you work, Hunter Alliance. I spent all these 3 days on the run, hiding from the police. If I had bought something, the police would have known. Now I can't even rent a room. Hero of the sea. Haha. What nonsense. Even though the map is blocked, I have enough artifacts for exchange. This is how I earned money and the things I needed. It's good that there are hotels like this on the outskirts of the city, where I can take a little rest. But why did Suke and Ra choose me to convey the information? Okay, it's my father's business. I don't care about the seed and the cup of mercury. I will live for myself. Before I broke into the Pyramid of Set, Song Hao handed me a small gate creator. With this thing, I can get into any dungeon. Why am I being treated like this? The young man thought. From now on, the goal is the Heavenly Tower. I will declare war on the Hunter Alliance. The hero, as he wanted, poisoned himself in the dungeon. It was filled with huge poisonous spiders, but dealing with them did not present him with any particular difficulty. In an instant, all the enemies were defeated by his evolutionary sword. It's easy, the main character said. With the new form, killing monsters has become even easier. With a 6th level Sword of Evolution and the God Eater title, completing the tower will be a breeze. Father, I received hidden information. Wait for me. I will test my strength on you. Reckless youth, have you decided to feel my wrath? The swordsman of the Thundering Soul asked him. Why the hell did the level 30 boss change? The only one powerless here is you, the young man declared. You either die or become stronger. That is the way. Hunter, yes, the boss wondered. You only look strong, the hero said. But you're just trash from the 30th floor. And but before he could finish speaking, disappeared from the boss's sight. What? How did he manage to dodge it? I have long since mastered the power capable of crushing you, the hero said. Goodbye. Maybe we'll see each other again. You will remember that I killed you. Damn, I remembered who it was. I didn't expect to see that blade. He is my hope, declared the defeated monster. Tell me your name before we leave. Song Ran, the protagonist stated. Well then, come through us, the immortals, and become even stronger. You have gained the trust of the Thunder Soul swordsman. Suddenly someone called the hero brother. He was frightened when he heard this voice. It was the Maiden Guide. She reported that the Alliance knew that the young man was in the Heavenly Tower. If you continue clearing, you will be surrounded by hunters. Damn, the Alliance moves pretty fast. The exit is open. Come to us again, the maiden said as she said goodbye. So, what were you talking about there? She asked. I only let you pass because of your good behavior. But it seems that it has crossed all boundaries. It seems you finally remembered who you are, but it doesn't matter anymore. You will be updated soon. Your eyes are not able to hide from non-existence. If you do not want to truly exist, then die truly. People from the Alliance came for me. Song Ran, you violated the hunter rules, killed several people, entered the dungeon without permission. The nullifiers came to arrest you. Ha! Just give you a reason, said the hero. Bring destruction upon oneself, he added. Well, you only have yourself to blame, said one of the fighters. Shut up, the young man snapped and kicked the warrior. You will pay for daring to attack the nullifier. Where do you get such conceit? The hero asked him. Surrender, murderer, shouted one of the fighters, shooting at the place where the young man was. Stop it, I won't touch you, don't make me angry. Damn it, you're so close to death and you're still so arrogant. Captain, don't dirty your hands with this scum, let me do it. The villain dared to attack the nullifier. Now I will beat the crap out of you. Are you so sure about this? The hero asked him, looking at him like a wolf. We are on different levels, he added. How did he manage to dodge it? The fighter wondered. As they said, the guy is young, but you can't underestimate him. Song Ran, we will have to completely destroy you. A bunch of arrows flew towards the young man. Hell, I didn't even perceive you as opponents. But since you want to kill me, then blame yourselves, guys. After that, he attacked them with instant speed. No, stop, said one of the fighters, realizing the situation they were in. But it was too late. The young man pierced him with his weapon without hesitation. You made me do it. Meanwhile, lightning appeared outside. For every choice we make, we must pay a price. Unfortunately, some things cannot be undone. The hero's friend, a biker, watched what was happening on the street with a thoughtful look. He was clearly completely and utterly immersed in his thoughts. He was distracted by being asked what he was thinking about for so long. I'd like to know how Song Ran is doing. I haven't heard from him since he was taken away. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Who's there? Asked the biker. A wet young man in a hood stood on the threshold of the house. Song Ran, the red-haired man shouted enthusiastically. The hero immediately opened the bottle of drink, and he began to greedily consume its contents. The boys looked at him in bewilderment. It's like I haven't had a soda in ages. Thanks for letting me take a break here. Songran, we want to know the truth. I'm sorry, I can't tell you, the young man replied. Well, Xian, if the young man doesn't want to talk, then we'll do the talking. While you were in a coma, I found a lot of interesting information on the darknet. The research company that developed the U system was formerly a subsidiary of a bio company in Zone A. The subsidiary suddenly closed when the monster invasions began, then turned into the Luca Research Company, and what's more, they received a lot of funding. Songran, something comes to mind, to which the young man suggested that all of this is somehow interconnected. That's right. I realized that we were all in danger and began to suspect the Alliance. Well then, I'll start with the Prometheus plan, the hero began. The rain outside showed no signs of stopping. So that means, like the seed of a monster, this confirms my suspicions. The red-haired man's comrade was reasoning out loud, but the biker didn't understand a word of these words. Sorry, he has these boring questions. Let Song Hao think about them himself. Suddenly, the biker received a notification. It said, Chenghu Street 57, tell Song Ran. Damn, they're already using the internet to find you. I'll go there, the protagonist declared. He came to the right street. It was clearly a battlefield. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of him. The hero looked towards the figure in surprise. The man's face was distraught. Tiki Xuan, he wondered. What do you need? The hero asked him. You ask me, answered the madman. Suddenly, he ran towards the hero at full speed. I'm here to take your head. I met him at sea before. I heard that Wang Fen killed his entire guild, which led to the disappearance of the River City Guild. Recently, the news reported that he robbed a bank using the power of a hunter and killed 5 guards, later taking 15 kilograms of gold bars. Why are you silent? We are both outside the law. Someone like you can't fool me. You and I are too similar, hero of the sea. Diamond rank, if I don't give it my all, he might crush me with his strength. But this is not enough. The hero hastened to use the treatment. Qixuan, I see you are tired of living. Let me help you with this. Haha, wonderful, shouted the madman. With a gust of hot blade, he hastened to use his ability. Song Ran, you finally understood. You realized that the way of the hunter is a complete lie. Only a mortal battle will free you from your shackles. No, you're wrong, I still keep it. After these words, the young man dealt him a critical blow in his hunter's path. Because you were defeated, you gave up. You set out on a bloody path because of your defeat. Your condition is like madness, you are alone. Swinging his arm, the hero continued on his path of destruction. Wind of protection, the madman hastened to defend himself. The shield was easily destroyed. Haha, you really wanted to kill me. You are coming, he said. The young man did not understand what he was talking about. Even though I had abandoned my path as a hunter, I never forgot the realization that Wang Fen had killed all my friends, my entire guild, and he must pay for it. And you, I don't know what you've been through, but now the Alliance, no. It's better to say, the cultural society has rejected you. I know a place. It's suitable for people like us. There is an opportunity to carry out our plans, but if you don't have the guts to kill a person, you won't survive there. So I wanted to test you. And you did not disappoint me, hero of the sea. What is this place? The young man asked him. To which the madman replied, Lands of Exile. So now I'm at home. 2 particularly dangerous criminals, said Xian's assistant. Yan, you think I won't finish you off? I have no reason to hold back. Look at yourself. You're acting like a fucking idiot. Well, yes, it was I who taught a few innocent people, the biker said. So you stole gold to get to the Land of Exile, but why do you need Song Ran? That's right. Alliance credits aren't held in high regard there. I want to take the hero so that the Alliance doesn't kill him, and he'll be useful to me. Everything that happened to my guild, Song Ran will help me carry out the plan to kill Wang Feng. Then you should give him half of the gold. Why else, if you want gold so much, I'll give you artifacts from the dungeon equipment. Wow, that's a lot. The technician was taken aback. Is that enough? Asked the madman. Since we're together, you'll help me do something, Qixuan. That would be fair. Okay, I agree, but to cross the border we need new passports. Okay, it's free for Song Ran, and 20,000 for you. And I'll give you a contact of a friend of mine. We were friends in childhood when we participated in Prometheus. A few days later, the border of the zone TSE. By the way, I still don't know what your goal is. I don't know yet, but I want to know everything about this world. To tell you the truth, I just want to live my life, find a purpose and live only for it. But to get everything, I need to become as strong as possible. Since the appearance of monsters in our world, humanity returned to the Dark Ages. Later hunters appeared. With the advent of new monsters, people began to migrate to large zones. Governments left their places, but some decided to stay in their homeland. Later, criminals and scoundrels from the 3 zones decided to occupy these territories without governments. Powerful warriors created their own factions to achieve their own goals and profit. They can be considered the local authorities. At the same time, the exile lands maintain relations with the three great zones in a mutually beneficial exchange of economic, technical, and human resources. This is where you and I are heading. Say goodbye to the past. There is no turning back for us. Everything you got in the dungeon, this currency is not valid here. I am me. My past is a part of me. I am not going to say goodbye to it. At this time, he donated 150 giant missiles to Tang Xiaobai. One day I will take back everything that is rightfully mine. Songran, I don't think I should go forward with this expression. Maybe you can treat me. No, you couldn't defeat me, so go and disgrace yourself. I think this look suits your aura. Checkpoint on the border of the CE zone. The heroes went down to the parking lot. You two, we need to check your documents. Your car has already been checked and is waiting at the exit. When the boys walked on, the hero turned around. A girl with pink hair was watching them. She moved quietly so as not to be noticed. Then she took out something like a hook, and she tried to open the car door. Judging by her laugh, she succeeded. Please, the man at the checkpoint invited them. Please show your documents. No problem, said the head of the slaughtered guild. The man hurried to take and examine the pass. So, the traders from the Alliance came to exchange. Oh, and the second one means a researcher of commodity and material assets. Research fellow, so you are an architect, you look similar. Chief, this couple looks suspicious. Traders often pass through here, I know them all, but these ones look suspicious. Maybe we should keep their passports and study them better. 15 minutes later, the guy with glasses sat on his knees, having broken a mug. He was clearly saddened that he had screwed up so badly. Hey, our time is worth money, shouted the hero's comrade. How long will you be there? He asked them. Everything is fine, the man said, giving them their information. The heroes now left the checkpoint without any problems. You did a great job, I hope everything that happened today. Byron was talking to someone at the time and told him to keep everything a secret. The heroes were already hurrying away from here by car. A little more and they would reach the border point of the lands of exile, the village of Luga, where Song Hao had spoken. Their man was waiting for them there. Hey, girl in the back seat, are you heading that way? Song Ran asked her. Silly girl, we noticed you a long time ago. The hero's comrade picked up. The maiden realized that there was nowhere to go. Then she looked at the blue-haired man, and at that moment a great idea came into her head. Listen carefully, I can blow you up with a hand grenade at any moment, so if you don't want to die, take me to the village of Luga, the girl blackmailed. Otherwise, everyone will go up in smoke. Darling, you're such a child. We're all high-level hunters. From the moment you pull the ring until the moment it explodes, the long-haired man began. I will finish you and continue on my way, he finished. I thought there was something fishy about you, said the maiden. We couldn't get along in the three great zones and came here. In this you are similar, she added. Suddenly, a huge warrior in armor appeared in front of the car. Damn, the hero's comrade cursed. He tried to slam the brakes on with all his might. But it didn't help. The blow was unavoidable. The warrior survived and rose to his feet after the blow. Everyone in the car, get out quickly! He commanded this robbery as the team members approached him. Afterwards, he slowly and proudly walked towards the open car window. Wow, what a beauty, the thief blurted out when he saw the traveler's new friend. Then, holding out his hand, he ordered them to give him all the money. But instead of currency, he received a grenade. A second later, it detonated. Your mother, that was a real grenade. The long-haired man was indignant. And you thought I was joking with you, the maiden asked them. Bro, how do I look? The thief asked his friend, who replied that his hair was messed up and it wouldn't hurt to wash it. That bitch, how dare she slip me a grenade? The robber was indignant. Without thinking twice, the hero decides to get out of the car. The girl had another plan in her head. She raised her hand up, saying that she had something to say. The road to the village of Luga was crowded with alliance warriors. Few dared to attack here. So either you are scumbags or you have another goal, the girl asked the thieves. You're a smart woman. It's just a pity you'll die now, the bandit growled. He and his assistants armed themselves with swords and shields. But the hero's friend was not so simple either. Twin blades appeared in her hands. What the hell? The guys exclaimed in chorus. She's a hunter, damn it. One of the bandits rushed into battle, wanting the girl to die. She repelled this attack without any problems, and then counterattacked the bastard. Yes, I am a hunter. Do you have any problems? The girl asked the guys. No, it's okay. We just wanted to say that you're cool, the long-haired man stated. Fuck, let's all attack together, the bandit leader yelled. After his words, he lost his hand. A small bolt of lightning tore it off. The rest were struck by the same force that the long-haired man used. In a few seconds, all the bastards were finished. A real man wouldn't let a girl fight a bunch of scum, he said. It's obvious that he's not like some weaklings, the maiden said, looking at Song Ran. It was time to find out how the bandits managed to get to the boys. While examining the corpses, something caught the maiden's attention. The bandit's hand bore the mark of the Starfall faction. What the hell is this? The hero asked. and received the answer that Starfall is one of the largest factions in the exiled lands, its main activity being weapons and ammunition, as well as scientific and technical activities. They only looked like bandits, but why would they carry out such an operation? By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Sylvia, and I am a liberal, said the maiden. And what kind of liberal is this? The long-haired man wondered. The majority believed that the lands of exile lived by the law of personal gain, but they were in fact free, and this was the opinion of the liberals. If you are so strong, then why did you climb into our car? The young man asked her, to which Sylvia replied that she did not have a pass, but that she was going to a civilized society, because only there could one be bought. Luga Village, 8 o'clock in the evening. The guys got to the place they needed and hurried to go into the bar. The locals looked at them with distrust. You three, there are no free tables today, the drunkard declared. I want to talk to your boss, Sylvia said. The little girl who was in that place recognized the girl. Then she hurried into the arms of her friend. Sister, you're finally back, the child rejoiced. Well, naturally. I went to the 3 great zones to buy you a birthday present, the huntress said. My little princess, you need a special and beautiful gift, added the maiden. When asked to open it, the child replied that he would do so after midnight. Sylvia, I didn't think you'd go so far. If you need a place to stay overnight, please follow me, said the innkeeper. If you want to stay and wait for the boss, then go ahead. But as for the 2 of you, get out of here, the drunken warrior intervened. The long-haired man didn't like this. They started to clash with their tongues. Song Ran tried to calm them down at this time. No one is looking for a fight. We just came to meet a man from the Zhiguang faction. According to our information, he is here, the young man said. Enough. You shouldn't behave like this. Are you familiar with Song Hao? Asked the guy who appeared. I'm sorry, we have a special situation here. That's why my guys are reacting this way, apologized the unknown person. The factions of the exiled lands cooperate with the 3 great zones, and this guild was no exception. But their deal today fell through, so the guys are a little on edge. Suddenly someone knocked down the doors to the tavern. It was a huge warrior with the same axe in his right hand. You are surrounded. Give these people here, he ordered. Local mercenaries, many of them hunters. But I don't know why they came here, said a trusted guild representative. Sir, I am the head of this establishment. Explain to me why you came here, the innkeeper intervened. But instead of answering, the man was thrown into the table. The little girl didn't like that her father was hit and she ran towards her. Sylvia tried to stop her, but she too was eventually attacked. I can do whatever I want because you are a bunch of scum, the bastard laughed. The blow caused the girl to drop her birthday present. What is this? The warrior said discontentedly. Having picked up the decoration, he admitted that it was quite beautiful. Give it back. It's a birthday present. I haven't even had time to open it yet, the girl cried. Do you think that by putting on this trinket you will become a real princess? The warrior asked her. Everyone born in the lands of exile. He has no right to do something like that. After these words, the bastard broke the gift. The hero did not like the warrior's behavior at all. Damn it. Don't think I don't know what the Zhiguang faction is doing. I heard you had a deal with the people from Zone C this time. You got a boundary source crystal from them. 1 stone is enough to exchange it for a pass to the leader's heavenly tower. I'll have it today, the bastard said. If I'm not mistaken, this guy is just a representative of, where did he go? The bastard wondered. In an instant, all his bastards were destroyed. Judging by the kind of people you are destined for hell, Song Ran blurted out, piercing the warrior with a dagger. People were puzzled as to how he managed to kill all the mercenaries at once. Sylvia stood there dumbfounded, for the one she had thought weak had surpassed all her expectations. Brother, the little girl said as she saw Song Ran approaching her. Am I really not worthy of such gifts, she asked, to which she received the answer that of course I was worthy, and even more. The hero promised her that next time he would give her something more than a tiara. In response to this, the girl grabbed his arms tightly, and she said just one phrase, okay. Meanwhile, drinks were being poured at the bar. My friends, today is on the house, said the innkeeper. Sylvia, you look upset, the young man noted. It was in vain that you finished them off so quickly, the maiden replied. These mercenaries are simply unhappy with their lives, but no one gives them the right to do this to ordinary people. In other words, they judge everyone by themselves, the guy explained. Then he looked at the guild's confidant. Don't you want to explain anything to us? Song Ran asked. Yes, seeing your strength, I realized that I had to do it, the young man answered, confused. He had a request. He wanted the guys to help him get through the labyrinth of the Minotaur. The Zhiguang faction is a technical association led by an architect. There weren't many strong hunters among them, and their faction was small. Other guilds possessed sufficient technical potential to take their place in the lands of exile. A few days ago, their leader arranged a deal with Zone C in exchange for a boundary source crystal, which was needed to develop a cure that would curb the madness of the awakened. Such preparations, if you invest a lot of money and effort into them, will exceed all expectations. But the man who received the crystal was ambushed on the way to the village of Luga. If the route to the settlement was so quiet, then why did they attack us too? Perhaps they don't know what a messenger looks like and have set up traps everywhere, Song Ran reasoned. It's strange that Sylvia kept silent about the Starfall faction. As soon as the needed person was ambushed, he hurried to hide in the dungeon. The bears had been watching the boys from the bushes all this time and decided to attack. "Chief, surprise attack," the guildman shouted. Here they split up. Some stayed to fight the bears, while others headed underground. "How often do such creatures attack you?" asked the hero's comrade. "This is what the lands of exile are like. A truly dangerous place. Mr. Chi and the others, please follow me. My guys will handle it," the leader said. "What happened?" Song Ran asked him. "This is a special place. It is not like the three great zones. Everything here is wild and untamed." "Let's go already. These animals are not that strong," the leader added. "If you wander into this remote place without a single soul, it will be comparable to cleaning out a dungeon." After a short period of time, the guys reached the portal. The purple gates led directly to the Minotaur's labyrinth. "Your man is smart. He opened a portal during the chase. Now he can wait for the dungeon to update and go outside," Sylvia noted. "That's right. That's why we're asking for help in clearing it out. We need the crystal. He himself cannot leave there. Otherwise, all the accumulated artifacts will be destroyed." While the leader was distributing commands, Song Ran approached the entrance. "Hey, hello! Where are you going?" the young man squealed when he saw the blue-haired man. "I will do everything myself because I am used to working alone," the hero answered. "He's always so unsociable. Get used to it," Chi said. Then he and Sylvia began to discuss each other's levels. At this time, the hero entered the portal. What he saw there amazed him. For before him stretched a high staircase that led to the statue. After staying in the room for a while, he moved on. And then he reached a huge long corridor. "Even though it is a labyrinth, it is not an obstacle for me," the hero reasoned. "Because while I was walking, I remembered the route and the layout of this place. Getting out of here won't be so difficult. First left, then right, now forward," he repeated. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind him. The creature was struck down by one swing of the blade. "Luckily, the concentration of monsters here was lower than I thought," the young man said. "But the lands of exile were still a very difficult location. I think the next appearance of the monster will not be soon, so the defeated one can be used for training and improving evasion abilities," the hero said. "From this moment on, he will not use his special skills and will immediately destroy monsters." There was light at the end of the tunnel. "Stop, what a strange feeling," the guy thought. Then the blue-haired man turned around abruptly. Countless small lightning bolts appeared behind him. The system warned him that the evolution mode had been activated. In this mode, it was not worth simply exposing yourself to enemy attacks. A huge number of monster paws appeared. They intended to attack one after another. But this was their mistake, for the young man was superior to them in strength. It's time to try dodging without attacking in evolution mode. Song Ran was facing ghost-class warriors, so they were good at dodging. After performing 100 perfect dodges, the hero received an achievement and a new skill, Infernal Flash. It was time to test it. This ability itself planned the perfect dodge in the owner's head, based on the collected data. Then the guy got another clue. A special skill was activated. Without injuries, it provoked the boss. It had to be destroyed. The battle tactics had to be changed on the fly. In the blink of an eye, the young man armed himself with a huge sword, and at once he struck down no less than 5 opponents. A rune that was painfully familiar to the young man suddenly appeared behind him. A boss began to appear from it. His eyes were covered with a bandage, and his smile was like that of a madman. "This is impossible," exclaimed the young man. He couldn't believe that it was him, the one with whom the blue-haired man had already fought in the tower. "Battle, battle," the horned one repeated. Without thinking twice, the hero decides to attack, but his attack was parried. What the hell is the boss from Sky Tower doing here? Song Ran wondered. Could the fault lie with the flawed mechanics of the lands of exile? The hero suggested. "Hey, we've fought before," the young man shouted, hoping to be heard. "You remember that," the hero added. But the boss didn't care, because he wanted the blue-haired man dead. A plan formed in the guy's head, and he quickly left the place where he stood to implement it. And he hastened to unleash a multiple attack on the enemy. 100 threads enveloped the bastard's body. After the attack, the hero thought that this guy was not very sociable. But it didn't matter. Last time, having defeated him, the hero gained a lot of experience, although he was close to death. Now it was time to consolidate his success. "That's right. My enemy is my past," the blue-haired man shouted. The eyeless warrior managed to parry the youth's next attack. At that very second, 100 bloody shurikens appeared above their heads. "The distance between us has increased, but it's of little use," the young man blurted out. Using an infernal flash, he added that if you couldn't defeat me last time, you won't be able to now. The boss's biggest mistake was how he appeared. Before the blow, the boy remembered that day well. The day his friends were killed and his life was divided into before and after. Once the memories were over, he rushed to attack the bastard. The boss fell to his knees from such an attack. His body began to dissolve. After he quickly disappeared, the young man said that this was not his favorite activity. Meanwhile, in the chambers of the main boss of the location, the Minotaur, a group of unknown people reached him. "Boss, it's only been 2 hours," one of them said. "Yes, I know," answered the masked man. The aura around the boss was different. It seemed like he had become stronger. It seems that this is because reinforcements from the Zhiguang faction, namely the Awakened Ones, have arrived. The leader told his men that perhaps because of this, they would never be able to get out of here. Suddenly a portal opened and someone's leg appeared. "Damn, we're finally here." Who would have thought that halfway through the journey the monsters would become stronger, and the equipment's durability would leave much to be desired, said the hero's comrade. He immediately noticed this group of strangers at the boss's. "And who are you?" Chi asked them. "We are adventurers. We were planning to raid here, but we decided not to because the boss's power had increased," the leader replied. "Really?" the long-haired man asked them at that moment, as his eyes filled with power. "Wow, you're even faster than me," Sylvia noted. "Let me introduce these people," the guy said to his girlfriend. "This is our chance," the leader of the strangers blurted out at that moment, and he hastened to attack the long-haired one. In an instant, their blades crossed. "Did you really think I would believe this nonsense? Even when attacking from the shadows, you need to use force," Chi advised. "We intended to capture the limit crystals, but we never expected to see awakened ones among you," the leader of the so-called adventurers said. Then he took out the berserker magic crystal from his pocket, and with all his might, he squeezed it tightly in his hand and destroyed it. After this, his heart began to beat like crazy. The ground around the head began to crack and rise upward from the energy emanating from it. "You will stay here forever," he growled. "Brothers, for the sake of our families, detain them," the leader commanded. His men, hearing the order, began to rush about and were in no hurry to carry it out. Chi didn't understand what they were planning to do. "I'm afraid this guy is planning to start," Sylvia blurted out worriedly. "The boss fight," she added, "was when the bastard broke the Minotaur's shackles. The boss appeared before the people in all his glory. The boss's power has increased since the Awakened came here. No one can survive now. I have done what must be done. The rest is on you, brothers," said the head. "Being in a world where your species is the weakest, you begin to feel despair." After these words, the boss crushed the poor guy. His people watched this with tears in their eyes. But the Minotaur didn't care about his life or the lives of the other little bugs. "Hey, your commander is dead. If you want to survive, then join us," Sylvia suggested to the remaining group. "Even if we survive, do you think the people behind us will be able to let us go?" one of the soldiers asked with tears in his eyes. "Brothers, we must do this," another joined in. The boss was having fun at this time, destroying weak people. In any case, there was no turning back for them. "We are going to die. Let us do it," the warriors of the dead leader repeated as if they were in some kind of sect. The Minotaur was able to absorb the souls of these unfortunates and reach a new level of power. "They came to their death voluntarily," the head of the guild guessed. "Yes, you who live in the civilized world cannot understand this, but I have seen this before." Sylvia turned to Chi. "Most likely, some major power offered them a mission to take care of their families." "I think I understand what you mean," replied the hero's comrade. During this time, the Minotaur significantly reduced the distance to the boys. Suddenly a portal opened, and the hero flew out like a bullet. If it weren't for him, Sylvia would have been crushed by the Minotaur's axe. "I finally got to you," the young man blurted out. The guild leader was perplexed as to how he managed to withstand the blow of a platinum-level boss. The young man was ready to stand alone against such a creature. The monster screamed, either from hatred or from joy, at the face of an opponent of equal strength. Since the new sword evolution channel was opened, the young man had another direction to improve his strength. Now the modernization of the evolutionary sword has just begun. While he puts all his experience into it, its strength makes incredible leaps upward. The hero made a decisive lunge forward. Then he made a huge jump, ending up several meters above the monster's head. And with all his might, he pierced the creature with his blade. Now even a boss of this level was no longer a problem for the blue-haired man. "He is so strong. Is this really our reinforcement?" The guild member was horrified. "Are you the group's mentor?" Songran asked him. He then checked the rewards he had received for defeating the Minotaur. There was something special among them, something that caught the young man's attention. They received the Source Limit Crystal, the very one the guild leader had spoken of. Meanwhile, in the lands of exile, 150 kilometers from residential areas, Zhiguang faction headquarters. Surprisingly, the headquarters was built underground, the young man noted. It was originally just a pit, but eventually it was turned into this. At this time, someone was watching the boys. In order to let them in, he opened the doors for them. Then the unknown person greeted the guests. "Songran, you're finally here," the boy blurted out. He was the leader of the faction. His name was Andre. "I've heard of you. Sun Wu and I witnessed the Prometheus project. Remembering your help in preserving the ultimate crystal, the Zhiguang faction is ready to provide you with shelter," the boy said. "But why are you a child?" She was surprised. In response to this, Andre only smiled. Then he told me about the side effect of the monster factor, saying that his abilities were enhanced at the cost of stopping his body from growing. "By the way, Songran, they say that you saw Suke. What was she like then?" the boy asked. The virgin was a close friend of Andre, and the hero was at a loss because he did not know what to answer. There was no way to tell the truth. But he somehow managed to get out of this awkward situation. And then the guy went to the shower. "Finally, I didn't think there would be a shower here," said the young man. Remembering what he saw and heard on the way here about car thieves and robbers, it is easy to imagine what kind of place this is. Having shaken off the excess water from his body, the hero hurried out of the shower. Sylvia was already waiting for him at the threshold. "It seems I came at a bad time," she asked. "They gave me a room without a shower. Would you mind letting me wash up with you?" asked the girl. The hero nodded approvingly. Without thinking twice, the girl began to undress. This fact, the fact that a female was taking a shower at his place, did not give the blue-haired man any peace. "Sylvia, I have a question for you," the young man said. "Why did she remain silent when the hijackers were most likely the Starfall faction? In these lands, everyone has their own difficulties. So learning to suppress your curiosity is an important rule. I am not your enemy. In the future we will help each other," the girl said. "But I wonder what you'll do next," she asked. "It seemed to me that suppressing curiosity was an important rule," the hero noted. "Well, okay. I'm going to attack the upper levels of the Sky Tower," he added. Meanwhile, at the checkpoint, the guy looked warily at the tall man dressed in a luxurious suit with a red shirt. It was his ward. He said that an identity check would now be carried out. Then he clarified what their mission was this time. "We must do everything in our power to deal with Songran," the man replied as his face became visible, revealing a huge scar that ran from his chin to his nose. Meanwhile, someone wanted to visit someone. It was Chi and the faction leader, knocking on Songran's door. At their next request to open the door, it was opened. Behind the hero stood Sylvia, wrapped in a towel. "You found a common language so quickly," Chi was perplexed. "You won't believe me if I tell you that she just came to wash herself," asked the hero. The red-haired ones exchanged sly glances. "If you have no more business with me, then I would prefer to rest," the hero said. "Wait, we noticed Zero's tracks here. They probably found us," Chi blurted out. "Damn, they're still after me. Even here, they won't get away unpunished," the hero replied. When asked how the guys found out about this, they replied that it was on the black market. "Black market?" the young man asked with a hint of uncertainty. "True, most secrets are not so inaccessible. They can be bought for a certain price," the guild leader said. "In that case, we're going there," the blue-haired man began. The first thing the hero did was go to Andre to get permission to get to the black market. "What? Why do you need this?" the boy clarified. "It's related to my father. I want to know more about him," the hero answered. The hidden boss that only appears after the final raid is over is one of the dungeon's most mysterious mechanics. But this guy showed up right in the middle of the raid. In search of this answer, Songran could only rely on himself. "Of course, you've just arrived in these lands, so go to the market, check out the selection, and buy yourself something," the boy ordered. "You won't have much to do anytime soon, but I heard you got the Minotaur crystal," Andre blurted out. When asked why the young man needed such an artifact, the hero replied that he would use it in the Heavenly Tower. "How about selling it to our organization? I will give you 2 crystals of the same kind, which you can also use for your needs," the boy suggested. For the designer, any material knocked out of a monster has its own unique properties. A limit crystal, for example, can be used to suppress berserker mode. Previously, such goods were available everywhere, but now they have to be imported from other regions. In general, 1 ultimate crystal can be exchanged for 1 artifact of the same class, but the second hero will receive a bonus, if he agrees, of course. Afterwards, the boys went to the city, to the market. "I didn't think there was anything thriving here," Chi said. "Young lords and ladies of the great conglomerates, even hunters from the 3 main districts, are all frequent visitors to such a place. If there is any information about the tower, it is here." "It's time to get down to business," Songran said. "The tallest building in front of us is the Black Market Service Center. We need to go there," Sylvia said. "The 1st to 10th floors are a shopping center where you can buy luxury goods and clothes, while information is located on the upper floors. I'm going there straight away. We'll meet here, at this same place, in 3 hours," said the hero. "Don't forget that the fastest way to the tower is the old bazaar in front of it," the maiden said as she left. "We're alone now. Why don't we go do something fun?" she suggested to Chi. Meanwhile, at the market, in front of the tower, one of the merchants tried to sell a necklace that was supposedly made of a rare material. Meanwhile, a man with a scar was buying this trinket. He was glad that he was finally not under the supervision of the old bastards who were giving him no peace. Now that they're here, it's time to find out something about Song Ran. After these words, they were speechless and dropped their purchases, for their target had just passed before them. The man in the suit never expected to catch him so early. Without thinking twice, he created a purple ball in his hand. In an instant, an entire block was destroyed. "Murderer!" screamed the ordinary people who had fallen under the bastard's blow. "There you go," the man blurted out. Seeing that his opponent was still alive, he created another similar ball in his hand. But the young man turned out to be faster and attacked the asshole, but he was protected by a blue aura. After this, Scar thought he had gained the upper hand, and he directed purple energy towards the hero. Another attack from the man was wasted. Then he created many similar spheres. "If you want to kill me now, then attack," the hero provoked. Someone was hovering in the sky, watching the fight, and then the unknown person said that this black market belonged to him. It was Byron. He added that this was no place for fighting. Then, in an instant, he found himself in the epicenter of the battle. The Hatter's intervention stopped the battle, and he then went to the tower with the two offenders. The trio settled into a luxury room. The two rivals sat on the same couch, but continued to show their hatred for each other in every possible way. "Well, welcome to my city," the merchant began. "Your city? Aren't you on the side of the Hunters League?" Song Ran asked. "From here, as a monarch, he controls the entire world of hunters." "You really don't know anything about this," Scar snapped. "Is it difficult for you to communicate with each other without using force?" asked the merchant. He didn't care whether they died or lived after leaving these lands. But the only way to remove everything here was to make a deal. Since both of the guilty wanted to get information, they had to tell about their intentions. "I needed to find Song Ran in order to kill him, but they didn't let me do it," the man began. "The hero's need was much more decent to become stronger and learn as much as possible about the essence of things. It's more difficult than you think," Byron said. "For no one knows as much as the Hatter. But what the hero wanted to know, he would not get from the merchant." "But why?" the hero asked in a raised voice. "Truth carries responsibility and danger, which the boy has more than enough of." Byron could not allow the hero to die in vain. But gaining power and knowing the truth often go hand in hand. So the path he chose is quite rational. Then the young man added that he simply wanted to be free, which, as the head of the place replied, was the most luxurious thing of all. "You're like a child dreaming of a car. Should young people be like that?" asked Scar. "I'd also like to know about the unusual appearance of bosses," the guy added, talking, of course, about the fact that hidden bosses appear when they shouldn't, and their powers are superior to their counterparts. Byron's assistant immediately began looking for information on this matter, but there was nothing in the database. The only way to find out was to complete all the levels of the Heavenly Tower. "It's strange," the hero reasoned. "On the one hand, he didn't give me any information. On the other hand, he encouraged the guy to go to the tower. It seems that this is the most important channel of information. I was going to go there this evening. I haven't changed my mind," the young man said. He wanted to commission Byron to advertise the sale of the limit crystal on the black market, but on the condition that the buyer would deal personally with the blue-haired man. Then the Hatter reminded him about the 5% commission. On the way out of the room, the guy stopped. He then turned to Mr. Ho and said that he would not disclose what he knew, unless someone decides to do it. After these words, he left without closing the door behind him. "Ha, this kid is very smart," the man noted, luring him in and then scaring him away with information in hand. "Apparently he understood your true goal," the merchant said. "You didn't come here because of the boy's death, but to investigate the Mercury Cup, right?" Byron asked. "As I already said, the more knowledge, the greater the responsibility. In this world, everyone has a role. You are a pawn of the Alliance, while I stand above you all and watch," the Hatter blurted out. So he was not going to share the information, because he was not on their side. "Yes, you have truly earned the nickname Traitor," Ho noted. "Observer of the world, warrior above the first level." At this time, the hero was walking slowly down the street. The two guys walking ahead were discussing some events. Some red-haired madman was harassing the leading woman of the Goldstone gang, and her gang started a death match against him. "What's going on here?" the hero asked them. "The guy's name is Chi. He asked for it himself. He's now in the arena, on the 21st floor," said one of the passers-by. "Chi Xuan, how so?" the hero muttered. At this moment, in Byron's chambers, he received a notification about the message. "Damn, unexpectedly, this is not good," he blurted out. "A message was received a minute ago. Anomalies were detected about the appearance of bosses, which is what Song Ran spoke about. And this happened on the territory of the Lands of Exile. This information came from a team of replicant hunters from the Crusade in the Wildlands. They met a hidden boss. significantly exceeding the power of a replicant. Luckily, the team was strong enough to resist him, but there were also casualties, 2 of them. One of them is a level 50 gatekeeper. The one in question woke up. His arms began to wriggle in an inhuman manner. The mask flew off his face and the poor fellow screamed. Everyone who was in the hospital heard this scream. Doctors were already preparing a calming serum. When the time came, they injected it into the madman's arm. Thank you for your hard work. Number 5. Our research cannot be done now, so we will have to continue later, the medical professional said. You have to work harder, added the person who conducted the experiment. Anna, the remedy you developed is a good solution to the problem of these guys returning to madness, said the man. But the limit crystals needed to prepare the remedy are still in short supply, said the man in the robe. Yes, Mr. Bai, I will pass this information on to Bijang, the girl blurted out. For from the day she was saved, she owed everything to this tall doctor with long gray hair. What are you talking about? Bai asked. The bright future of humanity is all they can think about. Ladies and gentlemen, what is happening here is a deathmatch of the highest category. Personal animosity, revenge. In any case, both men will meet in this ring and fight, the host shouted. The duel will be commentated by its culprit, the main woman of the Goldstone gang, and the winner will receive a passionate kiss from this wildflower. 2 warring sides in the ring, the insane Qi Wen mercenary group, and the young master of the Zhao group, namely Zhao Xifeng. This is nonsense, they're just 2 angry dogs. I'm not going to kiss them, the girl said indignantly. Other spectators did not hesitate to express their love for the one who was causing all the fuss. The lady with red hair sat next to the presenter. If you say such stupid things about me again, I will strangle you, they told the man with the microphone. Then the announcer was taken aback by surprise. In such a short time, Qi defeated his opponent. But since the fight was to the death, the hero's comrade had a difficult decision to make. But he did not hesitate. He created a wind sword, and he was going to take the poor guy's life. But suddenly someone called out to him. It was Song Ran's voice. Sylvia also joined in, asking her friend to do her a favor and save the guy's life. It's all over, the fight is over. I don't understand why you didn't let me kill him. Qi was indignant in the corridor. You're willing to fight with someone just for the sake of flirting. Do you even have any idea what it's like to kill someone from a powerful faction in these lands? Of course, the reason I asked you to stop is also based on personal motives, the maiden explained. Someone suddenly called out to them. You didn't think it would end there, clarified members of the organization the guy belonged to. So this is the settling of scores, Song Ran noted. Do you want me to kill them? He asked his friend. The boys didn't really want to come here and find out anything after one of them had been spared, but their leader insisted on it. Sylvia, you get juicier and juicier every year, said the chief of the bastards. We are not making fun of people, we are simply defending what you want, he added. He offered her to leave in exchange for 2 heroes, but she pushed him away. Dare to touch my friends and you will regret it, the maiden declared. Then she showed them some kind of map. The face of the leader of the bastards changed greatly upon seeing her. This is what will kill them all. After that, the guys turned around and went their own way. Sylvia, wait, the one with whom Qi was fighting ran after him. I don't believe you could use that black card on any of us. I'm watching you. I always have been watching you. I love you, the guy confessed. Wake up, Zhao Xifeng, the girl blurted out. I'm not the same person I used to be, she added. Pointing his finger at Qi, the guy blurted out in a fit of rage that he wouldn't spare him next time. I'm always ready for a fight, kid, the hero's friend snapped. 3 days passed. The guild leader informed Song Ran that information had come in from the black market. Someone bought the limit crystal. Then the young man went to make a deal. He was in the company of his friend. Are you sure he'll come? Qi asked. Because, the hero replied, these artifacts are in short supply these days. Remember, we were attacked by a gang then. So I want to expose this dark cardinal who forces his people to kill for the sake of these crystals, Song Ran said. Exactly. Why would the Starfall faction go to such measures? The hero's comrade wondered. I learned that He Tiankai's main target is not me. It's all about the Mercury Cup, the young man added. Qi didn't understand why we should worry about them. Don't you want to find Wang Feng? The hero asked. Not quite. Wait, the long-haired man blurted out. Someone was walking towards the boys. This was the guy that Song Ran's friend fought with. The heroes lurked in the shadows. Suddenly, the raven that was next to the young man took off. After that, the guys jumped off the ledge. They armed themselves with swords and ran towards the poor fellow. The loser was puzzled by this. He began to defend himself and use chakra destruction. A massive explosion with a bluish tint occurred on the battlefield. The fight was over before it even began. The winner is Song Ran. Where did you get so much insolence? You couldn't defeat me then, and you're trying now, Qi yelled. Be careful, Qi. I doubt it will be that easy, advised the blue-haired man. Someone's shadow appeared in the distance. Is this your reinforcement? Asked the poor Qi. The masked stranger was already very close. He was armed with a dagger. His style was speed. The stranger had already come close to the boys. The hero noticed him and reflected the attack that was directed at Chi and the loser. "Songran, what does this mean?" asked his friend. "In the terms of the deal, I specified that only one person could come. And I also arranged everything in such a way as to avoid the possibility that the person who comes here will be an ordinary flunky, extracting information from us," the blue-haired man answered. The masked stranger looked piercingly at the hero. "They think that the goods are at the market and not with us, which means we can only report them. The people behind this are definitely organizing our murder in order to keep us from saying anything," said the blue-haired man. "Damn, that was your plan," Chi replied. The friend's eyes filled with rage. He was going to destroy that masked bastard. Since an assassin was sent here, his real rank is a star observer or a king. He is capable of killing in a matter of seconds, the young man thought. But it was unclear why the stranger simply repelled the attacks and did not reveal his strength. Is there any need to worry so much about confidentiality? If he is revealed, he could kill the three of us, the hero reasoned. So that's it, the young man realized. "Sifeng, you can leave if you want," the blue-haired man suggested. "This guy is going to try to kill you. The only ones who want him to live are us," he added. But the poor guy had no intention of leaving. "I will have to reveal who you are and put you in a bad light," the young man added. The unknown person found the perfect time to punish the hero's comrade. He then turned his gaze to Songran, and oddly enough, he just ran away. "Songran, you just said you know who he is? Maybe you can share?" The friend was angry. "I can't, it's a secret," the hero added. "Zhiguang faction headquarters, interrogation room." "I won't tell you who sent me," cried Sifeng. He had his own secrets that could not be revealed. Then Songran decided to speak out. He had some guesses about this. "You'll stay here until the noise dies down, then we'll let you go," the hero added. "I can't stay here!" the guy screamed. "Can I see Sylvia?" he asked. He was left alone in the cell. Someone's female legs were walking down the corridor towards him. The guy's expression changed when he saw her. It was Sylvia herself. "7 years have flown by so quickly. I still remember how we were in Baile, as if it was only yesterday," the young man began. "Then the maiden was so brave, always ahead of everyone." "Zhao Xifang, that was in the past. We are completely different people now," the girl said. "Why did you even leave the Starfall faction, the leader's daughter? What kind of person would do such a thing?" the guy asked her. "I had my reasons for that. You must know what a fierce struggle is going on within the factions," the maiden said. "Of course, I only found out about it recently," he replied. "So, who the hell made you come here?" the girl asked. "I was sent to finish what you abandoned 7 years ago," Sifeng added. "Do you think it's okay to leave him alone with Sylvia Chi?" asked his friend. "It's hard to say, but Sylvia has secrets we shouldn't know." The hero had thoughts about who was behind all this, but he couldn't tell Chi yet. "What the hell, you bastard," the friend was angry. "The man Chi fought with yesterday was Wang Fen. It's interesting why the assassin, who was 3 times stronger than any other person, didn't reveal his identity. The people of the River City were clearly involved in this. They saved him once, but the young man felt they needed him alive, and the killer clearly couldn't kill them. But why didn't he run away right away then? It's simple. He wanted to play a little with Qi Xuan. If it really was Wang Fen, then everything falls into place. But what are the River City Guild's goals? It seems they haven't tried to control Songran in any way and haven't made any demands. Does that mean his actions are as expected? If this is really so, it was time to start acting. "You said Starfall?" Sylvia clarified, surprised. It actually made sense, for they were the ones who most desired to obtain the crystals. This is just what this faction and the Limit Crystal have in common. "Sifeng, do you currently have any authority in the Zhao group?" the girl asked. The answer was, fortunately, positive. "Then now we will go to Starfall. Gather all the forces that are under your control," Sylvia ordered. She wondered what happened to those old people after her father died. "I now realize that you are the same as before, so I love you even more," Shifeng blurted out. The boy obeys their orders because they are holding his father hostage. Meanwhile, in the Starfall faction, "Bastards, my son will take revenge on you one day," said the old man. The leader of the Zhao faction was outraged because the former leader of the Starfall was killed and his throne was taken. Katter, the leader of Starfall, called Wei's group just a bunch of soldiers. "Enough, I'm tired of this," Spy intervened. "Zhao, in the lands of exile, there is chaos. It has begun to subside. It is time to unite," the gray-haired man added. Suddenly the door opened, and the one who attacked Songran and Qi entered the room. "Wang Fen, are you still angry that you can't show your face?" Spy asked. "You will never guess who sold the ultimate crystals. It was Songran, and Qi Xuan was also with him," the assassin added. "They captured Xifeng," Feng said. "Bye, my son is certainly a weakling, but since I'm here, he won't tell anyone anything," the grandfather yelled. "I don't care about your son. I care about the blue-haired one. What he will do next, the gray-haired one said. Please protect my son, the old man begged. The goal of the River City can be called great. You leaders here are just pawns, Bai said arrogantly. A great goal cannot tolerate the slightest confusion. So it was time to give Song Ran a little push. After these words, the grandfather was beheaded. Wang Fen received a new order to give the toy to Zhao's group. Kader was ordered to get ready, because the war will start soon. The next day, Zhiguang faction. An alarm went off in the building. What are you talking about? Qi said irritably. He couldn't believe that Sylvia had run away with Xifang. But the real problem wasn't that they ran away, but what they discussed last night. This is precisely why such consequences occurred. Meanwhile, the boy thanked his ex-girlfriend. As you know, after my father's death, my third uncle decided to take advantage of the opportunity and take his place. Due to disputes, I had to leave the organization, since I was young and weak and could not influence the situation in any way, the maiden explained. But now she was ripe for revenge. These people in front, what's going on? Xifang was alarmed. Let me through, let me pass, the guy yelled. Young master, I'm very sorry, someone from the crowd blurted out. On the floor, he saw his father's head. What he saw left the guy speechless, as anyone would have been. Father, Xifan whispered with tears in his eyes. This man was always very strict with himself, but he always showed leniency towards his son and subordinates. Because of this, I became a spineless person, in other words, a worthless person, the guy reasoned. He always knew that he could waste his life without thinking about anything, now that his father was gone. Did I really lose, the young man wondered? Before this, an unknown person in a mask raided the group's location. Everything happened so quickly that they didn't have time to do anything, a man standing nearby said. He asked the heir to take full command upon himself. No, we ask you to do this, the crowd shouted in unison. If you still have your father's military uniform, bring it here, Xifang commanded. Now all the group's resources were completely under the guy's command. We are soldiers and we have experienced grief. So let it be reinforced by our emotions and become a factor of our strength, he began. It was time for him to get up off his knees and take matters into his own hands. Now these bastards will pay in blood for what they did. Everyone needed to disperse 50 kilometers from the Starfall faction headquarters and prepare for battle. Sylvia could act as she had planned in advance. Miss, you're back, her old acquaintance greeted her joyfully. I don't know what happened to you, but let's drink some juice, he suggested. Enough chatter, this old fart. Cater came to me. Don't forget, I am rightfully the head of the faction, the girl snapped. Of course, your uncle just runs the faction for and for you. You need money, the cunning guy asked her. You know why I'm here, about Zhao's group. What's going on here? Heh heh. Being a little girl who ran away from the oppression of the authorities, you really know a lot, the bastard hissed. Your father couldn't defeat me, and you won't be able to either. The most important thing in the world is strength. It is an indicator of power. No, you're wrong, Cater. I never forgot about the faction. I am here to destroy her with my own hands, the maiden added, showing the map. At the time of the invasion, the Starfall faction had collected enough firearms to wage war against the monsters. But with the advent of the hunters, weapons were forgotten. The card that the maiden had in her hands controls this weapon. Commander, this is the signal to attack, said Sifan's assistant. As long as I have the black card, I will win the war, Sylvia, her friend from the past whispered. Because he is the highest level of the faction. Meanwhile, Andre adjusted his hair. Then I prepared myself mentally. As expected, the war began, he said. Just now, Zhao's group and Sylvia attacked Starfall. I'll share some information with you so you can see for yourself, the guy said. Songran and Qi began to study the data carefully. Andre, as soon as the military conflict escalates, the hero began to ask questions. Whose side will this child be on? The important thing is not which side to take, but how difficult the relations are between the groups, as Zhiguang serves as an example. Once the war breaks out, no one will get away with it. People will be dealing with real brute force. Meanwhile, entry and exit to the Bile Tower was restricted. Only high-ranking members with fingerprints could enter. Sir, please put your finger on the scanner, some scared guy was asked. He did so hesitantly. He didn't pass. The guard ordered him to be taken away. Wait, I'm the leader of a small group and I want to meet Byron, he mumbled. I want to hide. I have money, the boy squealed as he was escorted out. Next, they shouted to Songran. I need to get there no matter what it takes, thought the hero. He put his finger to the scanner. VIP status, entry allowed, the system said. Yes, Byron did a good job, thought the hero. Then he walked slowly to the elevator. Meanwhile, Qi was driving somewhere. Andre's words kept coming back to him. The delicate balance between the groups of the exiled lands has been somehow maintained for many years without outside intervention. It is difficult to achieve such chaos. Someone unleashed this, but here's who. I believe it is River City, Qi said. I'll go to the Heavenly Tower. The conflict will officially begin soon. the hero said, while Qi intended to take part in the war in order to find evidence against Wang Feng. Songran, we had an agreement before to find out who was behind the robbery, Andre blurted out. So get your reward, he added, handing the hero the crystal. After River City saved the boy, they remained on guard without interfering. But as soon as the hero began to realize that they were somehow involved, they created chaos. It seemed like they wanted to influence the guy's actions for a specific purpose, but he never needed to be secretly manipulated. Hello, guest. Since you have VIP status, you will soon be sent to the entrance of the Sky Tower, the system said. Well, this was a great opportunity. To push someone against the wall, synchronization reached the norm, the soul was recorded. The next stage of soul fixation has begun. How is the war, Anna? Asked the gray-haired man. While the girl was explaining, the long-haired man was counting which floor of the tower the young man had reached. The so-called monsters are actually creatures from another world, whose world was destroyed and they invaded here through a portal. But their invasion awakened the instincts of greed in people. Because of this, the king of monsters, the mother specimen, was not destroyed. She began to be protected, and the current systems, including the hunter system, were built on the basis of her consciousness. But humans are not able to fully control the alien, so they could not be sure that everything would be fine in the future. Long before Prometheus, they tried to transform the hunters, but they failed to do so. The hunter who managed to comprehend the system of the mother species fell into madness, and Bai also mentioned the key, a weapon that develops in all sorts of ways. Songran's evolutionary blade, the maiden asked in surprise. Human obsession with technology is what the mother wants. Her consciousness forms a specific image of the manager of the heavenly tower named Doris. Anna, when I learned that hunters are a means of obtaining the power of monsters, I became disillusioned with people. I do not crave power, and I hope that this world will have a different future, he added. Like mercury in alchemy, which is a base metal, we strive to purify people, he said. And all this until now. Until the new era begins, the 200th floor of the Sky Tower. I knew you'd be here somewhere, the monster said. He who gave me this sword, it is time for you to reveal your secrets, the young man ordered. I didn't think you'd go this far, said the one who killed the hero's friends and divided his life into before and after. My son, added the humanoid monster. Don't mock me, this can't be, the young man blurted out. Didn't you come here to find me, your father? He asked. Now you are just a monster and I will kill you, Songran said. By doing this, I will get an answer to my question, the guy added. It seems you're not such a weakling anymore, the father blurted out. Yes, and it's all thanks to you, the son chimed in. Your strength still won't be enough to kill me, the monster laughed. As an awakened man, don't you consider yourself chosen, he asked. Everything you know about the world, son, is a drop in the ocean, the father continued. Don't forget, you owe me everything, he reminded. Songran's weapon was destroyed, after which his father said that he could take this power away at any time. And not only strength, but also life. Son, you still forget about your strength, the monster laughed. Even if your kind nature hides behind a mask of indifference, it does not disappear. The father read his son like a book. The hero received a crushing blow. It had been a long time since he had experienced such pain. Despair when you lose and can't do anything. This blow threw the offspring far away. Tell me, why are you destroying people dear to me? Asked the son. With the current healing energy, it will be difficult to maintain one's health, the guy thought. We were so happy, why did you do that? Songran repeated the question. To which I received the answer that this is how life works. The strong eats the weak. Those at the top of the food chain can see a different picture of our world. Do you feel any fear of death? The monster asked. Before my father learned the truth about the world, he lived in harmony with himself. He liked his life. Until he realized that science was full of incomprehensible truths and viruses carried by people themselves. This could have given him the power to change the whole world. But the hero's mother tried to dissuade his father. She prevented him from creating a harmonious world. So you killed her? The hero asked. Killed her despite the fact that she was the best mother and wife in the world. Don't you want to have the power to shake all the rules and laws of this world? Asked the monster. You are pathetic. I used to admire you. Now you are a monster because of whom I cannot sleep at night, the young man declared. Do you know what my life became like after I lost my family? The hero asked. Lonely, cowardly, inferior. He had no one or nothing with whom he could have a heart-to-heart talk. In the end, I failed to destroy the culprit of all this, the young man whispered. Strength began to leave his body. Then the father touched his son's face. Witness the coming of a new world with me. Just make the right choice, he asked. Were you impressed by the fight between father and son? The monster asked. Remember, even though you created me, I'm still a child, said the hologram maiden. I don't understand why the elder brother wanted to kill you. Seeing this, I understand that I should have listened to you more, she added. How are things outside? I hope your followers won't let me down, asked the monster. They will not go against the will of River City, she said. The flames of war spread across the entire territory. A little time will pass, and this place will become the point of a new world. This is the same monster factor, amplified several times, the maiden said, showing her father a bright blue glow. The user will have incredible power, making him invulnerable. Songran, son, make the right choice, the father asked again, holding the ball in his hand. The boy still had a chance. The factor touched his head. His genes began to rapidly change their structure. Suddenly someone appeared on the 200th floor of the tower. Long time no see, Mr. Gucheng. How long has it been since we last met? Asked Byron. You are not the same as you were before, as my brother said, the merchant added. You certainly wouldn't have been able to drag Song Ran into this story on your own. Well, it's not that bad. Even if you try to influence him, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, the Hatter said. We foresaw that you would do this, the merchant said. Byron, that infection has begun to infect my body. Perhaps one day it will completely outlive me. I think this monster is really the cause of the destruction of the world, Gucheng said. Human nature is very complex. It is full of both darkness and light. There is no one in the world who understands it. Only now, when he killed his wife, did he realize that she was the only person who truly loved him. Should I tell the Alliance to stop the God Creation Project? Young Byron asked. I can lose control of this body at any moment. It can't go home. There are no guarantees that it will be able to contain it for long, the father worried. Brother, where will you go? Songran is still so young. How can he cope without you, especially after he lost you? Byron asked. I know Songran is a strong boy. I hope that in the future he will go down the right path. Perhaps he will even be able to awaken the gift of healing in himself and become a great hunter, Dad hoped. Take this. Ran is now the only person close to me. If my body is captured, this thing must go to Ran, for this crystal is in a sense a part of his father. This is an awakening stone, but it doesn't look like an ordinary one. What is it? Asked Byron. This thing is the corrective device I used to create the Sword of Evolution. The appearance of the stone is just an illusion, Dad said. One day Ran will need it. It will give him the power to open the system of the Sword of Evolution. Give it to him, then he will not become a monster like me, explained the father. Byron, about your glove, I have almost finished creating it. With it you will become invincible, he added. As they parted, the future merchant offered his father to look at his son one last time, but he refused. Farewell, friend. I was a bad father, the father noted. Everything that happened next confirmed his brother's words. Until Song Ran goes through all this and becomes a brave and mature hunter, and no longer needs my protection, I will not leave, Byron reasoned. I still can't forgive you for what you did to him, the Hatter told his former friend. You say this so that I don't fight with my child. In any case, I will have to fight, the monster said. Doris, you will monitor the progress of our plan and make sure nothing goes wrong, your father ordered. Yes, father, the girl agreed. Everyone must know that I will not allow anyone to stand in my way of building a new perfect world. The monster became wary. Unfortunately for you, this world is not destined to come true. You are doomed, declared the old friend. Who do you think is stronger, people or monsters? Asked the blue-haired man's father. You were a man, and you know that they are not as weak as they may seem, Byron retorted. This is not just a fight. It is a battle between two races. Don't let me down, old friend, the monster ordered. Even the weakest of men will be able to destroy you, said the merchant. After this, Song Ran's enraged father lunged at his old best friend, hoping to destroy him. Is that all? Asked the merchant, easily dodging the attack. This mistake enraged the monster even more. Some kind of childish game, Byron added, going on the attack. Don't worry, I'll finish you, he added. Rest in peace, brother, the merchant said at last. Did you think you could defeat me with this glove? Asked the still living father. Byron's face changed, expressing fear. Now it's the boss's turn to attack. A multitude of small reddish blades amazed the friend. He even dropped his glasses from the damage he received. It's time to use what Song Ran lost with. The same purple flash pierced the merchant's body. Indeed, human strength is not that great, the father blurted out, laughing. You will be punished for your failure, said the monster. No, you heal yourself, the boss said. A great healing spell, something similar to which Song Ran also possessed. This is the end of my journey, the red-haired man whispered. Now it's Rana's turn. Come on, wake up, the ghost asked. It was his father's voice. The boy jumped up. You finally came here. I am your father, Song Gucheng, the unknown person explained. Why you? The young man asked uncertainly. I'm sorry, son. But in a way, it wasn't me who killed her. It was something that's in the dark corner of each of us. The monster factor. The reason for the destruction of the whole world. The man justified himself. He also apologized for leaving the boy alone. All he could do was watch him all this time. I know you couldn't do that to your mother, the son said. Ran, whispered the father, turning his back. Forgive me, I failed as a father, he added. This is a dream or a world after death because I lost to that creature, the young man clarified. This was a dimension created by an advanced system. It is about to collapse. The only way out is to restart the iteration. The final choice is now up to the young man. The fate of all humanity depends on him. Will he become a higher living being, or will he take the difficult step towards a hard life? Regardless of his choice, the father wanted his son to live on and enjoy every moment. There was little time to think. Very soon the dimension and the father will disappear. You're disappearing again, said the son. Do as you see fit, I will protect you, Dad added. Damn, I don't know, Ran replied with tears in his eyes. Then the father began to walk towards his son. He touched his face with his hand and said that he knew. You really worked hard to get here, he said. Remember, you will always be my pride, added the ghost. Dad, don't worry, the hero whispered. I am responsible for your life. After these words, the father disappeared. So calmly plunge into eternal sleep, the son added. The current Ran will do everything possible to live on. The system offered the guy a monster factor, but he refused. Then he returned to his body. Byron, since you have lost, then prepare to die, the monster laughed. Quick cure, shouted the revived Ran. My mission here is complete. Now it's your turn, Byron said. My son, you made the wrong choice, the monster growled. Well, apparently he made you even stronger. In that case, I will destroy you once and for all, the boss added. His body began to be covered with lightning. The monster also became clad in dark armor. Refused to become a higher being. What a mistake. Do you hate people so much? Asked the hero. Then I will use their power and kill you, the guy blurted out enthusiastically. You're putting your life on the line, child, the bastard growled, coming closer. But I will remember your current appearance, he added. The guy meanwhile rose to his feet. The monster went on the offensive. In an instant he was right in front of the hero. But his attack missed because the guy also had impressive speed. Then the monster's next attack failed. And you slowed down, said the boy. Yes, it seems that you have received a power that can hardly be called human, the boss confirmed. By the way, you are not my father, Ran said. You don't deserve to be one, he added. Then he made a huge lunge upward. You still won't come to your senses, said the bastard. But the hero didn't care about these words. He began to create something like a spell in his hand, and he hastened to attack the false father with it. This force that puts people into fear. I am pleased, the monster blurted out. I overdid it. Are you okay? Ran asked proudly. It seems I have been too kind to you, said the boss. In this world, everything is easy and clear. If someone stands in your way, he must be destroyed. I can't help but say, the young man began. But when you're angry, you look simply disgusting, he finished. Son, this farce is about to end, the bastard blurted out. If this is really that power, which the monster spoke about, then he also doesn't represent anything special. How could this happen, my strongest form? It's obvious that before this he was barely holding on. The monster was indignant. Victory will be mine, die, he was angry. Having attacked, he thought that he had won this battle. No, victory is mine, the bastard squealed. Humans cannot have power equal to mine, he continued. It's time to end this, Byron said. Now any resistance will become meaningless. What are you talking about? As soon as I deal with the upstart, I'll deal with you, the fake father said. You'd better run, otherwise you won't make it, said the barely alive merchant. For the current song Ran is like an awakened lion. What the boss saw next horrified him. The guy was armed with 2 blades. Afterwards, the young man made a sharp attack. Humans cannot possess such power, he continued, not reassuring himself. You shouldn't have come here, the boy said. His next attack dealt serious damage to the boss. Impossible, he screamed, watching his armor crumble. I can't lose, the fake father insisted. Then he was hit with several more serious blows. It seems that humanity has won, the hero blurted out, ceasing the attacks. The reason I lost is that you are strong and I am not, the bastard admitted. I will consider these your last words, the hero said as he said goodbye. And where will you go now? Asked Byron. On the other side, it's time to meet a new enemy, the hero declared. I will destroy it and prove the legitimacy of humanity's presence in this world, he added. A bright flash illuminated the night city. Society could no longer decompose in this way. He was filled with suffering. The guy wanted to know what was the reason for all this, for he still had faith in humanity. This will now become his new starting point.